Hey, I'm John Swartz, and we are at RSAC. It's day one in San Francisco. We're at the Moscone South auditorium, so to speak, on Broadcasting Row. So to our left and to our right, there are a number of booth setups. And we're going to start this week on a very strong note, on a very important note. We're going to talk about a documentary that is going to premiere tomorrow and be shown also Wednesday here at RSAC. And with me are the lovely Artie Gadia and Kristen Rank, who are involved in this, I think it's incredibly interesting documentary called The Women in Security. First off, welcome to the show. Welcome to San Francisco. I think you came in from Sacramento. Artie, I'm not sure.
I came from Vancouver, Canada.
Oh, nice. Beautiful city.
Yes, thank you.
Tell me a little bit about this documentary and when it's going to premiere and kind of the idea behind it.
Yeah. Well, this documentary, first viewers, happy Women's History Month. And this documentary took us 5 years in the making. So just before COVID, we started. Richard Tico, who's the producer, came up with this initiative and sent out a note and told everybody, hey, I'm looking to find people who are interested in supporting this initiative. It's been a long journey, and we're finally here after 5 years going to be showing this documentary, and super excited to show it here at the premiere. We've had several different premieres across different cities, and we're going to be showing it here in San Francisco at the RSA conference.
It's directed, by the way, by Yvette.
It is.
Yes. And Kristen, tell me a little bit about the idea or the kind of the narrative. So from what I understand, it involves the idea of women in this cybersecurity realm, which unfortunately the numbers are low. They're getting better.
Yes.
Over the last decade, they have improved. But is this primarily about that challenge or that issue of women in the industry, or is it even something more than that?
I mean, I think it's something more than that, but it is about women in the industry and some of the things that we face being, in this industry. It's not always easy, but it's a tremendously rewarding industry to be in. Richard and Yvette did a great job narrating the challenges and some of the interesting opportunities that we face being women in cybersecurity.
So tell me a little. So are you both in the documentary? You're both on camera?
I'm not in the documentary. Artie is.
I know you are.
Yes.
I saw a clip. And are you involved in the?
I've gotten more involved because of Artie.
Okay.
So I've done more or less fundraising to help get the movie at the Metreon. So I've done the fundraising.
By the way, the Metreon, which is across the street from here, the premiere is Tuesday at 4 p.m.
Doors open at 4 p.m.
And also Wednesday.
Yep, at 4 p.m.
There's a red carpet, starts at 4 p.m. The screening's at 4:45, sorry.
Yeah.
How long is the documentary?
The documentary is 75 minutes long.
Awesome.
And it's again, back to what you mentioned, it shows our journey, how we started in the industry. We also talk about some of the allies who have supported us along the journey. It's such an exciting documentary, and we've had such a big impact when viewers have watched it. People have come back feeling, I've been in that journey, or I've learned something new. There's so much great feedback that we've gotten.
So you mentioned I think in the press materials, allyship.
Yes.
Now, I was unfamiliar. I know what the concept is, but I was unfamiliar with the word. Is that something that has kind of picked up and is now resonating and maybe has something to do with these slowly improving numbers?
Yeah, lots of allies have helped us across in our journey. A lot of them.
Yeah,
so we want to appreciate the allies who've actually walked the walk and really supported not just this documentary, but supported lots of different initiatives. So that's how we're going to accelerate change is, we have 25% women in the industry, and of course we want to accelerate that change. And the way we can accelerate that change is have more voices. And that's where we need all the allies to join us in this mission so that we can have more women join the industry.
So I'm going to ask you, I don't want to put you on the spot, but in terms of the allies, who are some of the stronger allies? If you could point out, are there certain companies or individuals within cybersecurity who have championed?
So many great men.
Yeah.
There are a lot of great men who have helped us along the way. I mean, the list is long.
Yeah.
But from a company perspective, I mean, I think all the companies that are supporting the documentary.
Yeah.
Maybe you mentioned a few, actually.
Yeah,
right.
Most of them. I mean, Centra's supported, we work at Centra. They've supported this documentary in the documentary itself and some of the premieres across the country.
Yeah.
So back to that is just these sponsors all have CEOs who are also allies, and they are aligned with our mission.
Was there an event, or was there kind of a tipping point where there was more of an emphasis on allyship, or is this something that kind of slowly has evolved and percolated?
I think it's maybe slowly evolved, the allyship. I think that once people see the documentary and they hear about being an ally, then they're like, I want to sign up. I want to be an ally.
That's something I was going to ask you about. Is there something that you think stands out that you want people to walk away after watching this to remember? Like you mentioned some people talking about allyships. Are there certain points in the documentary that you think are particularly poignant or particularly important that you want to call out?
Yes, I mean, the stories that many women have shared that people can resonate with. We've had at the premiere, some people bring their daughters, so it inspires them to join this industry, right? From that very young age, they look at it because growing up, I didn't know about this industry.
Yeah.
And had I known about it, it would have been something I would have worked towards. I just fell into it by accident.
How did you, so was it a friend or somebody?
So actually, when I first moved to Canada, I was looking for a job and I couldn't find a job. And a recruiter said, are you interested in this industry? And I'm like, I know antivirus. Sign me up because the bills are going up and I needed a job being new in the country. And that's how I joined, and I've stayed ever since.
What's the state of STEM like? I mean, I remember we talked. So full disclosure, 15 years ago, a couple of colleagues of me when we were at USA Today worked on a series of stories about DEI. Mm-hmm. This was during a totally different era. It was during the Obama administration, and we got the ear of Jesse Jackson at the time, and he did a real push into this in tech in general, and some of the companies responded somewhat, I think, under pressure, and they did make moves, but then that kind of dissipated after Obama left office. And I'm kind of wondering, that was a key tenet, was the education system was just, to even be even broader. I mean, it didn't push mathematics, engineering, tech for either sex as hard as maybe it does now. And I'm wondering, has that education system, is it improved from maybe even from the junior high and the high school level up through college?
Potentially. I mean, I don't have children, so I'm not, you know, I don't know. But I would think so. I mean, if you think about it, a lot of kids, they're coming out of school and they want to go to the best schools because they want to go to the best tech schools or schools for their for science or whatever. So I think so. I'm not an expert in that field.
Yeah, just to add what she said, is representation matters. When women see other women in different roles, then that inspires them. And when they don't see that, I'll tell you, my niece, who had, there was a program where she saw a female who was a pilot, and she straight away told me she didn't see that before. And when she doesn't see representation, she doesn't see that as a career for her. And I think now more and more women are getting into these roles that even the next generation get inspired to see, well, I can do that too, or that is a career for me, which is something that we didn't see years back.
Yeah.
I wonder, and we talked a little bit about this before we went on air, the influence of AI and how has it helped or hindered women in cybersecurity, and whether it levels the playing field. And I think you made a really interesting point about how women are much more aggressive adopters of the technology from what you've seen.
Yes, definitely. Just even, I've done my own research within my own family and friends and network, and I see the women, including myself, even in the workplace, we are adopting AI at a faster rate than the men that I've seen within my own family and network and friends. And this is a skill set that as we're adopting this faster, we're now starting to get ahead of the game in terms of the skill set. And I see that change. It's a big shift. And my hope, of course, is to make sure that employers see that shift, and that increases their mindset. Well, let's not hire traditionally. Let's open this up and remove the traditional way of hiring, which is very much certifications, which is about all these different pieces. But let's look at all the different skills that they've gained. And women definitely, like I said, are adopting AI at a faster rate that I've seen.
How have you, and personally, how have you each adopted AI? How do you use it? Or how is it?
I use it every day.
Every day, like literally every even at the workplace, even outside the workplace, so many. Yeah, we
every day
definitely use it every day.
It's irony is that the college graduates are having as hard a time as ever getting jobs out of college, and you could attribute that perhaps to AI displacing certain types of jobs.
Right.
But I also think in terms of cybersecurity, there's never going to be as much demand for any people who are experts in cybersecurity, given what's going on with AI. And this conference, I think, is going to probably drive that home with the emergence of OpenClaw and just all these incidents involving companies with security breaches that are attributable in some way to AI. So perhaps that also has an influence.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. The attackers are using AI at a fast rate too, right? And so that, of course, we've also got to be mindful of that, that they're using it faster. They're getting smarter in their techniques. And that's where, from a defender's perspective, we have to make sure we keep up with it, right? And remove all the barriers to entry, because the attackers don't have barriers to entry, right?
Right. Get back to your career. So when you got into cybersecurity, when you first joined the field, what was your impression? Were there a lot of other women who worked in your company or with you at that time? Or?
No, I was the only person when I first joined. I didn't see it initially, right, when I joined, but when I did see it was when I was applying for a promotion and for that next role, and I didn't get it even though I was the top performer. And that's when I started seeing, well, I don't look like what the persona is of those who go into that next level.
Right.
And that's when I started realizing there is an issue here. There is an unconscious bias that we all need to address. We all have our own biases, and we need to make sure we recognize them. And that's how we're going to break the issues, the systemic issues that we see today. We have to figure out what our own bias is and start breaking out of it.
Is that addressed in the documentary, like prescriptive measures that can be taken to accelerate the hiring of women in cybersecurity? Are there?
It's touched upon. Yeah. Documentary by a couple of different ladies who are in the documentary. Yeah.
What are their ideas? If you could share what they think might reverse course.
I don't know what some of their ideas are off the top of my head.
But it's just generally just showing, like, there's a great story, which I don't want to really reveal, but it's just a great story of how someone spoke up, for example, right? And a lot of us, sometimes we lose our voice, but when you do see something like that, allies can come in and step in and make sure that it's appropriate to support or call out when something is wrong versus being silent.
Yeah.
So,
it's like an interesting era that we're living in right now. We were talking about all these AI influence layoffs or job tumult. And I'm for cybersecurity, I think might be one of the safer areas, so to speak. I don't know if you agree with that, but in tech, it seems to be open season on most jobs.
Yes.
And perhaps in cybersecurity that won't be as much the case. We just don't know. But that also brings me to this other question.
Yeah.
I'm mentioning AI because from what I understand, there is a sequel of sorts in the works to this documentary.
There is.
And it involves AI?
Yeah, there is a sequel. Part of the sequel is going to be still in discussions around AI because everybody's talking about it. And so there is going to be that sequel coming up.
Wow. Tell me a little bit. we need to promote this. So this is very important. I mean, this is a very important topic. We've written about this at TechStrong on Security Boulevard website, and something that my colleague Terry Robinson is going to be writing a lot more about. And I'm sure she'll write about this if I don't. One of us will write about it, and I want to bring it up on TechStrong Gang. It's interesting, the film festivals. Can you mention some of the film festivals this appeared in? Also, can you share with us how this will reach an even broader audience later this month, perhaps?
Yeah, we've actually been doing it. We've won several awards too, Best Director, Best Writer, because of showing this across different cities. Right now, like what we've been doing is hosting it at different cities, whether it's at a theater or at the AMC. And so we've done quite a few, actually. We've done close to 20, I believe.
All across the country.
Across the country and Canada, too. So we're excited about this because it's now raising more awareness. It's getting people excited about it. And coming soon, it's going to be on a very big platform, too, that we just announced.
Oh, can you share that platform?
Yes, we can. So it's going to be on Prime. We just announced it last week. That's going to be on Prime. And stay tuned because you'll see it by April timeframe.
Yeah.
What has the audience's reaction been to this? And is it a kind of split between men and women, or
it's a split between men and women? Yeah. And some men will bring their daughters.
I was going to ask you, a lot of daughters who go.
There have been a lot of daughters, and it's after the movie. That's what's been so fun, is seeing all the promotion, all the how much they loved it, and just all the activity.
So they must have felt inspired by it and encouraged.
Like we've got so many, after each documentary screening, we've got like feedback, people posting on LinkedIn about it, taking pictures and sharing their overall experience. And this is a great way to celebrate the women who have made a big impact in our industry. There's 21 of us in the film. And, it's a great way to celebrate these women, including other women who are going through the same journey. It's also getting that allyship that I talked about. And then it's also inspiring the next generation to, hey, this is a career that looks interesting. They'd never thought about it. I heard daughters saying, I didn't think this was a career. I see my dad doing this, but it looked boring. And they literally say, this is actually fun.
Was the one thing you also had mentioned earlier was build and retention.
Yeah.
Could you maybe go a little bit into that and kind of where that state is?
Yeah, definitely.
You were talking about their retention, I think.
Yeah, so the focus has been, let's hire more women, which is fantastic. So we've seen that change, and we're seeing we're now at 25% women in this industry. We need to accelerate that change. But what happens when you bring the women in? Let's start looking at the next step. How are you going to grow them? How are you going to promote them? How are you going to get them into these senior executive levels? Because the numbers go down as they go into that executive level. It goes to less than 10%. And that's where the issue is. If women find that area where they can't grow anymore, they'll leave. And that's one of the things we've got to fix that broken rung, which is help women and champion them so that they can go into that next stage. Give them that opportunity. Remove your own bias so you can hire more women into that next level.
That always seemed
allyship. I think that's where the allyship with men, because mostly there's men in those roles, where they could help promote women.
Yeah,
it'd be interesting to see how the ecosystem works as maybe more women start companies that kind of they hire more women to work within those companies. I remember that dynamic playing out in tech to a certain extent, but it always came back to the numbers were specifically low in terms of the C-suite.
Yeah.
And I think they still are in tech. I mean, dramatically low.
We do in the documentary, not in the documentary, but we do one of our sponsors for the next couple of days. She's a first-time founder and CEO, female. And so we're happy to have her company Schematic with us on the documentary or at the sponsorship.
So I don't want you to talk on behalf of Yvette, but I'm going to ask you, what was it that prompted her to want to make this documentary? Had she made documentaries before?
So she wasn't making the documentary; she's sponsoring, right?
No, he's talking about Yvette.
Yvette, the director. Yeah. So I'm wondering if this is her first documentary, and I even think about. Let's go back to the Oscars. I was kind of blown away that the lady who won Best Cinematographer was the first woman to win cinematography. I found that almost hard to believe.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if that's kind of the same case in terms of documentaries and whether what spurred your director to make this.
Yeah. So, I mean, the producer was the one who had the connection with Yvette. And so, I mean, she aligned with the story, and she did a phenomenal job directing this documentary. So it was aligned to what she enjoyed doing, and she's done a phenomenal job. Yeah.
Someone asked you, I think we promoted the documentary. We'll promote it again before we go off.
Yeah.
But well, I was going to ask you about the show and what you're looking forward to at the show. Any type of topics or type of products or type of areas of cybersecurity that have your interest?
Yeah.
I mean, I think obviously want to hear what everybody's up to. Obviously, we're going to hear so much about AI, but also new product announcements, new mergers and acquisitions. That's what I'm interested in hearing about.
Yeah.
It's
my competition's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything in particular?
Yeah, no, I just want to add that's basically like with a conference here, super excited about just meeting lots of people and just hearing where they are.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, again, the name of the documentary is The Women in Security.
Documentary.
Tuesday and Wednesday, 24th, 25th. 4:45 screening for each day?
Yes, for each day. Drinks and popcorn is going to be included.
Oh, nice. Cool.
So there's going to be networking from 4:45. So come early.
Yep.
And save your seat. Make sure you register, and you can find us at our booth.
At our booth.
The center booth, which is 4607. So you can register and secure your seat.
Okay. And it's going to be at the AMC Metreon 16, which is near Moscone.
Yes.
Right across the street.
4th Street.
Yes.
135. You can't miss it. It's right off. I think it's right off of.
Here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right across. I can see it.
Walking
distance. Right there.
So if you can get to Moscone South, you can find the theater.
Yeah.
Totally.
Thank you so much for your time. You guys were great. And I look forward to seeing it.
Yeah.
Good
I
luck.
hope you can make it.
Yeah.
I'm going to make it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, definitely. I was part of it. I told you this earlier. I shouldn't say this, but I will. Who cares? I was part of a documentary about cybersecurity a long time ago, and I was one of the talking heads. And I am ashamed to tell you that there were maybe 20 talking heads in that documentary, and there was maybe one woman.
No.
So
Yeah.
hopefully we've kind of reversed course and flipped the switch.
Yeah.
No.
No, I'm excited. I'm super excited about it. So.
All right.
It's going to be good.
All right, thanks. So we're going to have more interviews coming up later today, very soon, actually. I'm John Swartz with Textron Group, and thank you for watching. Hey, I'm John Swartz, and we are at RSAC. It's day one in San Francisco. We're at the Moscone South auditorium, so to speak, on Broadcasting Row. So to our left and to our right, there are a number of booth setups. And we're going to start this week on a very strong note, on a very important note. We're going to talk about a documentary that is going to premiere tomorrow and be shown also Wednesday here at RSAC. And with me are the lovely Artie Gadia and Kristen Rank, who are involved in this, I think it's incredibly interesting documentary called The Women in Security. First off, welcome to the show. Welcome to San Francisco. I think you came in from Sacramento. Artie, I'm not sure.
I came from Vancouver, Canada.
Oh, nice. Beautiful city.
Yes,
thank you.
Tell me a little bit about this documentary and when it's going to premiere and kind of the idea behind it.
Yes. Well, this documentary, first viewers, happy Women's History Month. And this documentary took us 5 years in the making. So just before COVID, we started. Richard Tico, who's the producer, came up with this initiative and sent out a note and told everybody, hey, I'm looking to find people who are interested in supporting this initiative. It's been a long journey, and we're finally here after 5 years, going to be showing this documentary, and super excited to show it here at the premiere. We've had several different premieres across different cities, and we're going to be showing it here in San Francisco at the RSA conference.
It's directed, by the way, by Yvette Friedman.
It is.
Yes. And Kristen, tell me a little bit about the idea or the kind of the narrative. So from what I understand, it involves the idea of women in this cybersecurity realm, which unfortunately, the numbers are low. They're getting better.
Yes.
Over the last decade, they have improved. But is this primarily about that challenge or that issue of women in the industry, or is it even something more than that?
I mean, I think it's something more than that, but it is about women in the industry and some of the things that we face being, in this industry. It's not always easy, but it's a tremendously rewarding industry to be in. Richard and Yvette did a great job narrating the challenges and some of the interesting opportunities that we face being women in cybersecurity.
So tell me, so are you both in the documentary? You're both on camera?
I'm not in the documentary. RT is.
I know you are,
Yes.
because I saw a clip. And are you involved in the?
I've gotten more involved because of RT.
Okay.
So I've done more or less fundraising to help get the movie at the Metreon. So I've done the fundraising.
By the way, the Metreon, which is across the street
Yep.
from here, the premiere is Tuesday at 4 p.m.
Doors open at 4 p.m.
And also Wednesday.
Yep.
At 4 p.m.
There's a red carpet, starts at 4 p.m. The
That's
screening's at 4:45. Sorry.
Yeah.
How long is the documentary? And
the documentary is 75 minutes long.
Awesome.
And it's again, back to what you mentioned, it shows our journey, how we started in the industry. We also talk about some of the allies who have supported us along the journey. It's such an exciting documentary, and we've had such a big impact when viewers have watched it. People have come back feeling, I've been in that journey, or I've learned something new. There's so much great feedback that we've gotten.
So you mentioned I think in the press materials, allyship.
Yes.
Now, I was unfamiliar. I know what the concept is, but I was unfamiliar with the word. Is that something that has kind of picked up and is now resonating and maybe has something to do with these slowly improving numbers?
Yeah, lots of allies have helped us across in our journey. A lot of them.
Yeah,
so
a lot
we
of
want to
great men.
appreciate the allies who've actually walked the walk and really supported not just this documentary, but supported lots of different initiatives. So that's how we're going to accelerate change is, we have 25% women in the industry. And of course, we want to accelerate that change. And the way we can accelerate that change is have more voices. And that's where we need all the allies to join us in this mission so that we can have more women join the industry.
So I'm going to ask you, I don't want to put you on the spot, but in terms of the allies, who are some of the stronger allies? If you could point out, are there certain companies or individuals within cybersecurity have championed?
So many great men.
Yeah.
There are a lot of great men who have helped us along the way. I mean, the list is long.
Yes.
But from a company perspective, I think all the companies that are supporting the documentary.
Yeah.
Maybe you had mentioned a few,
Yes.
actually.
Yeah,
Right.
lots of them. Centra's supported, we work at Centra. They've supported this documentary in the documentary itself and some of the premieres across the country.
Yeah.
So back to that is just these sponsors all have CEOs who are also allies, and they are aligned with our mission.
Was there an event, or was there kind of a tipping point where there was more of an emphasis on allyship, or is this something that kind of slowly has evolved and percolated?
I think it's maybe slowly evolved,
Yeah.
the allyship. I think that once people see the documentary and they hear about being an ally, then they're like, I want to sign up. I want to be an ally.
Yeah. That's something I was going to ask you about. Is there something that you think stands out that you want people to walk away after watching is to remember? Like you mentioned some people talking about allyships. Are there...
Hey everyone, welcome to TechStrong Gang. We are live at RSAC. We're in Moscone Center West on Broadcast Alley, and I've got a unique lineup for the gang for you all today. Let me introduce you to our gang members. We're going to jump right into it. I'm going to start at my extreme left. If you don't know this man, you're not a security insider or a Security Weekly person, but he's my friend Matt Alderman. Matt is he's a security insider. He's been in this business as long as I have, and Mitchell has, and Tom, and we're lucky to have him here. Matt, welcome to the gang.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Like, it's so much fun to do stuff down there with the Security Weekly crew. I've always admired TechStrong. So to get here sit here with the gang, come on,
You're
honored.
in.
He's been Jones.
We're going to get you a gang leather jacket.
Awesome, I love it.
On the gang.
Next to Matt, you've seen us on the Security Boulevard podcast with him. He's from Tech Field Day as well. Our friend Tom Hollingsworth. Tom, it's good to have. This is your first gang appearance, isn't it?
First in-person gang appearance. I've been on a couple of the ones
the
where we're all
virtuals.
talking heads, but it's good to be in person to argue with you today.
There's no problem. He came,
argue?
He came feisty.
Wow.
Be careful what you wish for. Sitting next to me, though, he needs no introduction to our gang. It's Mitch Ashley. Hey, Mitch.
I'm simply here as the referee.
You're the buffer. All right, guys, let's jump into it. Good news. We could all sleep easy. Google's on the job.
Ooh.
Google is on the job. They are scouring the dark web to find corporate secrets to let us know and put an end to
Leaping
that.
tall buildings and
All of
single
that.
bang.
Well, I don't know, but they're scouring the dark web, and the dark web needed a scouring. But Mitch, talk to us about this one. Can we sleep easy?
Supposedly this is more than just kind of keywords type search that's being done, and it also has some people that are helping directing who the company or who the groups are that it's looking at. So it's interesting. Are they kind of going after Norton, protect your identity service here? And this is part of the dark web. I don't know if I need another service to tell me my name is everywhere on the dark web. Isn't that already true? Yes, it comes back again. What am I supposed to do? It's from a password from 10 years ago. But I still use it today. No, I'm just kidding. I don't.
I get the Experian alert every month for that.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
But no, there's an AI element.
Yes, there's an AI element. And it's Gemini, right? It's not just Google that's doing that. So I think that's an important note.
That makes me feel better.
Google is already doing parts of this, though.
No, they are.
Google already had kind of a dark web scan, looking for your email and credentials.
Have you paid for it?
No.
Thank God, because let me tell you what they said with this release. Their dark web scan here produced 80 to 90% false positive rates.
Oh, lovely.
And so they've decided they're going to get real now. So for all of you who've been paying for any Google dark web scanning all these years, God bless you.
God bless you. Yeah, 80 to 90%. No, they offered a free capability to do it. I was actually doing research for a lawsuit around a breach, and that's how I ran across it. And I was like, all right, so it gives you data, but to your point, it's old data, right? It's my password from 10 years ago. Okay, great. And I have LifeLock. So it's interesting to see how this is going to morph all of these services, because that's what a lot of these guys are making bank on right now. They're looking for all this stuff. They're sending you your monthly alerts and stuff. You're paying, what, $10, $12 a month for it. Does this disrupt all of that? Could be interesting.
Absolutely.
Could be.
I think it also plays into the quantum thing, the post-quantum thing of harvest now.
Decrypt later.
Decrypt later. Right. I think a lot of and obviously Google's not seeing that data. But to me, that data is sort of radioactive. It has a half-life.
Yeah.
Every X months, more and more of it decays into.
Some of it does, and some of it doesn't.
But
right?
There'll be some.
There are certain data elements that don't decay that fast, and they're tied to you personally, personal health records. Some of that information doesn't have as much of a half-life as some of the other things do. But a lot of the other things do, right? And so it depends on the data they're pulling out of the dark web and which ones are going to be more important for the decrypt later discussion.
Okay, so I got to call a timeout on the field here.
Go ahead.
Right, we've had this before. We have services that do this. Maybe this is a better version, more accurate.
It's AI.
And it's AI. But that does answer a lot of questions. No, I mean, the snarky analyst in me says, and so what? What do we do with, now we get more, again, we get notified our stuff's out there. Okay, so what? What is it doing for me? We're in the age of no more reporting, no more information, no more better information. AI needs to move into the end. I did something about it. I did something to protect you. I did something to remove it. I reported it for you here. What did it do? We don't need more I don't need more alerts.
Could it blow up the bad guys?
Well, yes.
Can we get like
is that how the war
started? The AI drones from Ukraine.
Well, how about Google finds it and then they destroy it?
Right. If they're there, if they're finding it.
That's a great idea.
There's a big crater. There's a digital crater where that
it's the dark web anyways. So why not? It's already underground. Hey, Google, if you find it, just blow it up for us.
But I'm serious. Any service that reports more information, better, faster, but it's more stuff a human has to do, the human in the loop model is dead. It has to be redefined. There are not enough human in the loops, more or less loops and humans
we need
to
humans
do all
at
this.
The helm.
We need humans at the helm saying, why didn't you fix this for me?
So let me throw a monkey wrench into this whole thing, because if you're going to put Gemini's name on it, nobody's going to pay $12 a month for it. This is not, in my mind, targeted at an end user. This is targeted at an organization. This is the compliance people that you're dealing with. Commvault had a big thing at Tech Field Day yesterday where they talked about ingesting sources of dark web credential. Why do I want that? Well, in my risk management platform, now that I can show that it was leaked on the dark web, that I've shrunk the dwell time there. So that means for my auditing purposes, I told you that this was out here and you didn't go change your password. Not on me. So
let me just get this straight. You're telling me this is all a big cover your ass thing?
It can be, because when I sell it to Google, when Google sells it to somebody as a data source, they're going to get more than $12 a month out of it. Times
absolutely.
And that gives them the ability to say, we saved billions and billions and billions of dollars for these companies by shrinking the dwell time on their risk management platform, so they get to trumpet it and talk about how awesome their AI is at finding this stuff. And they don't even have to have a drone fleet to go nuke the forums where these things are being found.
The problem is we're still reporting the wrong metrics to the board. The board doesn't give a shit about dwell time, guys. They don't, okay? They want to know what my risk exposure is in a quantified way. Dwell time's the wrong metric. So
they don't know what
it
dwell
might
time
drive
is.
those kind of metrics, but at the end of the day, boards don't care, guys. They just don't. So how do we flip this, right? If you find it, I'm telling you right now, if you find it, just blow it up. Then nobody can use it.
And there's no risk.
Then there's zero risk.
But Matt, they don't even care about the metrics. What they care about is what does it do to me? Is this a problem I need dealt
What's
with?
my
And are you
exposure?
doing
It's what's my exposure.
Well, and are you doing anything about it? And that's again to my point about I don't need more frickin' information. I don't need more information to show to the board to try to
information or frickin' information.
Frickin' information.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to qualify
it's a
that.
dark web term.
It's a dark web term.
You're out there in
don't want no frickin'
like I said, it's the dark web. Just go blow it up. Who cares?
No, I am. I'm deadly serious.
Google should ransomware from the ransomware gang.
That doesn't enable us.
You know, it would make them a lot of.
Put AI to work.
Yeah.
But Tom,
barking dogs. Right.
I got it. But Tom's point's not lost. We, in this industry, for too long, and I'm not knocking anyone, and far be it from me to disparage what a man does for a living, as Don Corleone once said, right? But the whole GRC business, when did they ever do anything proactive other than reporting so that we could lower our risk theoretically?
Theoretical risk.
And say that. But you got companies, Archer is of course the granddaddy of them, but the whole GRC industry is built around exactly what Mitchell's saying needs to go.
I know.
Then reporting it does not lower your risk.
No.
Makes you know about
I built an early GRC. I spent 2.5 years trying to fix Archer. Those legacy players are struggling to find relevancy in an AI-driven world, and it does not come down to reporting.
No.
It's all about actionability. It's all about driving
in today's
outcomes.
world. It has to.
It has
man.
to, and
has
they're not in a position to do that.
And back to this AI thing, another case of disruption. If Google didn't do this, someone else would would have called them on it.
Yeah. Well, there are
at least they patched
are firms
their own.
out there like SpyCloud does this. There's companies out there that have built business models around going to identify this stuff.
Sure.
The question is, what kind of disruption does Google and Gemini create for security vendors that are just focused on finding the stuff in the dark web? This is super disruptive, by the way.
It builds the thing where your board won't trust random company X that's in a corner booth on the south side of Moscone. But Google, we know those guys, and
that's the thing. It's Google.
Them.
Exactly.
I interviewed the CEO of a company called Black Cloak yesterday. Mm-hmm. This is basically a protection service for high net worth individuals and corporate
executive protection. I've interviewed them before too.
Yeah, nice guys. I mean, they're all former feds and everything else. But the point is this, though. Part of what they offer is keeping these people's stuff or information off the dark web.
Yeah.
Now, they claim they have a better mousetrap. It's just really expensive, right? Because that's their whole thing. But I know from my own personal experience, I've paid the experience and so forth of the world to make sure, let me know. Mitch, to your point, all they do is tell me it's there. And then I get this report every month. We removed your information from 6 different sites, not dark websites, but just
it's all the data brokers.
USA Info.
Yeah, it's all the data brokers.
And you know what? The next month it's back on those sites too.
Every 30 days that stuff shows back up. Why? Because we keep putting our information in all
and
these
that's
websites,
the whole.
See, I want AI to say I created a fake digital twin of you to put the bad guys off on the wrong trail. They're chasing your stuff over here. They think that's you. That's not you anymore. Don't worry, you're okay.
Right. Mitch, I'm trying to create a digital twin to do my podcast for me so I can just tell it what to say, and then
I thought that was a digital twin of you, Matt. I'm glad you're still here.
Crazy.
I'm still here.
But you know what? Again, I'll end this segment with another example of AI disrupting what was someone's sweet little gig.
Exactly. Just happened.
Google can do it. anybody else can do it with
Anybody
AI too.
can do it.
Yeah.
I don't disagree
Time
there
to
at
market
all.
the lead time of value for having a new gadget is
Yep.
somebody else can create the same thing.
So, by the way, they did claim 98% accuracy now,
Oh,
up from the 80 to 90% false positive rate.
Compared to.
So it's a big difference.
No, it's a big difference. These models are getting way better, by the way.
Yeah.
They definitely are. The stuff we're using for various parts of our product, they're getting a lot more accurate. They are getting better. You just got to put the right guardrails around them.
No doubt. All right. Hey, let's jump to topic 2 while we scour the I love the word scour, though. While we
Scouring the
scour
universe.
the dark web. So while we're here in, I guess it's sunny San Francisco,
It is. It's warm
Right now.
TechStrong Chief Content Officer Mike Vizard is over in Amsterdam. Quite frankly, I don't know if he's at the Tulips or the Red Light District or the Grolsch Beer Bar.
Let's see. So what time over
think
there?
it's-
He's in the red light
He's-
district
yeah, at
right
this
now.
point
Yeah,
in
it's the
time.
evening over there.
But he gave us a report on what's going on at KubeCon EU. You know, AI had a big thing. Agentic AI had its day. But clearly the star of KubeCon Europe this year has been digital sovereignty.
Yeah,
These guys, I think we're going to see a declaration of independence here.
I think we have. Yeah.
Tom, what's your take?
I think, given the situation that's going on globally right now, a lot of people in the EU that have a lot of discomfort with where their data is being stored or processed finally said enough is enough. Because anytime I hear the term digital sovereignty, I hear it in a German accent. Because German firms do not like data leaving Germany. And in a lot of cases, they can't. We even had an example yesterday in one of our presentations about how Germany won't let certain data be processed, even in the UK, now that they're not a part of the EU. And so now everyone's turning around and saying, hold on, our data is going where and it's being processed by whom and what? No. And that, to me, says that Europe is really kind of pulling away and wanting to take a lead in providing protections and ensuring things aren't going to happen. But in order to do that, they have to make sure that the data stays in Europe in order to have any kind of efficacy on that. And they're using what's going on right now as a great way to say, we're slamming the door shut. It's not leaving anymore. If you want it, you have to provide these protections to ensure that. But more importantly, when it comes to the US, we don't want you to be able to scan that data. We don't want you to be able to take action on that to upset one of our, myriad of regulations. So I'm curious to see how this kind of Declaration of Independence is going to be taken. Is it going to be the King George version, where it's like, oh, these peasants, you'll be back, or is it going to be something bigger?
So I'll let you guys jump
This is
in
not
here. But
new, by
before
the
we
way.
do, though, I got to say one thing. I have nothing against Germany or the German people. He works for Tech Field Day, not Tech Strong. So please don't
And
hold
I'm
it
German,
against me.
darn it.
Send all your
But the funny
letters,
thing is-
cards and letters.
one of my really good friends, Jasper Bongertz, who used to work for Airbus Cyber Defense, taught me everything I need to know about digital sovereignty. I'll take it one step further. They're onto something over there. I think they are a lot more advanced when it comes to
there's
the
no
security
doubt.
of data. I mean, everybody drives German cars. They should be using German data security too.
All the taxis
Absolutely.
are Mercedes-Benz, folks, for a reason.
You can't go wrong there.
Right.
Yeah.
So this isn't new, by the way.
Yeah.
This has been around for a while. When I was at Qualys, we had to put a data center in Germany to support Daimler and companies that were over there. France, the same way. The challenge has been, and look, from a regulatory perspective, EU leads the world, okay?
Yeah.
GDPR, DORA, NIS2 are going to put more of these kind of controls in place, right? And data sovereignty has been a conversation for a long time. Here's what's changed. The relationship between Europe and the United States and the rest of the world is in flux. So the question becomes, who do I trust? Well, I can trust the EU because we're all together in this, regardless of what else happens in the world. And so what I think you're seeing is an interesting kind of political puff-up happening a little bit on, hey, we're going to put everything in Europe. We're going to kind of disconnect ourselves from the United States and all the U.S. players. But look, all the U.S. players are also building data centers over there too. So there's ways around this, but I think the data sovereignty issue isn't new. I just think we're going to go through some transitions here of more and more, they want that data in country. They want better protections on it, but DORA, NIS2, and GDPR set precedents well before this came out.
That certainly was the groundwork. I totally agree.
Yeah.
I think the conditions on the field are that now anything kind of leverage can be taken as far as anybody wants to take it, particularly the U.S. We can prevent this merger of your acquisitions, the sale of a company, buying property, investing in companies. All of those things now are a fair game to go after for whatever reason. It doesn't have to be some big thing happened and it led to this, because I just don't like you today, Tom, so you don't get to buy any companies here unless you do what I want you to do, right? It's that kind of pressure and leverage. And people don't want to be subject to that. You know, sovereign entities are like, screw that, I can't live in a world where I'm going to be beholden now. Now, they still have to participate in things, markets, economies, and
they have to build infrastructure to support it, right? We're not
That's
talking,
the key to this.
It's easy when you can leverage an Amazon data center to build up. Now they have to replicate that. There's some infrastructure expense and cost to get them there. They have to make a conscious decision they're going to go there. If they are, then they're going to also have to make the investment to build the infrastructure to support them.
But it's kind of a reverse investment, because if you want to be here, Amazon, build your data center here. We'll hire German people
but you
to
still
build
a
it
U.S.
and
company.
operate it.
Right.
It's still
a U.S. company.
And
back to the first article, I can scour your data
exactly
across regional zones.
And I think that one thing you have to understand is that a lot of people are going to back the EU because of the regulations, because the regulations provide stability. You're not going to have somebody that wakes up one day and says, I am no longer going to allow anybody in the U.S. to import any networking equipment that wasn't made here. The EU can't do that. Right?
Let me channel my best Hillary Clinton for you.
I'm waiting for this.
Digital sovereignty is national sovereignty, and national sovereignty is personal sovereignty. And that's what this is about. It's about national sovereignty. The head of Microsoft France got up in front of them in Brussels and said, we are a U.S. company, and if the U.S. government tells us they need access to data in one of our data centers in Paris, we're giving it to them. And that set them in a tizzy. A tizzy.
You're right.
They cannot have this. They want a European cloud. They want, and I don't blame them.
No, I don't
either.
But the national sovereignty issue is hand in hand with their personal sovereignty, which they've expressed in GDPR and DORA and all of these things. They take it seriously, much more seriously.
Way more seriously than us. That's why we have 50 variations of privacy law, because we don't take it seriously.
We don't have the political will to do something like this. But when make no mistake, they are talking about building from the ground up.
I know.
You're talking infrastructure. They don't want chips made in the U.S. Not that we make chips here much, but they don't want...
Wait, who are you talking to? I hear we're making chips in the US.
Intel.
Intel?
Yeah.
No. Taiwan Semiconductor is going to come over and build a plant.
6 years ago.
Yeah, 6 years ago.
Lay's potato chips.
Lay's potato chips.
Yeah, we have plenty of those chips.
An interesting story, ARM, which is EU-based, just announced they're going to start making their own chips. They've always been, I design it, you build it. They're making their own chips. And here's an interesting thing. AWS, Google, and Microsoft have sort of, in deference to the EU and that market, have said, hey, we're starting an EU digital sovereign division. We're going to have AWS based in Europe, and they're partnering with companies like SUSE, where Mitch and I will be in a couple of months. We'll be at SUSE talking about this, that are going to be European. But the fact that it's owned by AWS, an American company, is still not going to sit well with certain, I don't know if it'll just be Germans, it could be the Swedes,
or French,
Swiss, whoever, all kidding aside.
Yeah.
They want their own thing that's totally clean, and as you said, is not subject to the whims of some crotchety old man who wakes up in the morning and decides to tweet.
Are you saying it takes a village? It's kind of
continuing my Hillary thing.
So much for that.
Exactly. Well, they have a village. They have a whole bunch of
It takes a
villages.
village, just my own village.
Right, just their village, not your village. But, and then here's my follow-up to that. Okay, so that's the EU. Now, look, China does their own thing.
China already does.
They're already sovereign. As a matter of fact, they've put a big push on also. They don't want to be, to them, it's not the chips, it's networking gear and design. So they're developing their own that. But what about the rest of Asia? What about Singapore and India and Malaysia and Indonesia? These are, we used to just kind of shrug our shoulders because they didn't amount to a hill of beans, as Humphrey Bogart would say. But they do now.
They do.
These are
especially
big,
Singapore. You've got Australia, but they'll align more to the EU.
Yeah,
than
Australia's
else,
Western.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely Western.
Japan.
But yeah, Japan. Japan's got, I mean, there are other places. You're going to see Vietnam and all these other places.
This goes back. I mean, we're all old enough. We're not Gen Z millennials here. We grew up in a Cold War.
Yes.
Where there was us and them.
Right.
And there were those who were in our sphere of influence, and the Warsaw Pact was their sphere.
Set it all off, right?
But this sphere of influence seems to be breaking up now, and it's every man for himself, every nation for themselves.
Yeah.
So for me, the question will be, mentioning those other Asian nations, is will the BRICS alliance decide to do their own thing?
That's an interesting take, too.
China can lead there, and if China can pull in India to be a part of
and
like a
Brazil.
BRICS cloud.
Don't underestimate Brazil.
Those three countries together are what? Half the population of the planet, or pretty close to it?
Yeah, pretty
and
close.
that could be a big deal. I think the reason India hasn't had to confront this yet is because they've pretty much been playing along with what U.S. interest is. China has been opposed for a long time. The EU is starting to be opposed.
I think India plays both sides of the fence. They play along what U.S. interest is, why they buy Russian oil.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? India plays both sides of the fence.
They do.
But eventually, we know from our experience, you're going to have to make a decision sooner or later. And the question is, who's going to put the dollars behind it to make India move to their side? And that's where I think BRICS is going to be a wild card.
That's an excellent point. I didn't think of the BRICS angle, Tom. Let me give you another angle that's at play here. Currency. If we're moving off dollars to whatever we're going to move in this world.
Are we? I don't know. I thought we'd already
That's
start
what
this.
That's what BRICS is all about.
I hear you.
This changes the whole thing.
Who's going to make Bitcoin and Ethereum on their reserve currency list, right? No one's done it yet. Everybody thought we would have done
one Caribbean country.
Oh, is there one? Okay.
Yeah, I forgot which.
Thank God.
One of the countries in the, not a world power, but But
got to be somebody big, Alan.
I don't know if it'll be Bitcoin or Ethereum. Maybe it'll be the Trump coin. I'm kidding. Easy.
So you had to go there.
But I had to
we
go
need
there.
one that's quantum safe, otherwise
that's
we're all screwed. So
that was yesterday. But I mean, no kidding around. This is a global thing. I mean, you mentioned Brazil and all of Latin America, Africa. They don't. This is why China kind of appeals to them, because China's very good at saying, take it. They're going to call in these favors. They're going to call these in. But I think over the next 5 years, in today's world, 3 years, we're going to see how this plays out, where countries and trade zones, because that's really what the world's devolved into now, trade zones, are going to make their choice. Do they want to go it alone? They're going to watch what the EU is doing and how successful the EU is. And I'm sorry to say this, it could spell trouble for America, for the U.S.
Yeah. Well, this leads into your third article we're going to cover.
Absolutely. We're going to, and Matt, you're very perceptive. I can see why you've done so well over there.
Yeah.
That leads to
These all have to wind together.
Yeah, no, that's the thread we call it in the business.
Yeah, we've got to weave the articles together.
I hope you're getting all this at home, because this was not scripted. This is, I don't know.
This is what happens when you have a few of us to just do this for daily.
And it's not even late enough to say we've been drinking.
I know. Well, I gave up drinking for Lent, so this is my first
there you go.
sober RSA. So I said the good news about that is I don't forget anything.
Well, I still forget. Anyway, I want to talk about something called Pax Silica. Not Pax Romana, not Pax Americana. Pax
the latest
Silica.
vaccination? Is that what that is? Pax Silica?
I don't believe in vaccinations.
Oh, okay. That's not for this show. All right. Okay.
Matt, what do you have on this one?
So this is to create this supply chain capability, $4 trillion in voluntary investment. Okay, we're $39 trillion in debt. Where's all this money going to come from? And in the article, it talks about we've only spent like $1.6 trillion to do some of these relationships now. So this is over double of anything we've attempted to do. Yeah. But here's the drivers. Strait of Hormuz, right?
Yeah.
When you shut down 20% of the world's oil supply, everybody starts freaking out.
Oh, yeah.
And they're like, whoa, how do we not only protect the supply chain from a chips perspective or any commerce? We now need to protect the flow of oil.
Physical supply chain.
Physical supply chain.
Yeah.
And getting ships safely through a very difficult passage right now. And so it's an interesting concept. The question is, who's all going to sign up? And this ties back into the previous conversation a little bit on the previous article is, look, we've gotten some pushback from our allies to open up the Strait of Hormuz. However, it's the Europeans and the Indians and a few others that are actually facing more of the brunt of the issue of the slowdown in oil supply.
Yeah.
So can they really sit on the sidelines? I don't know. They can for a while, but can they for long, right? So it'll be interesting to see who all comes together. Now, I could see the GCC coming together, right, to protect the interests of the Gulf countries, Oman, and you've got UAE and Bahrain and Qatar and Saudi Arabia, because they want to get their oil out. So those, I think they're in. But then who else in the world really gets interested in wanting to secure the supply chain?
But Matt, I think it comes down to it's a bit of a tipping point, and then the cards fall.
Yeah.
There's FOMO, right? Once enough or the right people are in, everybody else says, well, I have to be there too. I cannot afford to not be there.
Exactly.
Right?
Because I don't want to be the country that the next time this happens, I can't get access to that supply chain.
I'm subject to whatever happens.
Exactly.
I'm out of the picture.
Right.
Exactly.
So I got a few thoughts on this. What a uniquely American knee-jerk response. We got a problem? Let me throw a whole bunch of money at it.
They want a bunch of people to throw a bunch of money at it.
But who was the first one?
Yeah, us.
250 million.
Well, we create the market.
It's like, hey, let's pass the bucket around. I'll throw a buck in to start, like I'm at church this week or something, right? But money doesn't buy love, happiness, or peace.
That's true.
And money is not going to open the Strait of Hormuz.
No.
Money isn't going to stop some of these hacktivists, religious extremists, and everyone else, right, who's responsible. It's all digital terrorism is not economically related or have an economic payoff. People do it for political statements and just because they're terrorists.
Yeah.
And, you're not going to solve, even if you could raise $4 trillion, and I agree with you, Matt. To me, the dead giveaway is when it said voluntary. Voluntary to me always means optional.
Right.
It's like when you swipe your card now, you want to give them a 22% tip, 25% custom tip, no tip. How many people are swiping 20% or 25%? It's voluntary. So the road to hell is paved with good intentions, guys, but throwing money at the problem is not the solution. The other thing is this is a retread. This Pax Silica idea was originally just digital supply chain, networking gear, infrastructure, chips, what have you.
AI chips.
All of that, right? We were going to make sure that, and let's call a spade a spade. This grew out of the fear if China invades Taiwan, we're all screwed.
Right.
Right? That's what this was originally supposed to be, a hedge against Taiwan, losing Taiwan. Now, as Matt said, we got a new flashpoint, a new kind of most urgent thing. And so, we got to worry about our oil and energy supply.
Right.
you know, and so let's take this from 2 trillion to 4 trillion, right? But I don't think money's the answer without teeth.
I hear what you're saying. But at risk of angering the great Shimmy.
No, I don't. When did you ever see me get angry?
It's slow to anger, but
Yeah.
think about it this way: like in for a penny, in for a pound, right?
Uh-huh.
This is like, I just need you to be in. You need to be part of this. You need to be investing in it. Once you're in, I can keep asking for more money, right? You want to stay in? Okay, great. You're out if you don't keep contributing more in. Right? It is a laundry
You know what I'm
scheme,
afraid?
if you will, of building
You
up
know what
this
I'm afraid money
momentum of
means? You give me the money, I'm going to send my boys over there.
That's exactly
to
what
keep
it is.
the strait open.
That's
And
what I'm
Right.
saying. Right?
Yeah, until our boys start coming home
This is a
in
way to
boxes.
fund protection around Congress, potentially. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no,
this
it's good.
A part of this is to identify who your true alliances
Yep.
and allies are in the world. I
When
think.
you notice the term, there's never the term fully funded.
No,
No, this is an ongoing
and it's voluntary
Grift.
and it starts.
pulling in money.
But it's American blood
yeah, well,
and our lives that are going to be on the front line. You mentioned our friends in the Gulf Coast. Throughout history, they've always been very happy to give a couple shekels
Yeah.
and not have to actually fight themselves.
Yeah.
That's their MO. The Saudis have done it.
Until one of their neighbors starts firing upon them.
well, yeah.
But you don't
They
see
they
them.
haven't
You
yet.
don't see them.
I know, not yet. There's been talk about some of them entering, but you're right.
Talk's
they haven't.
cheap.
I know.
I agree.
They'd much rather pay.
What we need to do is we need to get an organization together that can police itself and make sure that we never have to deal with these supply chain disruptions. Can you get Woodrow Wilson on the phone?
19 at the League of Nations.
Because I feel like we've done this concept before, and I know exactly how it ends. And that means that one of the countries that's participating in this alliance eventually gets pushed to a point where they can't do anything anymore, and they make a decision. And then you realize that if there's nothing in this system that allows you to punish aggressors, then it is
a paper
system.
tiger.
It's a boys' club that you have to write a check to every month.
Yeah.
My point
Truth
exactly.
be told, so political science history major here, the U.S. never approved the League of Nations.
You're right.
Wilson failed. He had a stroke and he couldn't push it over the edge, and that's why it failed. We recircled it after World War II as the United Nations,
Right.
but it didn't have the teeth that Wilson wanted to put into the League of Nations.
But at the same time, we're still facing that problem with
Oh,
the
it's
United
the same-
Nations today
it's the same
because
issue.
5 people can shut down the United Nations.
And there's no teeth.
And let's look at the thing. The Strait of Hormuz is currently closed. There's a possibility that Taiwan could be invaded. Countries in Europe are being invaded. Oh, look. 3 of the 5 people who have veto power on the United Nations
Are involved
Security
in
Council
that.
are involved in all of those things.
Yeah.
And 2 of the other people are aligned with one of the people doing that, more or less. So, like, this is what I'm worried about is, great, digital sovereignty, supply chain restrictions, those kinds of things. I'm all for that. Let's try to prevent people from, like, wrecking software or doing that with chips. Because companies and insurance companies will pay into the fund to prevent that from happening. But as soon as you get to the point where a nation state is the one that's causing these problems, where a country shuts down all imports of networking gear because, well, I don't like things that aren't made here, or I'm just going to close a geopolitical area of the world because I can park enough boats in it, or insurance companies won't let boats sail through it because, well, I'm not going to take
Too
that
much
risk.
risk.
Right.
Yeah.
Then you have a bigger problem. And I agree with you. There is no amount of money you can throw at that to make it go away, because the last time I checked, drones are cheap.
Yeah, and that also is the lesson of the day. That
Yeah.
AI. I wrote an article on this last week about have we had the first AI war, right? So a war that AI actually affected, and you know, some say it's the Ukrainian-Russian conflict. Some say it was the Iranian-Israeli 12-day war in June. Some say it's what went on this time in Iraq. But it changes the game. You don't need billion-dollar F-35s anymore when you got $10,000 drones.
We found out that one of those billion-dollar F-35
Got shot down by
wasn't
itself.
as effective as we wanted it to be.
Yeah.
Asymmetric warfare.
Asymmetric war. It's a game-changing thing there.
And it impacts, so put that in our position as cybersecurity professionals.
Right.
Yeah.
It's an asymmetric war as well.
It absolutely is.
What was the old IRA quote? I only have to get lucky once. They have to be lucky every day.
time. Yeah.
So you're saying OpenClaw is the new drone of cyber?
OpenClaw?
Alan, can I slap him?
Yeah.
I was waiting for the right point to bring up OpenClaw.
All right, you got OpenClaw. Wait, he said OpenClaw. We got to drink. But we're not drinking. It's early. But no, this is a real problem. And $4 trillion, you know what they say.
It is nothing to sneeze at.
And it just doesn't buy you love, happiness, and peace. And that's...
But the number, like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the speculation market for, like, you know, used video games or Pokemon cards or whatever. What is this thing worth? What somebody is going to pay for it? And if nobody's willing to put money into Pax Silica or whatever we're going to call it next week, then it's worth nothing to anybody. And that's one of the things that we're starting to see with people is they're starting to question what the actual value of something is. What is $1 trillion?
Or what am I signing up for, right?
Yeah.
But let me give you a little irony. Again, we grew up in an era where global trade was good, right? Let's lower barriers. Let's all trade more. Let's make the world. What's the Disney song? It's a small world. Let's make a small world here and bring it together. Over the last 10 or more years, we've seen a huge rebound from that, saying, hey, no, we need barriers. We want fair trade, not free trade. And we got to protect our own. And everyone else does. And so we've seen barriers coming up to inhibit free trade. Now all of a sudden you close up the oil gap for a bit, just for a week or two.
Yeah.
And everyone's saying, oh no, we need free trade.
We need free trade.
We need trade again. We got to be trading. Can't have it both ways.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I think we would have seen the same thing had something happened to Taiwan. Now all of a sudden the discussion changes because one of the critical resources that we have is unavailable to us. We saw this during the pandemic, right? Where suddenly we couldn't get chips over here and everything got more expensive. Why is my washing machine...
We couldn't get masks,
right.
let alone chips.
Which is possibly one of the easiest things to manufacture, except it's not because we don't make that here.
Don't make it
and that was one of the arguments against the free trade thing was... What is going to happen when you run the global economy like a business? Some actor in the business is going to figure out the cheapest way to make something to make as much money as possible to drive all of the other companies out of business. What did you expect was going to happen?
I agree.
Welcome to capitalism.
Hey, good.
So I have a solution for the Strait of Hormuz, by the way.
That's what we wanted to hear.
You've been saving it all this time.
All this time.
Sandbagging on it.
UAE needs to build a canal that bypasses the Strait of Hormuz.
Goes to the Red Sea where the Houthis
it comes straight down. If you know the geography of the Strait of Hormuz, UAE comes up into the strait.
The Gulf.
Yeah.
But if you put a canal, like the Suez Canal or the Panama Canal, if you put a canal right along the border of UAE, you can bypass the Strait of Hormuz and bypass all of this.
Come out like
and
behind
there's
Oman.
where you make your investment.
Not even kidding. I know exactly how we can make that happen. All of that construction equipment that was on the west side of Saudi Arabia building the line that's not building the line anymore, just move it over there and have them start digging again. Probably get it done in like 2 or 3 years, and it'll probably still cost
$4
less
trillion.
than
$4 trillion. It's cheap for $4
It's
trillion.
cheap. I'm telling you.
right.
You bypass the Strait of Hormuz, this issue goes away completely. All you need is UAE to build a canal.
So let me just rain on your parade.
Why? Come on.
No, let me rain on your parade a second. The fact of the matter is, Saudi Arabia was getting hit by missiles in Iran off of the Gulf Coast.
Yeah. Right.
They have a pipeline to another one of their cities on the Red Sea.
Sure do.
They started doing that, and what did Iran do?
They hit that oil processor.
They hit the oil processor on the Red Sea.
Of course.
What makes you think they shot a missile going towards Diego Garcia? They could get to the Gulf Coast of Oman.
It's not that they can't get to it. Right now we're in a conflict, but if we want to create a zone of protection, a stable way to bypass this issue in the future, UAE should put a canal through, right, where it connects to Oman. I'm telling you, that would bypass a lot of these issues in the future. Then you put defenses around it to protect it, and now we don't have an issue with 20% of the world's oil. I'm just saying.
And look, Matt's end of quarter fundraising goal is coming on really soon. So send $5 from Matt Alderman for president and put an end to the Strait of Hormuz issue.
Oh, he didn't want to be president. I didn't have any power. He wants to be in charge of the canal.
I want to be in charge of the canal. 2% of the world's oil? Come on, baby.
Moses of canal.
That's way more than $4 trillion.
Absolutely. Guys, we are about out of time, though. What a great, who knew we were going to have this?
Who knew I was going to come on and have so much fun? All I did was walk by and said, hey, this looks dangerous today.
Careful who walks by.
You never know. But I hope you've enjoyed this at home. Of course, if you're not watching this live, it'll be on TechStrong TV. You can check it out. But Matt, Tom, Mitchell, thank you. Thank you for watching. Hey, we've got a full day of RSA coverage live coming at you in just a bit, so stay tuned for that. But for now, enjoy the rest of your day. On behalf of all of us and TechStrong and everyone else, enjoy. We'll see you soon.
Hi, I'm John Swartz. I'm back at RSAC in San Francisco at Moscone South. It's day one, and we hope you're off to a good start here. We're here with Matthew Andriani, who's the CEO of Maze. How do you pronounce that? Mazebolt?
Mazebolt.
Mazebolt. And Matthew, I'm going to ask you to take the floor and tell me a little bit about Mazebolt. I had a bunch of questions I want to ask you, but first let's kind of lay a groundwork so our audience has a better understanding of what your company does.
Thank you, John. Good to be here. We are in the DDoS space with Akamai, Imperva, Amazon, Cloudflare, all of these mitigation players. We don't do what they do. We augment those systems. They've got good protection that's deployed at various enterprise organizations. What we do is we find out how attackers are able to penetrate all of those layers of protection all the time. So that's what Mazebolt does.
So you kind of enhance what those other companies do as kind of an additive.
Correct. Typically what we see is we go in, there's around a 63% automated protection on average. Using our data of attack simulations ongoing, we can get that to over 98% automated protection.
So you, just kind of a sidelight, but it's important to know, I'm going to ask you a little bit about national cyber warfare and about geopolitical tensions, but you arrived in the U.S. a few weeks ago, traveling from Jordan.
Yes.
How was that?
It was interesting. I took a taxi from where I live to the southern border in Israel, crossed the border, took another taxi to the hotel. The next morning, took a flight out to Athens, Frankfurt, and then to the U.S.
How long did that journey take?
Left Thursday morning, got to the U.S. where I wanted to be in Vegas Saturday night.
Oh, my God. Well, we're glad you're here, and we're glad you're safe. Yeah. This is kind of a terrifying, it is a terrifying era we live in right now. And I'm imagining given what's going on in the world and given the advances in AI, that we have this evolving landscape of DDoS attacks. There must be some sort of strategies that enterprises are using to stay resilient. Could you maybe explain what they're doing to keep themselves defensed?
First of all, you're right. The current landscape, even before the explosion of AI, was already a very high threat, where enterprises were deploying defenses with many layers of defense. What they are trying to do now is close those gaps before an attack comes and try and preempt. I think this is a theme across not just DDoS, this is a theme across the industry.
So before, just to be clear, it was kind of a reactionary approach. Now it's a preemptive defense approach.
I think in general, across the cyber realm, right? Mm-hmm. People that are responsible, CISOs that are responsible for the organizations or government, they're trying to figure out, okay, we've got all these defenses in place. What do we do to harden all of those and augment new defenses? But your existing defenses need to be working. Mm-hmm. I think there's a huge focus in this area. We focus in this area in DDoS.
It's interesting because I work with a number of folks who are security experts. Right. They started companies, Allen and Mitchell, Still Secure, and they always talk about this kind of concept of security where traditionally maybe until now,
Right.
it was more of a kind of an evolutionary industry or technology versus the revolutionary things that are happening around it. So for instance, as cloud came along or as AI, they are quantum leaps in terms of how technology is used. And whether by design or maybe out of just habit, cybersecurity was always kind of the last consideration, and we'll get to that, and we'll fix that once we have to. And that you're kind of telling me in a sense that attitude or that posture among CISOs and others is changing.
I think you're right. The industry is evolving very quickly, and the technologies are evolving very quickly. If you're not getting ahead of it and figuring out how to prevent damage, you're going to have the damage. And I think visibility is critical, and figuring out how you protect your particular organization is critical across the spectrum, whether it's from the external, internal, lateral movement, whatever you're trying to protect.
So that brings me, in a sense, again, back to AI, in that we get a lot of surveys, we write about a lot of surveys, a lot of studies, and what we consistently see is that there is a pressure from the top down
Right.
to adopt AI as quickly as possible, maybe with not as much stringent governance or upskilling among employees, safeguards, guardrails, whatever you want to call them, and that has created a tension or created a very difficult situation for the CISOs because they're under pressure to put these systems in place, like agents, for instance. But they're also responsible for the consequences if something were to go awry. So I'm wondering how CISOs are kind of reconciling the pressure from the top down to adopt AI, yet still maintain safe and secure operations.
So I think AI is a huge topic. CSOs are under pressure. Some CSOs tried to block AI at the beginning. That lasted a few days or a couple of weeks at the maximum.
What if I mean, were there CSOs who got forced out if they were too slow or
I don't know. I don't know of any, but I think the internal pressure was very quick. I think what you've seen is the smart organizations are looking at what they've got in the whole AI space, providing kind of a singular offering to the various departments, scaling down the amount of AI tools, but still letting people fluidly work. I think that any company that isn't using AI is going to just fall far behind. They're not going to be around. They're not going to be around, and I think everyone recognizes that the speed is incredible. When you get to the attack side, you can see, if you just use ChatGPT, you can see the speed that you're getting answers. Now, if you just apply that in a very limited fashion to just orchestrating attacks against organizations, you can imagine the speed that that's moving at. Any manual process that you rely on in an organization, with an AI orchestrated attack, you don't stand a chance. Which brings us back to what we do in our company. We provide that data prior for those defensive systems to be immunized prior to that attack ever arriving, because any type of reaction with a human element in it is slowly going to become redundant. And when I say slowly, I think over the next 18 months maximum.
Maybe if you could go a little bit deeper into some of the products you have and what they do and how they work in concert with some of the companies you mentioned earlier. There's a couple that you could just highlight, just for those who are unfamiliar with
Sure. So at the core of what our technology does is we are a company that figured out how to simulate non-disruptive DDoS attacks against production systems. That's the core patented technology that we developed over many years. It was released in 2021. So if you've got hundreds or thousands of services, we're launching hundreds of attack simulations validating how your defenses work through actual data.
So you're kind of testing, but in a non-threatening way. You're testing the defense systems that are set up at these companies, these enterprise companies, and then you come to them with a report and say, here's where you failed, or here's where you were successful, and here's what you need to address.
So we give exact telemetry on every single layer of defense you've got, and we operate on big data sets. So we're launching thousands of simulations over a month's period, and with just a few fixes, you can de-risk many thousands of entry points for attackers in an ongoing way because of things like configuration drift in security policies. We, in 2022, started significant research in AI because we generate what's referred to as unique data in the AI industry. we are now able to find, with a limited amount of knowledge on the targets that we see in an environment, point our simulator there, knowing where those vulnerabilities are likely going to be, and get that data as quickly as possible to the vendor responsible for that particular layer of security, so that when the customer is attacked, you prevent this initial damage or extended damage.
Was your background always in cybersecurity, or were
Yes.
you? So I'm always wondering what led you to. I'm assuming you co-founded this company.
Yes.
What led you to co-found this? You saw immediate need, or you'd come across some examples of kind of like high-profile incidents, or?
So I was very involved in forming the team in Radware, like in 2011. That was a research team that we scaled to an emergency response team, that I was essentially dealing with real-time attacks against large organizations like the New York Stock Exchange, Hong Kong Stock Exchange, Vatican, all the banks in the US doing large operations, coming up with solutions in real time to mitigate those threats. And I then started a services company, seeing that every one of those attacks that I saw that caused extensive damage sometimes for months, could have been prevented relatively easily. And when you look at these large organizations that had seemingly endless budgets, what they didn't have was the knowledge of how those systems are bypassed. So we started actually as a cyber services company, and through need transitioned to a product company in 2021.
So I'm assuming that business is probably booming for you, or you're
Yes.
getting more inquiries than ever, because I'm thinking about this classic scenario of people employing AI agents. I mean, I even read that Mark Zuckerberg's going to have his own chief of staff AI agents,
Right.
with access to his ideas and his information. And I'm just wondering that must have, is setting off alarm bells in a lot of these sectors, where the bad guys, I mean, they're making as much use of AI agents as the white hats are. But there must be a palpable sense of anxiety, I think, within enterprises, especially as agents, of course, begin to be adopted at these companies.
Yeah, and depending on what first of all, yes, and depending on what you're responsible for, if you're responsible for hosting the agent infrastructure, you've got an entirely new threat to deal with in terms of even how you inspect your traffic, right? Agents are completely new traffic. They're not traditional web traffic or API traffic that you were used to in the past. This is different traffic. And I think that protecting these agents is going to become very complex, because they're very dynamic. They're expanding and contracting.
Can I ask you really quickly? So, conceivably we're going to have security AI agents that defend against AI agents that are malicious. So could we conceivably have AI agent versus AI agent duels between good and nefarious purposes and good purposes, or?
I think in the enterprise space, you're going to see definitely orchestration agents operating. We already got it in companies. We're actually going to release later this quarter a very significant AI capability, which I can't get into too much yet. But it's going to be something that is going to validate a lot of these types of protections, because we understand that very, very quickly, and we're already getting some information from vendors and customers we're working with, that AI is going to be orchestrating a significant amount of attacks.
Do you expect, in that vein, do you expect a fair number of announcements at RSAC along those lines, like AI agent defense systems of sorts that are brought out by companies? They're going to have some sort of platform or architecture to address this special problem you're talking about? Or?
I think there's going to be companies dealing with many areas of, you say AI agents, but obviously AI is a large area.
Autonomous.
LLM poisoning, finding out, for instance, all of the models that you use in AI, how contaminated are these models? Where do they come from? They might be open source. What's in those models? Who made those models? How are they leaning? There's models made in China, models made in America. What's inside those models? How do you isolate those models in an environment to make sure that you're not going to damage your environment and have unnecessary leakage? For instance, what we're doing in our company, we've got a significant project ongoing now for a couple of years, where we have a significant infrastructure being built, which is actually completed now, that we kind of anonymize all of our PII data before even starting to utilize it in that area, what we deem the non-PII area of our environment, because you don't know what these LLMs are going to do. Even if they're privately hosted, you don't really know. So you need to assume, kind of like in the cloud. You send data in the cloud, if that data is not encrypted, you don't know where that data is going. It's very similar with an LLM model, whether you're forming it locally or using a local database to maybe query external LLM models like ChatGPT or Claude or whatever it might be.
I mean, it's just that, to me, what's stunning or what's kind of troubling is the speed with which these new models are being pumped out.
Right.
Like, I mean, conceivably, it seems like every other month there's a new model from Claude. There's a new Claude model or GPT or what have you, and there's a lot more use of open source. So there's speed with which things are moving and advancing, makes this a particularly difficult time to defend your operations.
I think it also opens up a lot of opportunity because, for instance, companies like us, again, we generate a lot of proprietary data that are vulnerability data on environments across the spectrum. We've got millions of data points, which allows us to leverage this to better protect our customers. And the AI allows us to get big data sets much quicker, to be able to deliver to the vendor in a more organized fashion, to eliminate the most amount of vulnerability in the attack surface as possible. So it does bring a lot of opportunity, but you have to have, at least as a vendor, you have to take into account what you're doing with the AI, what the threats are, make sure that everything is QA'd between results automatically, AI kind of checking AI, QAing the AI, so that that it's reliable for your customer, that there won't be an accident.
So most of your, I'm not sure if you share the names of some of your customers, but if you don't, I'm wondering what sectors are they primarily come from, and what, if any, are their particular concerns?
We're in the 87 percentile plus in the BFSI industry, so banks, insurance companies, trading platforms, payment processors, credit card. Government also, large e-commerce, but we primarily focus on the BFSI industry.
Okay.
And they're concerned about infrastructure uptime, service uptime, banking continuing, no disruption to banking services, transactions. There's a high volume of transactions happening in these environments. You can't have downtime.
I was thinking about the landscape. I mean, in terms of the infrastructure, there's this big...
Hey everyone, welcome back here to our day 3 coverage of RSA conference. If you've been watching our feed, we just finished up TechStrong Gang, and it was a rip-roaring TechStrong Gang episode with some of my friends here at RSA. But speaking of friends at RSA, let me introduce you to my next guest, David DeSanto. David is the CEO of Anaconda. We last spoke at, I guess it was December.
Yeah, it was in reInvent.
At reInvent. But David reminded me of something. The first time I met David was about 6 years ago, which puts us squarely into COVID time, right?
It was right
that
before
was
the
COVID.
lockdown.
Yeah, that was COVID year. And at the time, David was the chief product officer at GitLab. And I said, David, I love having you here. I love all my friends at GitLab, but what's GitLab doing at a security conference? And he said, Alan, GitLab is a security company, right? We're about DevSecOps. We're a security company. Interestingly, I was walking on the street yesterday, David. I see a coffee cart, CloudBees.
Oh.
Who I haven't heard from also in a very long time. But CloudBees selling or giving out free coffee at the security conference. So there you go.
Yeah.
But David, why does this have anything to do with Anaconda?
Yeah, it's a great question. So Anaconda historically is about secure Python packages for AI and data science. And a lot of customers around the world, 95% of the Fortune 500, use that to build secure AI applications. And for Anaconda, a combination of my security background and the mission that we've set to help organizations out, we're going to be releasing some more security capabilities this year, like a AI model security scanner and helping with guardrails within production environments. And ultimately, Anaconda, as the company we are today, focused on AI native development. We're all about reproducibility and at scale, and that's also important with security. If you're training a model, you want to make sure it's operating as you expect. You deploy it, you want to know if there's drift, has there been manipulation of it, and so forth. And so we're looking forward to helping move into that production side of our story, where we've traditionally only focused on the development side.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, but you threw some new terms at me there that I haven't associated with Anaconda previously. But I know you guys also recently went through not a reorg, that's not the word I'm looking for, but you freshened up the messaging, fine-tuned the mission and all of this. And who doesn't in today's world where things are moving so quickly? Talk to us about that a little bit.
Yeah, so when I started in October, I wanted to just talk to customers and understand why Anaconda from their point of view. And over the course of a couple of months, I started realizing Anaconda focuses on the story that has been our legacy around secure open source packages. But customers were using us for other things, not just a traditional data science, but they're actually building AI applications using Anaconda. And so we then asked ourselves, what is the future for Anaconda? And we realized that based off our customers, we're now focused on AI native development. And for those who are not familiar with the term, there's two types of development you can do today. There's traditional software development, and then you have AI native. Traditional software development, the application code is the thing you version and release, and the AI model is an artifact.
Right.
In AI native, that's been reversed. So if you look at applications like Claude, OpenCode, even our Anaconda desktop that's coming out, the AI model is the thing that is important, and everything versions off of that, and the code is now the artifact. And I think it's just a sign of how fast things are moving.
Well, but before AI, we thought things moved fast.
Correct.
What you've got here, what you just described is a 180 degree, right?
It is, yeah.
If you would have told me this 3 years ago, I'd say you're putting the cart before the horse.
Yeah.
But now that's the world we live in, the cart before the horse.
It is. So I'm a huge fan of Lego. I think we've probably talked about it in the past, but using like a Lego analogy, AI native development is you want to build the engine first and think about it like if you're building a robot.
Build the car around it.
Or let's say you're building a robot. You want to get the engine configured, built, and you know it's working, and then you add the arms and legs and head. If you did it a different way, you'd be like shoving the engine in or having to rebuild stuff.
Right.
And that's why now that's becoming the trend.
I love it. And you know, as we were talking off camera, this was not to be an I told you so or a visionary or anything else you want to call me, but we saw this happening when we were getting ready. Every year here on Monday we did the DevSecOps event. And this year I said, I see something new. It's this, I think the community, and not necessarily even the security community, but the broader community, the developers community as well, the ops, the DevOps, they're coalescing around this notion of AI native dev.
Yeah.
And that was what, and because we're at RSA, we made it sort of, securing AI native dev.
Yeah.
And that was our theme. But so I'm in violent agreement with you. I do think that is the way forward. What's interesting is what we take from that legacy stack, from that legacy way of doing, and, cloud native, for instance. Does cloud native go with this AI native dev?
Yeah. So actually, what I'll say is that I found interesting, and then I'll answer the question, is there's a new breed of cloud provider available.
Yeah.
And like Nebius is an example.
Yes.
They are what they call an AI native data center.
Yeah.
And getting to know them over the last several weeks, they are the opposite of a traditional cloud provider. And so what I think is going to happen, so here's like my prediction, and then maybe a year or so we can say, we told you so. I think cloud native is going to become the AI native. And the reason for that is when you look at what Anaconda does with helping people deploy models securely, we're putting it into a container that's hardened, and it gets deployed via cloud native practices like GitOps or standard Kubernetes configurations. And so when looking at it, I think what we're going to see is this continual shift. Traditional software will start to shrink down, especially as more and more agents are able to do what they need to do. And then we're going to start to see this, everyone's a builder, and everyone's now has to worry about what they're doing. And to your point, you end up in now a new cloud native, like rebranded AI native, where it's just completely different than a traditional experience. And I would say that the thing that's most exciting for me in all of that, whether it's my time at previous companies or just things I enjoy, it's really truly incredible to see the unlock. We updated the company's vision to be deliver AI innovation at the speed of imagination.
I love it.
Because today, if you think about it, you can have an idea, and 2 hours later, you can have a running app.
You don't know the half of it, 2 hours.
Yeah. I was giving some time to some talk.
Yeah, you could have coffee in those 2 hours. We've been on a bit of a mission ourselves at TechStrong. We've adopting agentics and doing stuff. I saw a mistake on our homepage this morning, and I wrote to our marketing team and said, hey, this mistake's got to be here a long time. Why hasn't anyone caught it? Why haven't we fixed it?
Yeah.
Oh, we're waiting for the designer to give us a new design. No. I went into Perplexity Computer. I fed it the old URL. I gave it some thoughts of what I want. I said, fix this. I then sent the zip file to put into WordPress to my marketing team. About 10 minutes later, fixed. New hero image, the right logos and names. That's the world we live in today. Yeah. It's instant. It's instant. You said something. I have a lot of friends, David, who are serial entrepreneurs who have been, multi-time, but they started as developers.
Yeah, same with me.
Very similar to your thing. Yeah. When I talk, and some of them haven't done real development in 20 years, right? But I talk to them and I'm like, what do you think? And they almost unanimously say, I could build anything. And that's the world we're in right now, where I could build anything. And it doesn't need dozens of engineers. It doesn't need a whole bunch of designers.
Yeah.
You could take a skeleton team, 3-5 people, and God knows what you could build.
Yeah, so I'll tell you about a little fun side project.
Go ahead.
Because it fits into it. So we have a really good partnership with NVIDIA. We provide all the CUDA packages so people can build their applications on top of NVIDIA.
Very cool.
And so NVIDIA launched a box called DGX Spark.
Yes, the Sparks.
Yeah.
I'd love it. Could you get me one?
I can't commit to getting you one.
Okay. If you did, you'd be my friend forever.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
We'll have to work on that. I don't want to lose the friendship. But what I decided to do is how fast can I get to being up and running? And Anaconda, we have a new desktop app coming out in May. It's an alpha. We've got a couple people, but it can control the DGX Spark box. And so all I did was open up the new Anaconda desktop on my Mac, gave it the IP address of the DGX Spark, and then I could start to select models from the Anaconda platform to deploy there. And when I was done deploying, I decided, well, I want to do some vibe coding. So I could use what was in the Anaconda desktop app. I decided to play with open code because it was the current popular AI,
it's the hot
open
thing
source.
Right now.
And we're an open core company. We support open source. I'm like, oh, I'll do that. Well, I had a fully working application 3 hours from when I opened the boxes.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And when I showed it to engineering, and actually to my wife too, I'm like, this is what I've been doing for the last 3 hours.
Yeah.
And it was this moment of like,
I could
it's
build
very polished,
anything.
right? It's very polished. I've not written code full time in 15 years. And I'm looking at this and I go, this could be shipped, right? And I think that's why they talk about the SaaS apocalypse.
Yes,
right?
No doubt.
If you're not an AI native company where you're helping build those sort of applications, that's why traditional software is dying. And so the way I kind of look at it is, there are going to be 2, maybe 3 types of applications in the future. You'll have the traditional ones, and those are slowly shrinking. The last 2 years we had AI wrapper applications.
But now you got to go AI native.
Yeah, and I described that middle one, the AI wrapper, as like, do you remember the Intel commercials where like Intel inside?
Uh-huh.
I kind of look at those applications as, and now with AI.
Right.
Because the application itself really hasn't changed. It's just bolted on.
And all that is really an intermediary.
Yeah.
Right? It's a missing link.
And they serve their purpose, right? We all got to understand AI better and whatnot, but they can't be the future because they're still doing it the old way.
I tell you something. One of the other business units in Future, because we're all on this big AI push. So they asked someone, what are you using AI for?
Yeah.
And he sent a laundry list of things he's using AI for. I didn't write this on the corporate Slack because I didn't want to knock him in front of everyone. Yeah. But he's using the same applications he was before, but now those applications are empowered with AI. They're the same applications, David. Yeah. They're not doing anything different. That's not the AI use we're looking for. Go find some other droids. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's just, and I'm going to wait till I talk to him privately to tell him that's not really AI use. I'm sorry. Yeah. But I think you're dead on. Let's bring it back to Anaconda now, though. You gave up. I don't want to get you in trouble. So let's just, May, which is just 2 months.
Yeah, so in May
we've got Anaconda desktop.
Yeah, the new desktop. So we currently have 2 desktop applications, do 2 separate things. It's all pulled together, plus all the power of our platform, which we shipped last year. And when we talked to reInvent, we announced the second module, which is AI Catalyst, which is the curated open source models that we've security tested and performance tested and made available. That comes out in May. Similarly, we're also doing another release of secure AI packages. We'll have 40,000 new Wheels packages available to Anaconda customers. We will
also May?
Also in May.
Okay.
Also in May. And there's a couple other small things that will probably come out too, but those are the 2 big things we're excited about. And then around the fall, we'll be bringing out some of the security capabilities I mentioned, the AI model security scanning. We're looking at securing production AI in that AI native development world. And then we're deepening our relationship with some of the cloud providers and with NVIDIA, of course, and so there'll be some things around that as well to kind of give people the sense of the reach of Anaconda. And I did not fully understand and appreciate this initially. And now that I've been with the company 6 months, we have 50 million users worldwide, 2 million contributors to our open source projects, and one of the most healthy open source communities I've ever seen. And I've done a lot of open source over my career. And so the power of all of them has really gotten Anaconda, we'll say, marketed across their companies, across teams, maybe at like user groups. But the things that sometimes just don't jump out to people is Anaconda also provides an analytics engine for Microsoft Excel. And so if you're in Excel and you want to do scripting and do some like functional calls, that's Anaconda, right? And so Anaconda is really truly the foundation of modern AI. And our goal is to help everyone be able to achieve their goals. That, imagination, speed of innovation.
It's
innovation at the speed of
imagination.
Yeah, which is, if you think about it, innovation is your imagination realized, right?
And it's powerful.
Yeah.
It's really powerful. It's a very powerful statement.
Yeah, and as we keep on pushing and expanding our platform, it'll only get more exciting for users all over the world.
You know what I always tell people, David? You can tell how successful a company is by the passion that their leaders speak about it. And I hear the passion in your voice, and that's a great thing, man.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, I will, for everyone who's not super familiar with Anaconda, it checks all the boxes of all the things that have been important in my life. Open source, broad community, security, and like I said, we're doing more of that.
But it's also, look, you've heard of Python. If you've heard of Python, you've probably done something with Anaconda, right?
Almost definitely.
Yeah,
right.
That's that. And I'm going to tell you. So I've been on my own little, island doing things, and I'm not a Python. I'm not a coder. I'm a business. But this vibe coding is crazy, and I am amazed. Even when I call out agents, and it the great thing about these agents, they tell you what they're doing, and they're all just spinning a Python script.
Correct.
And that is the underpinning of the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
It's great. You didn't mention the website, though.
Yeah, I was going to give a couple of plugs for things.
Go ahead.
So, of course, you can go to anaconda.com, and you'll see everything we're doing, and a lot of good customer use case stories. Zempler Bank just did one where they said they've reduced fraud by 90% leveraging Anaconda's AI platform.
It's amazing.
So those are there. Read those. One last other one that's a favorite, and I think you'll love this one too. McGill University researchers found a drug replacement for a drug that costs $10,000 a month, one pill, $10,000 a month, $10 alternative, leveraging Anaconda. That research. So that's where stuff gets real. Yeah, and so I'll say, check out the website, look at what we're doing, read the use cases. There's way more than those two. Please go check out our blog. We've been posting what we're working on. Sometimes we're also posting some videos of it. The Anaconda desktop app will start showing up there as we get closer to the release. And it's just a great way to kind of stay on top of everything. And of course, also follow us on social media. The DGX Spark stuff I actually posted on LinkedIn. Actually, you reacted to it. I follow you, yeah. Yeah, but you can really see what we're doing because as much as Anaconda is a 472 person company, our reach is so broad. Spoken like a real CEO there. Yeah, really broad. And to your point, it's a good way to end it, and the plugging components, everyone meets Anaconda in some sort of way in their life. You mentioned one way. If you've had to do a report in high school, friend's daughter just used Anaconda to finish her econ class in high school. Really? There's people who do their research. Friends who've done their PhD, you needed Anaconda to get that done. So it's very wide, very big, but we are truly making a big difference for enterprises and organizations around the world. I love it, man. Yeah. I love it. David, congratulations. Keep up the great work. And you are a security company too. Yes, we'll go with that. And what I'll say is we don't necessarily want to be the big security player, but we want you to be secure by default. So because security needs to be built into everything, and that's something we've preached for a long time anyway. Anyway, hey man, always a pleasure seeing you. Great catching up. Go check out Anaconda. They've got, David's like this. I know from his past experiences. He's got so many things going on, don't blink. We're going to take a break. We're here live all day. We'll see you soon. You're watching TechStrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're back here live on our day 3 coverage from RSAC on Broadcast Alley, which is just a fancy way of saying Moscone West, right near the keynote room. But anyway, this gentleman here I've had the pleasure of knowing probably longer than either of us want to admit, but it's probably 25 years or something like this. It's Jody Brazel. Jody is the longtime CEO of Firemon. Actually, passed, then left, came back.
That's right.
They pulled him back in, and present Firemon of CEO of Firemon. When I first met Jody, truth be told, though, he was the CTO of Fishnet.
That's right.
Security, which was very early MSSP, early, like 2001, 2002. They were already well established. And in that story is the genesis of Firemon, actually, right?
Right.
And Jody, I don't want to steal your story, though. But first of all, welcome. It's great to see you. Let's give people a lot of, look, our audience is your audience. They've heard of Firemon, but they may not know the whole backstory. And let's go from there. And, this is your life, Firemon, and bring us up to what's Firemon today?
Yeah, I appreciate that. We have the genesis story of Firemon started where I think most of the engineers live today, which is it's a complex problem and mistakes happen. And so one night at 2 a.m. I get a phone call from one of our customers at Fishnet, actually, that they were down. And it was costing them literally millions of dollars a minute because these firewalls were the gateway between billing records, and it was down. And so I get a phone call and said, your firewall's down, right? Of course, it's my fault. The firewall's broken. So I drive into the data center, and it's fine. It's healthy. The firewall's passing traffic. It's all good. But I start sniffing traffic on both sides, and they're right. The traffic they're worried about is on one side, not making it through the other side. So it takes me a long time. There's nothing in the log records, and I dig through, and I eventually find somebody on the team had created a rule that was explicitly dropping that traffic with no logging, right? Super simple fix. Delete the rule, push the policy, and it's all fixed. But vowing to never be in that spot again, I wrote some scripts to say, just tell me what's going on, what changed, who did it, when do they do it, and I can track those changes. And that became the genesis of Firemon. Those little shell scripts, a few years later, we said, this is a market opportunity, let's build a product. We built Firemon. So it started out as a simple problem, and the world has gotten more complex.
I was going to say it was a simple world then.
Yeah.
Though we didn't realize it, but it was a simple world.
And so things have gotten way more complex. And of course, the capabilities of Firemon have grown and progressed through the years. What's changed, I would say, is the world that we're in, the complexity, where it used to be interesting when a customer had 5 or 10 firewalls. Today it's hundreds or thousands, right? The number of rules used to be tens or hundreds, and now it's thousands of rules. And so the complexity has grown, but not just the complexity of an individual firewall. The technology has changed. We used to have access control lists and then proxies and then stateful inspection, and now next generation firewalls and even micro-segmentation technologies, right? So the world has changed. Our ability to support the cloud, the on-prem, the micro-segmentation technology like Illumio, which we announced a strong partnership there. What's interesting that I think is sometimes overlooked, but the world we live in, is that it doesn't matter which technology you use, and it doesn't matter how awesome the technology is. If the policy that's enforced on that technology is weak, your security is weak. And it's just gotten more complex, right? So the more complex the policies, the more complex your environment, the more difficult it is to effectively implement those policies, the more likely it is that you're going to have mistakes in those policies, and the more you need a solution like Firemon to provide that control plane across the network security policy infrastructure.
So I got a question I've been dying to ask you for 3 or 4 years already.
All right.
I'm weird like this. When Zero Trust, so this year it's all about agentic AI. But 3 years ago, 4 years ago, Zero Trust was all the rage. Sure. Everything was going Zero Trust. I was driving, I'm such a freak, I don't know. I'm driving somewhere thinking about Zero Trust. Yeah. And I said, I need to ask Jody this. Did that make firewall rules harder or easier? Because with Zero Trust, right, I could start from this base of everything is shut off. And then one by one, I'm going to put in a rule here, a rule there. Yeah. But I almost like did a reset. I took everything down to closed and then turned them on one by one. So I took some of the complexity out. And at least I didn't have a lot of garbage in my firewall rules. It was clean. Or did Zero Trust make it harder because now I had to discover what came on and do a, I don't know what's the matter with me, but how do you view
practical implications of Zero Trust? So we are at Firemon huge believers in Zero Trust. It's the right concept, right? And it's even the concept that the firewall vendors themselves started with, right? If you don't put any rules on a firewall, it should start closed, right? The last rule should be a drop rule and it's closed. The challenge is embracing and adopting Zero Trust principles is really complex. So imagine if your existing policies allowed access from internal to external. From a policy management standpoint, that's simple, right? Yeah. One rule, allow it. But it's wildly insecure, right? It's effectively saying, I'm going to trust everybody inside, and we know that that's not true. First of all, because there are bad actors internally, but also because the system can get compromised. And so as you embrace those Zero Trust principles, you embrace microsegmentation from a firewall perspective, and you start making very specific rules, which is great from a security perspective, but really difficult from a management perspective. So now what we have is policies that have thousands of rules. You have hundreds or thousands of firewalls. And then if you look at any individual rule, it might have 10 or 100 source objects and 10 or 100 destination objects, plus all the specific service objects and applications. From an administrative standpoint, you're trying to manage billions, if not trillions, of access paths, right? You can't keep that in your brain, right? That doesn't make sense. You can't hold that in your mind. So instead, you have a general sense of maybe what's allowed, but you don't have any real practical sense of what's happening. So now you've lost control of the ability to manage the technology. So it's not that the technology is bad. It's not that the Zero Trust principles are bad. It's that our ability to manage it is really difficult.
It's a complicator, not a simplifier.
That's right. And yet, what I love about Illumio, a great technology partner of ours, Illumio's approach to it, I think, is genius. Brilliant. Which is to say, let's not think in terms of an individual asset. That's hard. So let's instead think in terms of tags, right? So think about this machine is tagged web server, and so are these other 50 things, and I'm going to allow access just to web servers. Well, that makes sense, right? I can logically put that in my brain and make that work. And so instead of thinking about trillions, I have to walk in and say, we're going to start from scratch, throw out everything we have, and we're going to deploy from the start a microsegmentation solution like Illumio. Instead, we embrace something like Illumio, and it has to live inside of the broader ecosystem. So you have those 200 Fortinet firewalls as an example. So you allow access in your awesome tag-based policy in Illumio, and inside this one little zone, it works great. But as soon as you have to transit in from one data center to another data center to a cloud, all of a sudden there's the legacy technology that's in place that isn't aligned to that policy. And so once again, it gets back to where I started, which is security is all about managing the policy.
Yep.
Doesn't matter how awesome the technology is. If the policy isn't secure, then your infrastructure isn't secure.
Yep.
And so bridging those two worlds has become a real problem for enterprises trying to embrace microsegmentation or zero trust. So bringing zero trust to the enterprise requires that we somehow bridge that gap between the legacy technology and these new principles.
Let's talk about legacy technology to new technology. I got to assume AI must make it easier to manage my policies.
Yeah.
Write new policies. Go through, look at the policies I have and tell me good, bad, indifferent, ugly, whatever.
Yeah.
Is that something, like, so did I make the zero trust mistake again, Jody?
I don't think so. The potential for AI is amazing. The implementation can be challenging. So we see the power of it, and we've brought AI to policy management through a number of different capabilities. A chatbot, but it gives you access to all of your policy data. So if you think about a large enterprise, you don't have one Cisco firewall.
No.
You probably have 50 Cisco routers and maybe 20 Fortinets, plus you're in AWS and Azure. And so AI struggles to understand the complexity of even a single firewall policy, but certainly across that heterogeneous environment, it's really difficult. So what we bring is the ability to query your entire policy across the entire enterprise through a very simple to use chatbot interface. But then beyond that, think about one of our core capabilities is compliance or analysis, assessment of your policies, just as you were talking about. And we evaluated across a broad spectrum of capabilities and a number of different KPIs that we bring to our users. So think total number of rules, total number of objects, how many unused rules, how many rules represent high risk or critical risk in the organization. We collect all that data and present it in a really powerful dashboard of insights. It's a pile of metrics, right? Each metric has real value in itself. And inside of it, we don't just have the raw data, we show you trend data, are you getting better or worse? And then we even show benchmarks. So comparatively against peers or others that have Palo Alto or others that have Fortinet, are you better or worse than those benchmarks? And while that's all great, making sense of hundreds of data points is hard. You know what's really good at that?
AI.
AI,
exactly.
Right? So we can feed the AI, our agent that says, I want you to analyze my state of being, that doesn't just take the raw policy data, but takes Firemon's analysis against that raw data and now makes sense of it to say, you're doing better than the benchmark as far as number of critical risk rules for a Palo Alto environment, but it's trending in the wrong direction over the last 3 weeks. You might want to take a look right here.
But does it suggest improvement?
It does, right? Here are the rules you need to be taking a look at. Here's the action
and that's
to
the
take.
Power.
Exactly.
Right? We did TechStrong Gang here earlier today. Mitch Ashley said something about, I don't want to get any more reports. I got enough reports.
Right.
I want to see what actions can we take that, solves the issue. Let's solve problems instead of just reporting problems. And I think it's easy for AI to point out problems.
It is.
We used to have this at my executive team. We tried putting in a rule. Don't bring up a problem unless you have a suggestion to fix it.
Yeah.
And we need that from AI too, right?
I think so. And this is an interesting point. I had this conversation with somebody on the show floor yesterday about agentic AI and the direction of agentic AI. And the question was, how fast are organizations going to embrace autonomous agentic AI in security? And I have a strong opinion.
Surprise.
Yeah. We started and I would encourage your members to come check it out, but we started something called Cyber Confessionals, and it's from the ground floor, right? From those that are actually practitioners in the world doing the hard job of network security management. And it is the stories that they've run into, and what we've learned through those stories, and they're great podcasts, they're quick listens, they're great stories, is that while it's really hard and complex to do security, you know what causes the most problems within an organization? It's not the security, it's when they cause an outage, a disruption, right? So they're doing their job.
That was always it.
I know, they're doing their job to the best of their ability, and they see a threat, they go block the threat, and nobody cares. But if you go do your job really, really well and accidentally take down the email server, you're fired. And these are the stories, right?
But Jody, 25 years ago when I first met you and I was selling VAM, the vulnerability assessment tool, this was the same thing I heard. How come why does it take you 180 days to patch?
Right.
Because if the CEO doesn't get one email he was supposed to get, we're all done.
And it hasn't changed.
It hasn't changed.
So I believe in the power of agentic AI and the opportunity, particularly what you described, which is, can you analyze and bring back a suggestion of how to fix it?
Right.
But I believe, at least in the near term, that the human-in-the-loop approach to agentic AI is probably the path forward in security. There's just too much fear to allow the agents to go off and
I don't disagree. Look, again, a lesson I learned not with VAM, but with our IDS, IPS.
Yeah. Who turned on the blocking?
No one turned on the blocking, right? We don't do that.
Yeah.
We got to be really, really comfortable before we go to autonomous or even automatic.
That's right.
That's just the nature of security people.
So I see it. There are some niche use cases where I think autonomous agentic AI has a fit. It's just going to be a long road. We may be talking about decades before it fully is embraced. But along the way, I think we're going to get some tremendous value in the world of network security policy management from AI.
Firemon.com.
That's right.
Where is the confessionals, security confessionals?
Yes, cyber confessionals. Yeah,
cyber confessionals.
Yep. So you can find that on our website, and you'll see a link. Yeah, podcast. It's great stories. They really are great stories.
Very cool. Of course, you're here, but if people are watching this, they're probably not here. So that probably wouldn't do them any good. Where else are you going to be soon?
What do we have coming up? Of course, we'll be at Black Hat. It feels like if you're here, you got to then.
Well, it's a couple months only now.
That's right. Yep. We have a series of user conferences coming up later this year, starting in the UK in June, and then we'll announce some future dates coming up. But yeah.
Hey, man,
another year.
It's good to see you.
You as well.
You know, I come to RSA to see my friends.
I know.
Honestly, I could do this anywhere. But it's good to see you, Jody. It's been a minute. We're live here at RSAC. We'll be back in a minute. You're watching TechStrong TV. Hey everyone, we're back here live on our day 3 coverage of RSAC on Broadcast Alley. I want to introduce you to this gentleman. He's quite the star here this year at RSA. His name's Henry Comfort, and Henry is the CEO of Jordy. You never heard of Jordy? Let me tell you about Jordy. Jordy was this year's winner of the Innovation Sandbox Contest, which is probably the most prestigious startup contest in security and cyber. The roster of past winners and past finalists even have accounted for about $50 billion, more than $50 billion, in exits and liquidity events, as we saw. Henry, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
To you and the whole Jordy team, because it's not just a one person.
It's definitely not. I mean, there's nearly 25 of us now. So, it's a team effort to get here. And I always say, I've got the easy job, right? I rock up and I tell people about it and everything along those lines. And then we have an amazing team of engineers, and Benji, my co-founder, Hannah, my other co-founder, who have done so much to get the product where it is. So I get to, have that moment on stage and claim a little bit of credit, but they're the clever ones.
Absolutely. Well, every good leader always says that, but we'll get into it. But Henry, before there was a Jordy, there was a Henry Comfort.
Yes.
Give us a little bit of your journey. I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, my journey, I would say, is pretty non-traditional for someone in cyber. So, hey, we can weave a little bit here. I was a COO of a professional football club in the UK.
Really?
I built a model that helped football clubs recruit managers. It was like Moneyball, but for football managers. And then I helped a club with it. And the CEO just one day, I was super young, 22, I think I was at the time. He said to me, do you want to just come and run my business? Oh, that sounds like a big risk you're taking. But he did take it. And I did that for a few years. And I was in Cambridge. That was where the football club is in the UK. Mm-hmm. And I got to know really well the team at Darktrace.
Okay.
Who are, been a big success story in cyber and certainly in European tech. And I got to know the COO really well. And then one day he said to me, do you want to come and help me run my business? Not, do you want to run my business?
No.
He wasn't empowering me as much. But eventually, I rose up. I led global operations at Darktrace, did a lot as we scaled the business, had a lot of fun. And
who was the CEO there? Was
Poppy Gustafsson.
Right. Okay.
Poppy's fantastic, and had a lot of wonderful years working there and getting to know cyber, getting to know people in the industry, and really went from there and just loved building. Loved building and building in a space that's just incredibly impactful, right? I mean, the impact of cyber attacks and disruption is massive for society. I mean, anyone watching this or anyone at the conference can recount stories of real life things. And I remember it during the COVID crisis in the UK. There were a bunch of hospitals getting hacked. My wife worked in one of them. And, the impact that had on cardiac arrest outcomes was massive. Mm-hmm. They're all from ransomware, right, and things of that nature. And I just, saw the impact that cyber disruption had in society and just grew in love with the space. And now we're building at Jordy. We're having a lot of fun, helping people really get to grips with agents, the risk they bring, but also to unlock the benefits, right? And that's where we now are.
Love it. I love it. So I've started 4 or 5 companies myself, venture back.
Yeah.
Not
amazing.
This wasn't venture back.
Yeah.
This was an accident.
Yeah, an accident. A good one.
Yeah.
Well,
I started writing and speaking after I left my last venture-backed security company.
Yeah.
And it grew into this.
Yeah.
But I know it's one thing you could be the CEO, COO. It's another thing someone else asks you to run their business.
Yeah.
To found a company and as a CEO.
Yeah.
It's not something one does lightly.
Of course not.
The commitment, there has to be a passion, there has to be I feel like what I'm doing is not just about making money.
Yeah.
It's about I'm making the world a little better.
Yeah.
Some way it's not a little, some way it's really a big way better, but we're doing something. With Jordy, what was that passion? Because you didn't foresee AI 5 years ago, 7 years ago, right? What was kind of that moment where you just fell in love? Because as an entrepreneur, we fall in love. They're like our children, right? When was that moment?
So I think there's two sides to this question though, right? So there's the problem that you're going to solve, and also how you go about it day to day. I'm very passionate about the team that we build. And for me, starting a company, when you say taking it lightly, you've got this opportunity, which I take very seriously, to have a significant impact on our team's lives.
Absolutely.
They come to work, they can either go and work somewhere where they don't feel empowered, they don't love going to work, or they can come hopefully to us, whereby they go, this is amazing. I feel like I'm growing, I feel like I'm learning, I feel like I'm appreciated. And I say to anyone who joins Geordie, I want this to be the best chapter of your career. And I sincerely mean that. That's why I'm like, my biggest motivation is for the people in the team. Putting that aside with the tech though, I'm gonna counter something you said.
Good.
We saw the impact, say, at Darktrace of autonomous AI a long time before maybe you saw it in other spaces. Because Darktrace as a piece of technology was autonomously responding to cyber threats or whatever. When you started to think about the impact that AI could have in taking autonomous action in the rest of society and operations, I got incredibly excited about the possibilities of that. I thought about, parts of organizations that I had led in the past and where agents would have been incredibly helpful, both to the teams and to the business and whatnot. But it was when I started talking to early adopters and CISO security teams in those organizations that I could just see this is going to be a huge problem. Let me tell you, at the time, most people thought I was nuts. They were like, this is way too early. Is this going to be a thing? Is this a hype cycle? What's your favorite Dogecoin? That kind of thing. People were down.
There are people walking around here who still think that, by the way.
And there are, right? Now, I'll tell you what, they should ask our customers why that's not the case. Right. But anyway, what I'd say is, we saw for early adopters, there's two pathways that they found themselves in. I call them the hell no camp and the cart before the horse camp. The hell no camp said, there's no way that we can operationalize agents in our organization. How are we going to know what they're doing? What risks are they creating for the business? No. Then you had the other camp, which they had brought agents into the business, and now they realized they couldn't see what they were doing, what risks they were creating. They had no way of really dealing with it. And they would say to me, Henry, we put the cart before the horse. And then they would do a board audit, cyber insurance review, and it would go the wrong way. And we looked at the potential of the technology, which, by the way, with coding agents in particular, you can't doubt the impact on the nature of work. And it's coming for lots of other spaces. It's way beyond a hype now. So if you look at it as we did, we said, there's going to be a middle path. There's going to be a way in which we can unlock this innovation for society, the benefits that come with businesses. And this is a transformational change for industry. And we just felt, as a team, this was the best problem for us to try and play a role in solving in our lifetimes. If we were to put $100, $1,000, $1 million, this would be it. And then we started working with teams who were really trying to unlock the benefits of agents but manage the risk. And it's just been wonderful building alongside them, enabling them to enable innovation, but also do so securely. And it's a fascinating problem to help teams solve right now.
Absolutely. Agreed with you. All right. So you there's your passion.
Yeah.
There's
I've got
the
a
technological.
lot of it. Yeah.
You know what? I've been involved in venture-backed companies for about 30 years. And back in the .com days. I learned even back then, companies where the founders aren't passionate don't succeed.
Yeah.
So you need that.
Yeah.
But you got the passion, we got the technology, we got the problem, right, that we're looking to fix. All of that comes together to form Geordie. Geordie. How does that kind of manifest itself, though? Like the go-to-market, getting the customers.
Of course.
Not even talking about the sandbox thing yet.
Yeah.
But, you and thousands of other people are starting companies every day. How did that all come together? When did you see, in the VC world, they call it market fit.
Yeah.
But when did you see, hey, people need this?
Yeah.
It's not a nice to have.
Yeah.
It's a must have. They need this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've got loads of stories on this now. So I think the first thing is people don't know what's out there in terms of their agentic footprint.
Yep.
And with Geordie, you're able to understand that very quickly across your endpoint, where developers are leveraging coding agents, in your code bases, where they're building agents to help your business, And also in cloud hosted services and SaaS services where your business is leveraging agents that maybe they've bought or built in other people's platforms. And that's really hard today to get an understanding of, like really hard. So when customers all of a sudden go, hang on, across like 2 calls with you guys, I've been able to understand my agentic footprint and get visibility I couldn't out of any of my existing tooling. I had no answer to this, and I've been able to do it super fast with you guys. Those are moments where I've gone, we're adding value. They now understand risk. They can manage that risk as a result. And then, I mean, there's so much more to the product. I mean, we deal with everything from posture-based risk, behavioral risk, governance. Our remediation engine is innovative. I think it's one of the key reasons why we won Sandbox is we have not said, okay, we've got existing architecture, we've got an existing view of the world, let's try and just figure out how it applies to agents. We've said, how do agents operate? And agents need context, and you can influence them, kind of like humans in many ways. And we leverage context engineering to ultimately mitigate risk. And when I've seen our customers see that in action, I'm so proud of what the team have built and the difference we make to customers, because it's like a magic moment.
Right.
We're like, how the hell have you just done that? Like, there's no gateway, there's no firewall. This wasn't a binary switch that we just turned on. And I think for us, you know, there have been multiple moments where people have gone, you guys are building to actually solve our problem in the agentic era. You've architected from day one for this. And we're now seeing that in how quickly we're able to get value out of it from a product perspective, beyond just visibility. And it's been amazing. And we continue to evolve weekly, daily, right, for our customers right now. It's just been amazing working with them to help them secure and govern their agentic workforce as we go into this new era.
I love it. Let's pivot a little bit.
Of course.
It's another startup word. Let's pivot.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what the Sandbox experience was like.
Yeah, I mean, amazing, right? I literally, a year ago, we were buying laptops to start the company. I mean, we were that early, right? A year ago. I remember coming to RSA last year. We just signed a term sheet with General Catalyst and 1011. And you come in here and no one knows your company, right? And you're having conversations and people are like, show me your product. And you're like, well, I don't have one yet.
Product.
You know, there isn't a product yet. And you're having those types of conversations. And I remember speaking to one of the guys that's on our board, and he said, hey, Henry, we're going for Sandbox next year. And you go, oh, are we going to go for Sandbox? Sandbox is a big deal.
Yeah.
It's like makes companies. It crowns companies, right?
Right.
And then we applied for it late last year. And when we found out, oh my gosh, I mean, with my co-founders, you know, it was that elation. And we're like, we can't tell the team for a few weeks, you know, it's under embargo.
Oh, okay.
And then when we told the team were, I mean, again, everyone was like, oh my God, we're part of something. We already knew this in terms of the customer impact and the traction we were getting. We're like, we're part of something big here. This is going to be big for cyber. And so then you get on stage and you get the opportunity to pitch in front of, you know, I think it was 1,500 odd people.
Yeah.
Some of the best security leaders have chosen your company as a finalist, and then have chosen you to win it. I mean, it's hard to think of other moments away from winning and delighting customers every day that signal validation more than that. So it's a very, very proud moment. And my mum even messaged me at some point and she said, I'm crying. And I think that was great, right? She has no idea what our technology does.
No, of course.
Literally none.
I've lived my whole life like this.
Yeah, but it's a very proud moment. And it was like that for all of the Geordie team, right? And I'm so proud of the team because ultimately this has come from their work, right? It's easy for me getting up on stage and pitching to some degree, but they're the ones who put the effort in. They're the ones who stay up late on a customer call and listen, and by the next day have delivered something to solve the problem. And it's just a great moment for us.
I love it. Couple just last little things.
Yeah.
Henry, website.
Yeah, Geordie.ai.
How do you spell Geordie?
GEORDIE.ai.
.ai. And that's obviously the on-ramp.
Yeah.
Once they get there, what should they do?
There's a little button that says book a demo. Get on there. You might even be with me on the demo. I love demoing. I'm there all the time. And just take a look at our tech and tell us how you're dealing with agents, right? You know, we will straight away say to people, hey, we might not be the best fit for you right now. We're not here to waste people's time or to oversell on something we can't do. We've got tech that works. You can ask our customers. But we've got tech that works, and come and see it. See it for yourself. And before you know it, you'll probably have a view of your agentic footprint on the next 2 calls. Which most of the time right now, you're looking at it and saying, I'm going to have to deploy a gateway, or I'm going to have to try and understand this from my network traffic. And very quickly you realise you can't get it from those things, or it's going to take you months to even get a picture. With us, a couple calls later, you understand your agentic footprint.
I love it. Congratulations.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Henry Comfort, CEO of Geordie, the Innovation Sandbox winner this year at RSA, right here, man, on TechStrong TV. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a little bit.
Thanks.
Hey everyone, welcome back here to TechStrong TV. You know, this annually is one of my favorite TechStrong TV segments of the year. Mark it down. Hopefully next year we'll do it again. But every year these two ladies come up here on TechStrong TV with me and give us our annual preview, insight, what's happening for RSAC conference, as we call it. And so I'm really happy to invite them back on. I don't know how many years we're doing this, as long as I'm doing TechStrong TV. But let me introduce you to Britta Glade, who's the Senior VP Content and Communities for RSAC.
Great
and
to be
Linda, hey, Britta. And then, of course, Linda Gray Martin, who Chief of Staff, RSAC, and Senior Vice President for RSAC. My power ladies. Linda and Britta, how are you?
We are good. We're so excited to be here. I can't believe RSAC 26 is in 1 month.
So if you're taking my feelings into account, move it back another month next year. It snuck up on me. Right? It was Christmas and boom, it's RSAC already.
I know. Well, next year we're in early April and we will be for the subsequent. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, it's only really a week or so different, but I think mentally it feels different. So
a month is a whole different latitude. The month changes from March to April. It's a latitude. Yeah. Sort of like the Corona commercials, you know, but so that's good because it's sneaking up on us. I mean, I made all my plans and I'm, of course, getting, all of the inundated with requests for meetings and interviews and all of that stuff. But I just feel like I don't have enough time.
I
know.
But
it's the best. It's your people, right? I'm so excited
to
see our people, to see our community, the energy. So you get the shot in the arm a month earlier this time, Alan.
Absolutely.
Look at it that way.
A couple of weeks. Yes, we are. So I'm flying out Saturday, so I'll be there early and I'll be all ready to rock and roll for Monday and then all the way through Thursday again. But we've got a new theme this year.
We have.
Well, in many ways, we have a new RSAC this year, don't we?
We do. But let's talk about the theme first. So the power of community. So, I mean, we've had a variation on this theme for the last few years, but the reason being is because this is what it's all about. I mean, it is all about the people. And I think the kind of philosophy behind this year's theme is that how by uniting as a community, we can really affect change. And, ideas become breakthroughs when they're shared. And we see that at RSAC. We really do. So that's kind of what it's all about. And then, as we do each year, we have a little kind of saying or a quote. This year's one I love. It's an African proverb. And it says, if you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. That says it all. That says it all.
Agreed.
I love it.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Britta, what about you? What do you think about this?
the community that will be there. We were just talking about that shot in the arm. And I get so excited, my world that I live in with content and the communities, what are those communities? We have all kinds of closed door groups that meet, that we put meetings together for Fortune 1000 CISOs, fraud leaders, government leaders. The energy and excitement there, Alan, is amazing. I've seen the agendas. They look solid. Every single one of the programs is at a waitlist state. So we've got all these very senior folks who build their schedule around the week of RSAC. But then also, the content and all of these wonderful, wonderful, truly passionate experts from across our industry, from the community, that come together to conference, to deliver presentations, to help people learn all of this great expertise that we have that, really does drive into how do we apply and change what we're doing based on the threat landscape, based on new policies coming forward, based on AI that's changing, by the millisecond. So this power of the community for good has always been there for conference. I think in particular this year, you'll see it in spades across what's being delivered.
Yeah, because this year, Alan, did you know it's our 35th anniversary?
Yes, I did know.
Isn't that crazy?
I'm old, but I'm not that old. I haven't been there all 35 years.
We've been saying the same thing. We were not involved then.
Right. I was not there. Actually, this is probably my 25th, I think. Maybe 26th.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
but
25.
I just think it started in 1991. So I would say to anyone coming, watch out for some little 1991 and other 90s Easter eggs through the week. We are embracing the 90s. But it's
very cool.
Can you believe it? The first RSAC was just one panel. It was one panel session.
Uh-huh.
You know what's awesome about that though? Sorry, Alan, is there are two individuals that I've seen from some of the footage of that first one panel who are still active participants. Bruce Schneier and Whit Diffie. Absolutely.
I know them both too. Very cool.
Exactly. These leading people in the industry. So we've talked about, all these new players, all this growth from that first, Linda, 50 people at the first one to over 43,000 folks last year. But that's the legacy that we are as conference. That's the passion that these people who early stage are still there. It's still important for them to have conversations. They still see this as where they want to deliver.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Britta. I didn't mean to jump in on you then, but I was getting excited because I've been speaking with Jim Bidzos, who, as you know, was involved in the very first one, and he's digging out some stuff from the archives for us. So we have a new area at the conference this year, Alan, called the Connection Hub, which is really designed to just bring people together, help people meet each other, exchange ideas, have great conversation, have a bit of fun because there's some fun elements in it. But within that space, we have a 35th kind of exhibit. So a tribute to RSAC through the years. And our team has been digging through our archives, trying to find old program guides and backpacks and all sorts. And Jim Bidzos is digging out some old press clippings from us right back from the first conference. So that's exciting. So you said, Britta, I just love the fact that those kind of founding fathers of the industry are still involved today.
Absolutely. We did something this week. We announced the Quantum Security 25 biggest thought leaders in quantum security. I've been doing some interviews with them. And of course, when you talk about quantum security, it becomes about cryptography, right? It comes post-quantum cryptography. And so a lot of it goes back to the original RSA work, right? The seminal work that established all of these things at RSA. And here we are 35 years later. Well, it's much later, RSA before that, but it's still fresh. It's still new. It's still evolving. The technology is still challenging. Speaking of challenging, it matters. Well, more than ever. More than ever, because the stakes are higher.
Absolutely.
Right? Think about it. It's, talking about new technology, we would be negligent if we didn't mention AI and its
Two
role.
little initials.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nothing little about those two. But, you know, in terms of previewing this year's agenda and this year's conference, how outsized, and I'm guessing it's an outsized role, is AI having?
Absolutely. And that's where I love, Alan, that we're recording this session today, because it's different today than it would have been yesterday. Even when you look at announcements happening, in the space, in and around AI and how things are changing. Mind you, it'll be different tomorrow, which will be different the next day and the next. But it's a really good question, and it's one that our program committee, as you know, RSA conference, all of our content is determined by an expert program committee who looks carefully through almost 3,000 submissions this year to make selections and look at additional needs that we have. But there was a long conversation about how much AI content should there be. Are we tired of AI? Is there too much? And the reality is, AI is seeped into everything. So even if a session title doesn't lead with AI, we have a track that's called Intersection of AI and Security. Is everything AI on that? No, absolutely not, because pretty much everything, everywhere, all at once is AI, and it's changing how we look at things. As I look at, what sessions have people already signed up to attend, because reserve a seat, very important. If you're coming to conference, you have that opportunity. Take a look, plan your agenda. There's your public service announcement. But the things people are, signing up for and concerned about are in and around AI, not just AI from a technology standpoint or from a threat standpoint or from a how do we develop code, but also AI governance. How do you develop teams, identity, and such. So AI really is everywhere, and certainly figures also very prominently on our keynote stage, which Linda could talk about.
Linda, sounds like they threw the ball to you.
I know. I've just caught it. Thank you, Bristol. So let's talk keynotes, because we change up the program every year, as you know. So from a main stage perspective, we will be kicking off with our very own Hugh Thompson, executive chairman. And then on day one, we have Vasuja Kaur from Microsoft. We have Jitu Patel from Cisco. We have Sandra Joyce from Google Cloud. And then first thing Tuesday morning, we have George Kurtz from CrowdStrike.
Sure.
And then we have the other kind of visionary leaders from our sponsor organization. So we're always thrilled to welcome them. But we also have some amazing guest speakers this year that I'd just like to quickly run through, if that's okay, because just excited about our program this year. So on the Tuesday, we have the Right Honourable Dame Jacinda Ardern keynoting, who I think everybody probably knows is the former Prime Minister of New Zealand. I am really excited to see her. She has a fascinating story.
She's an amazing woman.
An amazing woman, really going to be focusing on the empathetic leadership and managing through crisis that we all kind of came to know her for. So excited about that one. Yay.
Absolutely.
And then the Wednesday morning, another favorite, I think, with our audience, Adam Savage. Is best known for Mythbusters, also a kind of scientist and an educator. He's going to be talking about how a maker's mindset can shape and improve our work as cyber professionals. He wrote a really cool book called Every Tool is a Hammer. So he's going to be pulling out some of the main themes of that and applying them to our attendees, which is great. Also on Wednesday, we have Michael Lewis, amazing author, #1 New York Times bestseller. I think most people know him from Moneyball and for The Big Short and others, but he is a very entertaining and obviously very smart guy who is renowned for seeing what a lot of other people miss and making complex worlds understandable, which I think we all need a bit of help with. So that's good. Obviously, a big shout out to our friends and partners over at SANS. They will be returning for their 5 Most Dangerous Attacks keynote, which is a firm fan favorite. Honestly, I think I don't even know how many years we've been doing it now off the top of my head, but it's many. And the reason we keep doing it is because people love it. And they're a great crew and a great partner. And then, Britta, do you want to talk a little bit about the closing celebration?
Who doesn't want to talk about Hugh Jackman, right? So 35th anniversary, we have to celebrate.
It is one of my wife's big. I've got to figure out how to get. She's coming Wednesday Bonnie comes out, she'll be there Thursday. I've got to figure out how to get her in to see Hugh Jackman. But
well,
we'll
the
talk.
good news is, Alan,
we'll talk.
You got contacts.
Exactly. And passes. If you've got your RSAC badge, Mr. Jackman is there for you. So Hugh Jackman, when we
he's not wearing the white dinner jacket from that movie with Nicole Kidman, is he?
Who knows? He might have some claws. He might have 35th. How do you celebrate 35? Do you have someone who can sing? Do you have someone who inspires us as a superhero?
Check.
Do you have someone who's just an amazing human being, philanthropic work, very talented, cool accent, all in one person? So we try to, make sure that our keynote stage really inspires, but also that they're good people. We that's at the heart of any community is good people with good intention. And boy, we batted 1,000 on this one. And we are so excited for Hugh, as well as some other fun special things. And there will be surprise and delight moments. So we can't, reveal all of those things now.
No, we don't want to give away all our secrets. Any good magician knows that.
You will want to be in the room for that closing celebration.
You will want to.
Can't miss it.
I don't know. Have you guys seen Song Blue?
Yes. I haven't seen it. I must see it before the conference.
My daughter's actually in it, Alan. It's
Your
she's
daughter's
background.
in it?
I can show you where Malin is in the scene, but yes,
Congratulations to her.
Just an amazing person.
True story. Yeah, no, he does a great job in that.
True story. He is so good, and he's
really good.
He's doing those vocals himself. It's amazing.
I know. Well, he's an amazing song and dance man.
Absolutely, that was a start.
Speaking of amazing good people, Jen Easterly, is she speaking?
Jen is part of the program. Linda, do you want to cover some of her areas?
I was going to say you're going to be seeing her make an appearance in Hugh's keynote on the Monday, and she is actually going to be interviewing Jacinda Ardern, Dame Jacinda Ardern, I should say, which I think is going to be great. I think that's a perfect combination. So yeah, we're excited about that.
And we also actually have a late breaking. So as Linda discussed, we have the main stage keynote.
Wait for it. I need one of those alert things to go across the bottom. Okay. Late breaking news. Go ahead, Britta.
Yes, late breaking news. On the YBCA theater stage at 12:20 on Thursday, March 26th, Jen will be moderating a panel. This is a great, documentary that's been being worked on, Midnight in the War Room. Jen will be leading an amazing panel discussing the evolution of cyber war inside the making of Midnight in the War Room, which she's interviewed as part of that movie. She's worked with those folks, but this is one that you are not going to want to miss on the YBCA stage.
Also Thursday,
yeah.
I got to do a quick plug. Monday we do our DevSecOps seminar, as RSA calls it, but and the world of DevSecOps has changed. And this year we really focused on a lot of DevOps is now they're calling AI native dev.
Absolutely.
AI everything. And we again have invited back David Brin, who's a Hugo Nebula award-winning PhD from JPL on top of everything else. But he's written, and rumor has it, again, just rumor, he has a new book on AI lean, like alien AI life. We're going to have some pre-release copies available to people who come to our seminar.
Excellent.
And so if you're a big David Brin fan, and David is an AI futurist, he was writing about AI in the late 80s. So this is going to be a great session as well. And I think you'd have to go on the RSA website to look. I think he's speaking at 10:30 or something like that on Monday. Speaking of Monday, that's also Sandbox Day.
You're right.
Innovation Sandbox, absolutely. The 10 finalists have been announced. Yes, starting at 9:30 on Monday, and the winners are announced, right around 12:15. It's always a big fan favorite with lots of participation. Add that one to your agenda if you don't want to miss that session, because it always delivers, and it's always amazing to see where those companies are a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, it is arguably the biggest rainmaker of any event that happens here.
Absolutely. We're almost out of time. So let's circle all the way back to community. You mentioned 43,000, I think, last year or something. 40, second year in a row. It's post-COVID. The numbers have bounced back nicely. For those out there, and you get the full spectrum of security. They don't want to pay to go to San Francisco. It's the greatest thing in the world, and everything in between. Where do people get community at RSA? Guys, we mentioned the hub. Is that what it's called?
The Connection Hub, yeah, that's a specific dedicated area. And I mean, we understand RSA conferences, or RSAC conference, sorry, Ben, is huge. And if you're there on your own for the first time, we can imagine, it is overwhelming, but hopefully it's also a place where you are going to make lifelong friends and connections. So if you are a first timer, if you're coming as part of our Loyalty Plus program as well. So if you've been there for up to 5 years, if this is your fifth, you qualify as Loyalty Plus. We're having a reception on the Sunday night to bring those two cohorts together, because I think there's a lot of learning and a lot of crossover between the two. I remember a couple of years ago, we had our very first timers and Loyalty Plus reception, and we had a pub trivia. It was like a pub trivia night. People loved it. They were at their tables playing against each other. And by the end of it, I remember a couple of people had formed WhatsApp groups with their table mates, and they kept in touch for the whole conference. I mean, how brilliant is that? It was so good to hear about it. So, there are several of these kind of events and meetups and etc. during the week. We also run a Know Before You Go webcast. Off the top of my head, Brisa, do you know the date? I think it's around the 12th of March. But that's a really good one to come to if you haven't been to RSAC before, just to get the lie of the land. Some other tips for people who haven't been before: try and make a plan. Try and spend a little bit of time before the conference, just going through the session agenda, going through the expo catalog. Just try and do a little bit of work. Like you said, you've already done some, which is amazing. You get a gold star. But we would definitely encourage people to do it, because it's like when you go to London or New York or somewhere for a trip, you want to make the most of every minute. And to do that, you're just going to have a much better experience if you make a plan. So
here's a shimmy assignment for you. Take your RSA schedule, upload it to your favorite AI, and ask it to make you an itinerary of what it thinks is the best. And then do your own and see. That's something to do. I mean, look, I am big into encouraging people. Don't be afraid of AI. Use AI. And I think that would be a great thing to do.
It would be interesting.
There we go. Yeah, AI.
I wonder what the AI thinks. Anyway, it's shaping up to be an amazing RSA, as it always is. It's not too late to get. There's different classes of tickets. There's Expo Plus and a couple of other things. But if you go, to the RSAC website, and Linda, you said it, maybe it confused some people. RSAC is the company, the organization that puts on the RSAC conference.
That's
correct.
As I
drop my AirPod. The RSAC company, organization, exists throughout the year. They're about building community.
That's right. Yeah.
So back to that community word. RSAC conference is the main conference, or at least for now, that RSAC organization puts on.
That's correct.
So it's the RSAC conference. And that's why we're saying that. Did I get that right?
You got it.
Well, you did. I know it's a little bit confusing, but people call us many different things. But RSAC tends to be the shortened version that you hear the most, or that we'd like to hear the most. I will say, never say RSAC to Britta or I. You won't be allowed through the doors.
Well, anyone who says it's probably working. Well, I don't even want to go there. Ladies, it's so good to always see you. And I look
You as
forward
well.
to seeing you in person in just a couple weeks now, right? I fly, I think the 21st is my flight, something like that.
Wow.
We'll see you out there in San Francisco. I would say wear flowers in your hair, but I don't think flowers will go in my hair. But I do look forward. I'm looking forward to another just smashing RSAC.
Fingers crossed.
crossed.
We are looking forward to
Always.
seeing you there. And also we're looking forward to seeing the community there because like Britta and I said, that's what makes us excited. That's what makes us get up in the morning and come to work. Just,
It's the shot in the arm.
The shot
we
in
all
the
need.
arm.
Absolutely. That's what we need. Britta, Linda, it's so good seeing you.
You
I'll
as
see
well.
you soon.
take
Hope you
care.
go check it. If you're not already registered, go do it now. Things fill up.
Come
Things
to the
fill up.
website and register.
Yeah.
Reserve
Well,
seats
especially
in
if,
the
you know,
sessions.
if you want to get guaranteed a seat at one of the sessions that get really sold out, that pre-registration piece of it is important. While you're there, I forget what the word is. What do they do for our seminars? They don't pre-register. They express a interest.
Express an
or
interest.
something.
Registered interest.
Right.
Yep.
In our, I forget the fancy name for it, but it's Securing AI Native Dev, part of our DevSecOps seminar on Monday. Ladies, I look forward to seeing you. Thank you for coming on, and we'll see you in San Francisco. This is Alan Schemmel for TechStrong TV. We'll
See
be
you
right
there.
back. Hey everyone, welcome here to TechStrong TV. I'm happy to introduce you to my next guest. His name is Akhilesh Agarwal. Akhilesh is the president for P2P Solutions and Technology at Apex Analytics. That's APEX. Akhilesh, welcome to TechStrong TV. How are you?
Doing good, Alan. Thank you so much for the introduction.
It's my pleasure to have you on here. Akhilesh, I mentioned you were the president over for Apex Analytics, P2P Solutions and Tech. Talk to me about, well, let's start with you before we even get into your title and your role and the company. Give us a sense of how you came to be here today.
Yeah, it's a long journey. I've had 3 different corporate roles. Actually, the first one was really a startup. That's how I started my journey, right? So the first 10 years of my career, right out of high school, I focused on court case management systems and paperless imaging. That was a thing back in the day. So did that with a lot of counties in the state of Texas. That was the first 10 years. Then I pivoted into software development for an accounts receivable company. It was called Receivable Management Services out of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. So worked there for a few years, and that's where I got expertise into accounts receivables. It got acquired. Then I moved to New York, actually, and I worked out of there for 2 years. And then, again, I got an opportunity at Apex. So in 2012, I joined Apex Analytics. I joined in our software engineering department to see what Apex does in accounts payables. And back then, we were an accounts payable audit company for the world's largest company. So my focus area was, how do we make our software better, services better through technology? So that's when I joined Apex, and that's my background.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Good stuff. I noticed you call it Apex. I guess you would if the company's name's Apex Analytics. It's easier. I'm going to assume a lot of folks in our audience are not familiar with Apex Analytics, though. So if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to kind of go back in the time machine here and give people sort of the history, the story behind Apex Analytics all the way up to today.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are approximately 35-year-old company and growing. It was created originally by 4 people. Those were the founders, and their goal was to help out the world's largest companies into finding overpayments, duplicate payments that they might be making, right? So that's how our company was founded. The vision has essentially remained the same. The vision has always been and still is, it's about making the lives of our employees, our customers, and our business partners better. In other words, our CEO of the company, Steve Yorgo, he mentioned the other day, we're in the business of selling sleep, right? And how we sell sleep is there are two far ends of the spectrum. So one end is fear. Why people have fear is because people fear what they do not understand, right? So that's one end. The second end of the spectrum is, understanding and data, right? So that understanding comes from data. And Apex is in a unique position of moving people from the spectrum of fear into spectrum of understanding with data, right? And when they move here, they lose that fear, they lose that anxiety, they can sleep better, right? So in a way that's a very non-technical way of describing our business. But just some more details, we do business with 400 plus companies who are the world's largest enterprises, right? We protect $10 trillion in annual spend across the globe. Why this is very important, it's just not about providing a service and protecting spend. When this money goes out the door to wrong hands, so as an example, somebody changed a bank account and the bank account was fraudulent and it went to the wrong person, that person who's an imposter is not taking that money and doing welfare for society, right? The intention is generally evil, where, they are harming the society, right? So it's just not about protecting money for the world's largest companies. It's about protecting the society and making it better, which kind of goes back to our vision on making people's lives better, right? So everything we do ultimately goes back to that vision. Just some more data points. We have 250 million supplier records. So we protect the supply chain with this massive amount of data that we process. And how we make this data set better is we engage with millions of suppliers annually to do the accounts payable audit. But we also have this risk platform where suppliers log in and they register, they get onboarded. But we use 1,200 plus external data sources, our internal algorithms, machine language, AI, to make those golden records better and reduce the risk for our customers, protect the suppliers, and that's what we do.
Love it. Did we mention the website? I don't think so.
We haven't. So our website is www.apex, APEX, analytics, analytix.com.
Perfect. Okay. If you don't mind, Akhilesh, now that we've got all that kind of foundational work done, I want to talk to you about a recent research report over at Apex Analytics on the quantum paradox, separating hype from reality for supply chain leaders. We announced the Quantum Security 25 list last week, or maybe it was Monday. No, it was last week. And been interviewing a lot of people in quantum as a result of that. And the consistent thing I hear is, look, we grew up in this business hearing quantum was 5 to 10 years out. It was always 5 to 10 years out. 5 years later, it was still 5 to 10 years out. 5 years after that, it was still 5 to 10 years out. But now we're not saying that anymore. We're saying, no, it's imminent. It's a lot closer than it's been. It's real. And, when you look at what's going on with post-quantum cryptography, quantum-proof algorithms, people are realizing if we don't prepare for this now, get out ahead of it now, right? It's not going to be like a holiday with Hallmark cards on a calendar that says Q Day is, March 17th. It's going to come and it's going to wash over us if we're not ready. So I'm wondering if this is showing up in your report, or are people still in, it's 5 to 10 years out?
It's not. There are two ways to look at it, right? So why people think it's still far out is because it's a hidden thing in the background, right? Why I call it a hidden thing is there is a concept called harvest now, decrypt later, right? So before we even get into quantum computing, let's talk about how the businesses, how people work today. So if I log into my bank account right now, the bank is offering that service because the transaction between me and my bank is secure. No one between us can decrypt my data or look at that transaction, so it's secure. Before the internet and online banking, we used to walk into the bank and do a personal transaction. We still can, but most of the transactions now are online. The only reason this online business exists is because it is secure and data cannot be decrypted in between, right? And over the years, these standards change because as the hackers and security vulnerabilities get discovered, they will try and decrypt it, and then we have better algorithms. So it's a cat and mouse game that we play every single day, right? So not only online banking, think about every transaction, right? So whether you're buying something from a shopping cart, it has to be secure, right? When I'm giving someone my credit card information, it has to be secure. So the entire industry exists because of the security. What is happening now is there is a concept called harvest now and decrypt later. And what this really means is, yes, I know that I cannot decrypt the data today, it's secure, but nothing is preventing me or adversaries or governments across the world to store my data as it goes through the internet, through the pipeline, and just harvest it. So that's why we call harvest, right? They're just storing it, and they're making that encrypted data grow over time. Sometime in future, using quantum computing, when it becomes reality, and that's not far away, these adversaries will be able to decrypt all of the data that they have stored, right? So if I made a transaction, if a supplier made a transaction, if someone opened a bank account, someone sent a wire transfer, all of those transactions could be potentially decrypted later. Not only we stop here, think about the world governments. If there's a diplomatic cable that goes from, let's say, US to another country like China, those messages are encrypted. No one can read them, right? Now think about decrypting those governmental messages, and now there's a big tragedy which can happen, right? Even in the World War area, we know this person called Alan Turing, right? And he helped with changing the trajectory of the World War by decrypting the messages the Germans were sending, right? So it's the same concept all over again, right? It's just like, okay, we have very, very strong encryption standards today. So which machine can humans create? Who's the next Alan Turing who will be able to decrypt all of our encryption today? And that's what we are looking at.
You know, it may not be human, but the encryption, it will be. I mean, here's the thing, though, and again, this is a topic I've discussed. There is I don't know another way of saying it, a crap ton of data, encrypted data, that has been harvested over the years. And I think, you know, and it used to be people would say, oh, don't worry, it's hashed, right? It's salted. Can't get to it. No, they can't. But, you know, that day, as you say, is coming rapidly. And my suspicion is it probably won't be some mom and pop hacker group that does ransomware that comes up with a quantum computer to unencrypt this stuff. It'll probably be nation states, right? A nation state who actually can afford and has a quantum computer that it could work on these things. But that won't stop all these bad actors from giving that data over to the nation state in exchange for money, information, or what have you. The flip side of it is I always view that harvested data as radioactive in that it has a half-life. Depending on what its half-life is, every life, it becomes half as useful because the information is out of date. Now, PII, who you are, your social security number, your date of birth, right? That may not change. But your home address, your email address, your cell phone, right? These things change. And so the longer we could push that quantum event horizon out, the less value, right? The more radioactive decay, if you will, that harvested data gets. But as we said in the beginning, it's not 5 to 10 years anymore.
Yeah, and just want to add to that statement. It would be radioactive and the half-life applicable if I had static data today, as an example, right? But I don't have static data today. That data changes every hour, every second, and it gets renewed in any company, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm not stopping my transactions today. I'll have new transactions tomorrow. Right. So as we get closer and closer to this post-quantum encryption war, or post-quantum cryptography war, where nation states, that would happen to begin with, are able to decrypt that data and use it to their advantage, that will become a reality, right? So what we don't want to be in what we don't want to do is be in a situation that it caught us off guard. It was in our blind spot. We never realized it. And one fine day when I opened the news, I saw that my data can be decrypted, right? That would be the worst, right? So what we want to do is prepare for it today. And it's going to be a journey, like you said. It's not happening tomorrow. But every data that I transact, which is encrypted, is potentially captured by adversaries, by nation states. And I want to prepare for it so that in the future, they are not able to decrypt it, not able to misuse it, right? And the preparation must begin today. A different example I'll give is the world changed because people got to know what ChatGPT is, as an example. And before ChatGPT, there was LLMs, there was AI, but an average human being never cared about it, right? The use of AI was in silos, in large corporates, not in a household, right? And ChatGPT changed that to a household item, right? So in future, as we advance towards quantum and it becomes reality, it becomes a day-to-day affair, what is going to happen is not only quantum is going to be isolated by itself, it's going to be able to decrypt all the information, but it's also going to empower AI even better. So think about you sitting in a household and you say, decrypt this data for me. And that AI now connects to a nation state supercomputer through a subscription, and even household individuals could potentially decrypt it. Right? So it's just a matter of a cloud-based service which is providing quantum decryption. So I don't even have to buy that expensive equipment and host it myself, right? I can go to, let's say, North Korea as an example, and they might have this quantum computers, and they might be offering it as a service.
I think this crime as a service, hack as a service, I think is already available today. Not quantum, perhaps, but criminals. Because I think that's how the underbelly of this whole criminal and these enterprises work. There's actually a very stratified, right? I design ransomware. I sell it to you. You get the ransomware. You get the data from the ransomware. you sell it to someone else who's just storing, not even harvesting, right? There's a whole supply chain here. And so, of course, there'll be a supply chain for the quantum computer, and they'll take their pound of flesh for doing the encryption as well as keeping the information. It's crazy worlds we're living in, Akhilesh. I mean,
absolutely.
These are, there's so much. I mean, the amount of vulnerabilities being found by AI. We're on the edge of quantum. The amount of code we're generating, and who knows how secure. We're finding it has more insecurities. It's crazy times. It's crazy. It's enough to make your head spin.
Absolutely.
But I want to thank you for coming out here on TechStrong TV. This was great. Continued success with Apex Analytics, and come back and keep us posted on your research.
Yeah, and thank you, Alan. And just parting words, right? For everyone who's watching this, think about it like this. It's not a CIO problem. It's not a CISO problem. It's not a procurement problem. It's actually a CEO problem, right? Because it's impacting the entire organizations that you all run. So just be mindful and prepare. And as you do business with your business partners, suppliers, third parties, make sure they are also working towards quantum readiness, not just you alone, because it's not a journey in isolation. You could be prepared, but if your business partners are not prepared, if your suppliers are not prepared, they are going to hurt you the most, right? So the weakest link in the team is how much the strength of the team is, right? So make sure your suppliers are also ready with it, and you assess them regularly through doing risk management. Thanks, Alan.
I love it. Akhilesh Agarwal, President, P2P Solutions and Technology at Apex Analytics here on TechStrong TV. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a moment. Hey, everyone. Welcome back here to TechStrong TV. I'm really happy to have my next guest on. I got to let you guys in on a little secret. We actually were going to interview Amit yesterday, and we had to abort the interview because of air raid warning, shelter warning that Amit received. And so we had to stop the thing. And I'll be honest, it's not the first time that's happened to me. I interview a lot of people in Israel, and when the Hezbollah and the Hamas and everything going on over the last 2 years, it's happened. Interestingly, though, Amit, right after the interview I couldn't do with you, I did another interview with a friend of mine who happened to be on vacation in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. And there they had cartel members setting cars on fire and making all kinds of things. I'm glad that I'm sitting here at my desk. I don't have to deal with all this, but thank you for coming on. It's great to have you.
Thank you for having me.
My pleasure. Amit, Mend.io is a company we've covered here at TechStrong for a long time, since I started. You're the field CTO there, but give people a sense kind of your journey, how you came to be the field CTO, maybe your background, skill set, and then we'll talk more about Mend and some other things going on.
Sure. So hi, everyone. My name is Amit. People call me Cheetah. I come from a background of cybersecurity and reverse engineering. And in my previous company, we built a bootstrap business around container scanning for security. So we scan technology called container images to find whether a vulnerability is exploitable or not. And actually Mend bought our company, and that's how I joined Mend. And if you don't know, Mend is an application security company that grew recently also to be an AI security company. And since then I joined Mend, I became the field CTO, which means I'm lucky to speak with our largest customers and to help them with their product and their security issues, and to get more value, and also to learn from them how we can improve what we're doing here and to make better security that is tailored to their needs. And I get to talk with you, Alan, which is amazing as well.
Thank you, and my pleasure. And that, you know what? So field CTO it's fairly new. Maybe in the last 5 to 7 years, you're starting to see a lot of people with, not a lot, but you'll see that as a title for people. Because back like when I was starting companies, right? CTOs came in two flavor. There was the VP of engineering CTO who kind of ran the development team. And then there was more of a market-focused CTO who really spoke to a lot of the customers and became sort of the antenna, the input from the market that then got translated back into how this becomes product, right? And how this becomes service. And out of that grew, I think, that's the field CTO heritage, right? From that line of it. Exactly. You mentioned Mend.io is a application security company, and now, of course, an AI security company. Everybody is AI today, one way or another, right? But there's AI washing where we just put AI in front of things, and then there's really working in AI, and that brings us to what I wanted to talk about with you today, which is Mend recently launched a system prompt hardening feature service. It's not a standalone product, or is it?
No, so it's part of a much larger product, which is security for any AI application. Mm-hmm. So I'll tell you a bit about what we spend a lot of our time in recent years now in Mend. So we realized that because of AI being such a big trend, any company almost build their own AI products to sell to their customers, whether it's a chatbot or AI behind the scene that does stuff. And there are new security concerns around it. And you want to build these AI systems to be secure, compliant. And we try to give you all the tools to make it easy for you to secure your own AI tools that you sell to your customers so they can trust it. And we just released what we call system prompt hardening, which is basically any chatbot or LLM that we use today have prompts behind the scene that instruct the AI how to behave and what to do. And it can have security issues, or you for example, you don't want to expose sensitive data there because people can leak that prompt by talking to the chatbot, or you want to help the chatbot to understand, the AI to understand what it can and cannot do security-wise as well. So we help companies do it automatically, because when you have tons of developers, it's hard to control what they do. And that's what Mend is about, to help secure code.
Love it. Love it. Now, when we talk about hardening the prompts and all of this, and bringing risk management is the best way I could describe it. Bringing risk management. Part of the problem is, I saw an interesting survey. 60% of workers, like knowledge workers, right? People on computers, are being given access to AI. I thought that number was low. I bet you 80% of people are probably messing with AI. But of that 60% that have access to AI, 60% are not using it regularly, which means the majority of the people, they logged in once or twice. They said, okay, this is cool. They maybe, did an experiment and then went about their business, right? That number's got to change, I assume, right? People got to, but how, I guess the question I'm asking is, how important is it to harden our prompts now? How important is it to bring governance to this whole, because it's kind of, you don't want to kill the baby, right? Or throw the baby out with the bathwater. You want to encourage the people to use it.
Definitely.
Where's the balance?
So you definitely don't want to stop innovation, and you want to help people and help enterprises to adapt more. And actually, a lot of the reason that large enterprises are afraid to incorporate certain tools is because they're afraid of the security implications of it. And we see ourselves a bit as enablers. Now, you're correct that today, a lot of people still don't heavily based on AI. But it doesn't matter for hackers, because hackers are going for the low-hanging fruits. So even if you have like only 1% of the organization that is vulnerable, hackers will go to that 1%, and that's how they'll breach into your organization. And from there, they'll go and start stealing information. So you want to take the weakest point in the organization and help protect it. And today, it's starting to become AI, especially with risks such as indirect prompt injection, which, like, I don't know, I think it's something that a lot of people have heard of, the concept of prompt injection, where you just convince the LLM, the AI, to do something it shouldn't. But then it becomes more complex when it's indirect. When I ask for something trivial, the AI goes on the internet and reads a website to do it. But then this website convinces my chatbot to do something it shouldn't and to leak information. And this is a super complex issue that we're dealing with right now, and we're going to continue to deal with as agents do more and more stuff for us. So definitely important. Definitely, we don't want to stop innovation and just be an enabler for it.
Let's talk, most people, they think of a prompt. Look, a lot of people talk their prompts in there. They don't even type. They talk to their AI, and so they don't see it visually. Other people type, but they just see what they type and they see what the AI types back. What they don't realize is the hidden instructions, the silent stuff that's going on in the background when you hit enter in your prompt. Can you talk to us a little bit about those hidden instructions, if you will?
Sure. So any chatbot that we use today comes with a few layers of text, basically prompts, that instruct it how to behave. So it doesn't really have a sense of self. But for example, when you use ChatGPT at the beginning, there's a huge chunk of text telling the AI model, you are ChatGPT. This is the time today. You should behave like this. You can do X, Y, and Z. Here is what the user asked for. Then they paste your text that you messaged. And here are the previous messages. What is your response? So there's a lot of text going into each AI model, and it's fairly interesting. All these prompts are leaked online. So you can actually Google it and find online all the prompts of different chatbots and see what kind of information they see about you. And that's what makes certain models behave differently than others. Also, they have like different levels of intelligence, but also the prompts, right? And not only that, there's also smaller prompts hidden. For example, we let today a lot of agents to search the Google for us, search the web for us. So they get a tool that they can execute a search with certain keywords, and these tools come with instructions how to use it. It's more text that goes into the model. Now, the more and more text we have there, there's the risk that the model won't behave like we want it to behave. And if we, especially as we move from just question answering to doing tasks, right? So if I give my agent ability to delete files, to send an email, to, I don't know, delete my database or change data in production, these dangers become more and more complicated. Maybe it reads a tweet online that convinces it to delete my organization database. So that's a bit the background for prompts, and why the fact that the agents just get text as an input is complicating things.
Yeah. Agreed. Look, I'm not going to ask you to say which prompts are more secure than others, because we'll wind up, we're not going to say Claude's better than Gemini or Gemini's better than OpenAI or what have you. I'm sure they all have their unique weaknesses and strengths. They're all trying. Like, I don't think any of the AI vendors raise their hand and say, I don't care about security. They all try. But in the race for progress, in the race to go forward, in the race to get users, unfortunately, security isn't always top of mind with them, and that's why you need this type of service here from men to help with this. Got a little time. So we're going through our own thing here in TechStrong. I think I bought 3 Mac Minis this week for the team. Right? Amazing. That's the new thing right now. So now we're running AI locally. We're running AI on the edge, if you will. And who figured? Everyone said Apple missed the AI. They didn't have a chat. They didn't have a LLM. Well, turns out they're the hardware of choice for AI, maybe, right? But, so we're putting them on standalone machines. We're trying to, as much as we can, isolate them. Just so we start with almost a zero trust, right? And then turn on certain things as needed. Google is one of the things, because we gave each agent an email address, if you will, and, access to Google. And the funny thing is
it's a huge security issue, by the way.
Oh, I know.
So, yeah.
So what we're doing, I don't want to tip too much online here, but each agent runs on a dedicated mini. It runs in a VM, not on the mini itself. We install it in a VM on top of that, like another abstract. We have a zero trust and we give it nothing, right? And then we slowly build up what it can do and, where it can load and so forth. But I will tell you, and I've got 30 years in security, right? I'm not just some guy who does interviews. I started security companies. It's hard for me because what it can do is great. I mean, we're using it to starting automating video editing, posting the videos, editing our articles, newsletters, all of these things. But the threat, security-wise, is real too. And so I don't know if and how are we finding out what's best security practices? We ask the AI. What's exactly the best thing to do here? So it's like, I don't know if I'm trusting the AI to tell me how to secure the AI. It doesn't make sense. What's your advice?
So I like to quote OpenAI's Chief Information Security Officer. I don't remember the exact wording, but basically he said on Twitter that prompt injection is an also unsolved frontier issue with LLMs. And we don't really have a hermetic solution. So you have to have multi-layer approach to that. And it ranges from, if you use OpenAI, they train their models to be less susceptible to prompts, malicious prompts and hijacks. You add tools like guardrails that try to listen to all the conversation and all the things that the AI is doing and drop messages that are suspicious, or like executions of tools that are suspicious. You have prompt hardening that helps you align your model and the chatbot that you're building with your values. You explain to it what it shouldn't do, what it should do. You make sure not to put sensitive data where you shouldn't have. So you need to have multi-layer approach. In the end, it's a bit similar to a person. Let's say you hire an HR person and they see all the salaries of people in the company. How do you know that they don't tell it to someone from outside the company? How do you know they don't do something bad? So you trust it, they know it's illegal, and you can hold them accountable because you can take them to court, to jail. But you can't really do these things with AI agents. And I think that's the foundational issue, right? We want to give them abilities like humans have so they can replace human tasks, but we can't really hold them accountable. And that's why we have all these security measures trying to like make it less and less and less probable that they'll do something that they shouldn't have. But the moment you give them the ability to do so, you should assume someone can convince the chatbot to do it. And I think that's the biggest security issue today. Should I build my agent HR, or should I not build it? Should I build a limited version of it? Exciting times.
It is an exciting time, and we're doing the best we can. I'll keep you posted. Listen, this new offering from Mend, it's available now?
Yes, it's available now, and take a look at the website. It's super important, especially if you're building your own chatbots to your customers, and like security is something that we all need to do and have to do to keep the data of our users safe. So if that's your situation, I encourage you looking at Mend, and see what we're doing. And even if not Mend, right, look for open source. Try to protect your AI. Be cautious. Yes, that's my, of course, biased recommendation.
I think that's good advice. No, yeah. I think that's excellent. Amit, be well, be safe. Talk to us more, and good luck with you and to all our friends at Mend.
Thank you. Thank you. It was great.
It was excellent. Amit Chita, Field CTO at Mend.io here. Go check out their new system prompt hardening solution. It in today's world, it's something we need. We're going to take a break here on TechStrong Gang. We'll be back in a minute. Hey everyone, welcome back here to TechStrong TV. I am really thrilled to have my next guest on here. She's actually one of the few people we have who live in South Florida. So the last time she was on, she was nice enough to come up from Miami to our studio, and we did this in person. Unfortunately, she's not in Florida today. She's up in New York, and so we're doing it via Zoom. But let me introduce you to Rebecca Krauthammer. Maybe you saw or caught the last time Rebecca was on with us. Rebecca is the CEO and co-founder of Q-Secure, a post-quantum security company. And she's here today as one of the winners of our initial Quantum Security 25 list that we did in partnership with our friends at DigiCert. Rebecca was a worthy member of that list. As a judge, I was looking for her name when the nominations came in, so I was happy to see her on there. Rebecca, welcome back to TechStrong TV. It's great to have you on.
Alan, it's great to be back. Although I do wish I was down in Florida with you in the sun, but New York will have to do today.
I heard it was warm in New York today, or it was yesterday. Maybe it got cold?
I'm giving it a hard time. It's beautiful, sunny, clear. It was like 70 degrees.
Yes, I spoke to my brother. He lives there, and he said, "Oh no, winter's over." I said, "Yeah, I don't know if it's over quite yet, but I'm glad it warmed up." We were up in Boston this weekend. It was really cold there, visiting my older son. Anyway, Rebecca, as I mentioned, you've been on the show before, but not everyone watching this saw that one. Give them a little bit of your story, if you don't mind.
Sure. So my background, I came out of the AI space. So I got to study AI at Stanford when deep learning was the buzzword. Now it's LLMs. Mm-hmm. I worked in that space for several years, and then I kind of joke in 2015, 2016, I got bored with AI. And I wanted to see what was next. And so that's how I entered into the quantum world. And so we worked in the quantum space, building applications for early quantum computers. And then in about 2020, we got an initial grant from the US Air Force, and they said, "Hey, quantum computing, it's going to do these amazing things. And can you help us out with the security side? Can you help us defend against the threats that this really powerful technology poses?" And so that's what gave birth to Q-Secure, which is, as you mentioned, we solve that quantum threat.
Excellent. That's a bold statement. We solved the quantum threat.
We solved
I guess first we got to define the threat, right?
Sure.
What do you think the biggest, I mean, I know, but maybe not everyone out here knows the biggest threat that quantum, supposes that, it presents to ourselves.
So the threat is, it's got a lot of buzzwords, but it's pretty simple. Every time we send data somewhere or data gets sent over networks and we want it to remain private, it's using encryption. That encryption, we rely on basically one type of encryption for that, for our communications. That's the type of encryption that gets broken by a sufficiently powerful quantum computer. So quantum computers at scale, and that scale is about 4,000 qubits, they'll break all of the stuff that keeps all of our communications private. Emails, text messages, electronic health records, national security. So that's a big bad, right? It's coming fast. But it's not here yet, so why do we care? And we care because of this idea of harvest now, decrypt later, or the idea that bad actors are listening in on those transmissions, harvesting that encrypted data and stockpiling it for when that quantum computer comes online, because a lot of that data will still be relevant. So there are now mandates across US government, across the world, to make this transition to quantum safe infrastructure. And this is the thing that I find most business executives still don't know. A lot of them know that there's a big threat, but they don't understand that it is largely a solved problem. And in 2024, NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, established, verified this new suite of algorithms that run on regular stuff, not on quantum computers, run on our regular devices. And these algorithms protect against quantum threats and classical threats. So when I say it's a solved problem, that means that you can adopt and should adopt these algorithms today to protect secure communications. And you do not need a quantum computer to fight against that quantum threat. You just need to adopt those new encryption algorithms.
Post-quantum algorithms.
Exactly.
To me, so we've solved post-quantum algorithms. We come out with post-quantum algorithms. I think the problem we have, though, is you could lead the horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And that to me is going to be the biggest issue, right? We can't get people off of, Windows 10 or whatever the latest version of Windows they discontinued, right? How the heck are we going to get them to move into post-quantum algorithms?
That's the $1 trillion question. I was out on the Hill in DC, right? We were talking to some of the Senate offices, and there's a lot of room, a lot of air being taken up on the Hill by AI, AGI. What are we going to do about it? Are we going to regulate it? How should we regulate it? And these are big questions, right? These are things that people care about, but it's hard to find something definitive to say, this is the path through, this is how we address it. On the other hand, when it comes to the quantum threat, it's this big thing that's coming in. It's econometric modeling, right? One successful attack on one of the top.
Hey everyone, welcome back here. We're continuing our afternoon coverage of this Wednesday afternoon here at RSAC conference. My next guest, and I hope I get this right, is Karthik Kannan. Karthik is with a company called Anvil Logic, and if you don't know about them, don't worry, you're going to after this. But first, let's hear a little bit about Karthik before we get to Anvil Logic. Karthik, welcome to TechStrong TV.
Thank you, Alan. Pleasure to be here.
So let's start with you. Give people a sense of, how you came to be here, what your career has been like, what your passions are.
Sure. Again, thank you for inviting me. This may be around the 10th or 12th RSA conference I've been at, maybe 10th. Been doing companies in this space for quite some time now. This company, Anvil, we co-founded about 6.5 years ago in 2019, pre-COVID. Prior to that, my career has been mostly in the cybersecurity, GRC, big data analytics spaces. My previous company, Caspida, was the industry's first machine learning-led user behavior analytics product company, which got acquired by Splunk.
Okay.
And I ended up working at Splunk for 3 years, running a portion of the security analytics business, which I'm now working with or displacing now at Anvil. Prior to both of these companies, I did another company called Cetus, which was a big data analytics platform company, way before the cloud data warehouse time that we are in now. It was in the days of Hadoop, if you remember that. Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Not fondly, I bet.
I remember. No, but you want to know the truth? I remember when Hadoop was spun out of Yahoo.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly right.
And
exactly
the elephant sort of
that's exactly right.
Yeah.
Well, we've come full circle with data warehouses now on the cloud like Snowflake and Databricks. And I'm glad to be full circle back, but working at a better time of both Gen AI and cloud data warehouses. So I think in all of my companies, we were ahead of the times, and now we are squarely in the times, so I feel pretty good. Anyway, that said, Anvil is a 6.5-year-old company. We are venture capital funded. What we are is a SOC automation platform company. Naturally, rendering things with AI and whatnot, but really the core function of what we do is provide automation to various persona workflows in the SOC, whether it's data wrangling and data engineering, or detection engineering, hunting, tuning, etc., or triage and investigation. All of that is baked into our platform. We've been spending 6 years building it, and now we are surfacing all of that up through AI agents. We'll talk more about that, but that's really, in a nutshell, what we do is sell the platform to automate various functions of a SOC in a large enterprise. That's who we are.
I love it. Got it. So, you mentioned Hadoop and AI. Back then Hadoop claimed to solve the big data problem.
Yeah, that's right.
I think we needed AI to help solve the big data problem, exactly. Right? Without AI, we weren't really solving it. Yeah. But, in prior lives, I did 3 or 4 venture-backed startups myself, and one of them was we had an MSSP play, and we had the SOC, and had a lot of experience doing that. And again, we didn't have AI in those days either. Running a SOC was, you could figure out how many people you needed to man the SOC on a 24/7, 365, and that was an easy formula. The formula for what tools we had, the data we had, how to get actionable intelligence out of that data. Right? This is before there was a Snowflake and before there was Hadoop. And as you said, you probably hated it. Yeah, I had firsthand experience. But the world seems so much different now.
Yeah.
Right? The technology is so much better now. As you said, you started 6.5 years ago, 2019, the year before COVID hit here. In 2019, though, you didn't see Gen AI or agentic AI coming in here. Let's talk a little bit about what that means for you, though. It had to change your whole mission, not mission, because the mission probably stays the same.
No, the mission's the same. The way we do it, how we accomplish it.
Right, your whole way of approaching it.
Exactly right. This reminds me, in Iron Man, Stark Sr. says in a video that he was limited by the technology of his times.
Yeah.
That's exactly how we felt back in 2019. We knew what we wanted to accomplish, but no one knew Gen AI was coming.
Right.
But it was such an easy thing for us to adapt to it because we were building the architecture, waiting for something like that to happen. So we were, even pre-Gen AI, machine learning and predictive analytic oriented. So our job was always, we considered, to provide recommendations to the practitioners, to help them do things, not just be a technology platform. to be something that automated workflows. So you could come in and guide on what you wanted to do, and we would do it for you. Right? Because even to use Gen AI today, two things have to come into place. One is you have to know what you are looking for or seeking to build. You don't go with an empty slate and say, what do you got for me today? That doesn't work. So that's number one. You have to know what you want. The second thing is you have to be able to have domain knowledge to verify the results and make it better and close the last mile gap. Those are the two foundational principles we've incorporated into the platform so Gen AI can work for us and not against us. So we spent, like I said, we're 6.5, nearly 7 years old. We've been spending all of this time building that system of record platform. The platform, even without Gen AI, can still do the mission. It just is helped and moves faster with Gen AI. So we take a look at everything we do in 3 pillars. One is, like I said, the data management, the data wrangling, bringing data on board, ensuring the health of the pipelines, all of that is so integral to your detection strategy.
Yes.
That's pillar number 1. We've invested a lot into that, native pipelines and whatnot. Number 2 is all things detection engineering, which is the one thing that was really sorely missing in all of the legacy SIEMs, and I come from that world, most of my team comes from that world, and that's why we built this company, to make sure the art and science of detection engineering was in the platform. That includes building detections, scaling detections, tuning and verifying, closing the loop, coming back. Hunting too is part of it, right? And the third pillar is what do you do when all of this surfaces up with alerts, is triage and investigate them. And that's where we've gone into in the last year, and this is where the announcement we have announced this week comes up. I'll talk about it in a minute, but those 3 pillars really constitute the platform. Now, if you think about it, there are various personas and workflows embedded in those, and that's what now we are surfacing up with AI agents, saying it's in the platform. The agents are going to help you get there faster, better, through natural language, through conversations, rather than have to know programming and whatnot. They can either be a human-in-the-loop approach or completely autonomous. It's up to you. And then the triage investigation piece takes us into a net new market called SOAR. Until now, everything we did was SIM. And we shook that up. And we took another legacy construct of SIMs, which is an attached proprietary database in a SIM stack. We took that away. And we said, well, you should be able to operate on any data lake or any data repository of your choice.
Sure.
And that's something we did by creating that layer of abstraction. So Anvil Logic is that layer where your hands on keyboard are and eyes on glass, but really what's beneath is not one proprietary data lake or structure. It can be anything. It can be your Splunk with a Snowflake or a Splunk Snowflake Databricks combination.
You can plug it in. It's agnostic.
Exactly. Agnostic. That's the right word. So, and then we'll get to the announcement we made this week, but that's really the construct.
Okay.
So, back to your question, the technology of our times are helping us achieve that vision much faster now and give you, the end user, a much better experience than having to navigate 45 screens or write code or whatever.
No, you know, someone once told me it's always better to be lucky than smart. It's best to be both.
Both is good. We'll take.
And you know, but I don't know if it was lucky or smart in this case, but
smart people around me for sure.
Yes, that's my management philosophy too. I don't want to be the smartest one at my table.
Never been.
Nope, me either. But that's, you know, this really is a technology that really, I mean, AI has just been able to turbocharge it.
Yep.
Right.
Exactly.
And I think that's what it is. So you mentioned the announcement here at RSA twice. You can't keep teasing us. What's the announcement?
There we go. I'm glad you asked. So what we announced is something called Blueprints. Blueprints is our automation layer for the whole workflow that I just described. The first use case of Blueprints is investigations. So today in the investigative world, what happens is a playbook is created. And it's mostly created by the smartest tier 4, 5 analyst who's had institutional knowledge, lots of training, years of experience, and has been there and done that. Taking that and converting that into an automated playbook is really the purpose of Blueprints. Obviously, Gen AI and LLMs help make it smarter, provide more recommendations, but that's not all. All of the contextualization we bring to the table through our small language models that are built into our platform and the transformations that come with it and the enrichment that comes with it makes this a highly intelligent, autonomous, automated playbook. And that's what Blueprints is all about. Now, while I describe this with the example of investigations, which is the last stage of this whole workflow, you can extend this concept of Blueprints into any major workflow. In fact, you can say, I want to create a blueprint that takes my next threat intel report that comes and goes and verifies if my data sources are there, adds detections to it, verifies them. The whole cycle can be automated through Blueprints. But we want to crawl, walk, run, so we're going to take investigations to be that first use case, automate that, take all of the institutional best practices that are there in large enterprises, convert them to our blueprints, and automate and make autonomous as much as possible. While you construct a playbook, you can have a decision box in the middle that says, is this the right thing you want to see, yes or no, and put a human in the loop and say that human must approve before the next process takes over. And once you have enough confidence, you can take that human in the loop out and automate the whole thing. So in a nutshell, Blueprints is our way of implementing automated workflows across the product, but it also takes us into this new market called SOAR. So now we can be a SIM and SOAR in one AI SOC platform. Huge differentiation because we've kind of been building this over years and now finally gotten to that last step of the vision.
I love it. Is it available now or announced
Available now. It is pre-GA. We have design partners that are working with us. We will announce GA sometime in the April-May timeframe.
It's a month or two.
But it is available for all practical purposes.
You know what? We did the website so people can go check this out.
Yeah. We made some announcements this week. It's www.anvillogic.com/blueprints. Takes you straight there. You can go to our homepage and see a demo video of it in action.
Excellent. So, you mentioned you've been coming to RSA 10 years. I'm ashamed. I've been coming 25 years, right? What do you think about this year's event so far?
This year, of the last 2 to 3 years, I'd say, I think has been much more active.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's because of us or generally the conference has been more active because of AI. But I've almost not been able to go to the show floor. I went to the show floor once for half an hour on day one. We've been booked up in meetings at the Centro.
I think that's the story here is everyone is busy in meetings.
Yes.
But that's always, truthfully, look, the RSA, even back when I was co-founded a security company and we, 2001, exhibiting here through 2009 or 10. This was always a conference for the security industry, by the security industry. And I used to try to convince my board that it was okay back then. We were spending $75,000, $100,000, which was a lot of money back then.
A lot of money, yeah. Even now it is.
And we weren't really getting a lot of sales leads. But A, if you weren't here, people questioned, why weren't you here? And B, again, it was for the industry, by the industry. This is where you form partnerships, relationships, deals are made. Ideas are exchanged.
Yeah.
And so I think that stays true.
It
right?
is true.
There's a lot of things that happen off on the side, in side rooms, in hotel areas, all over the place. That hasn't changed.
No.
Has not changed.
No, I think it's partly also because of our execution this year that I feel good about RSA this year, is the conversations are great. AI has obviously changed a lot of the conversation, but the fact that we've been active in meetings means our team is working hard making those conversations possible in one-on-one settings, private settings. We are moving the ball forward. We're meeting with a bunch of prospects between yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
That's great.
We've been back-to-back with meetings, and these are great forward-moving conversations. So I feel particularly good about this year than I have in the last couple.
Good for you.
I'm happy to be here.
Absolutely. Well, Karthik, I want to wish you well. Congratulations. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out, right?
Yeah.
Because we're just, this agentic kind of revolution, and I think it is. It's going to be bigger than generative. And I think when people have the ability to just access their data and take actionable intelligence out of it, and I mean, because I see it in our own company. You can't imagine all of the different permutations, all the different ways they take this. Maybe ways you're not even thinking of. But it'll be interesting to see how it comes out.
That is true. I think customers are going to push us into use cases
that you didn't think.
We did not imagine. Exactly right. And that is our job, is to have a platform that is extensible.
That people can run with.
Right. Yeah.
Because I think in today's world, that's what people want. Right? I think that's part of the reason why open source is so popular. Right? I take the base and I could build I go anywhere I want with it. A phrase I hear around the AI stuff from everyone is, I could build anything. And so that's, I think, the kinds of platforms that people want to work on.
Yep, you're right. Thank you for having me.
Pleasure. Karthik, one more time. Anvillogic.com.
Anvillogic.com.
Check it out. Hey, we're going to take a break here. We're live at RSAC. We'll be back. Hey everyone, we're back here live at RSA. We're in Moscone on what they call Broadcast Alley. And I'm really happy to introduce you to my next guest. It's his first time on TechStrong TV. So it's a pleasure to welcome him, John Peterson of Sophos.
Nice to be with you, Alan.
Nice to be with you. Thanks for joining us. So John, what's your position with Sophos?
I'm Chief Technology Officer.
Hey everyone, we're back here live at RSA. We're in Moscone on what they call Broadcast Alley. And I'm really happy to introduce you to my next guest. It's his first time on TechStrong TV. So it's a pleasure to welcome him, John Peterson of Sophos.
Nice to be with you, Alan.
Nice to be with you. Thanks for joining us. So John, what's your position with Sophos?
I'm Chief Technology Officer.
Hey everyone, we're back here live at RSA. We're in Moscone on what they call Broadcast Alley. And I'm really happy to introduce you to my next guest. It's his first time on TechStrong TV. So it's a pleasure to welcome him, John Peterson of Sophos.
Nice to be with you, Alan.
Nice to be with you. Thanks for joining us. So John, what's your position with Sophos?
I'm Chief Technology Officer.
Hey everyone, we're back here live at RSA. We're in Moscone on what they call Broadcast Alley. And I'm really happy to introduce you to my next guest. It's his first time on TechStrong TV. So it's a pleasure to welcome him, John Peterson of Sophos.
Nice to be with you, Alan.
Nice to be with you. Thanks for joining us. So, John, what's your position with Sophos?
I'm Chief Technology Officer.
Hey, everyone. We're back here live at RSA. We're in Moscone on what they call Broadcast Alley. And I'm really happy to introduce you to my next guest. It's his first time on TechStrong TV. So it's a pleasure to welcome him, John Peterson of Sophos.
Nice to be with you, Alan.
Nice to be with you. Thanks for joining us. So, John, what's your position with Sophos?
I'm Chief Technology Officer.
Hey, everyone. We're back here live at RSA. We're in Hey everyone, we're back here live at RSA. We're in Moscone on what they call Broadcast Alley. And I'm really happy to introduce you to my next guest. It's his first time on TechStrong TV. So it's a pleasure to welcome him, John Peterson of Sophos.
Nice to be with you, Alan.
Nice to be with you. Thanks for joining us. So John, what's your position with Sophos?
I'm Chief Technology Officer at Sophos. I'm
CTO.
Yes. So I'm responsible for all the folks that build our products and, support them out in the wild for our customers.
Excellent. Yep. So I always like to let people know who they're listening to. You don't just walk in one day and become CTO of a company like Sophos. John, tell us a little bit about your journey.
Absolutely. So I've been with Sophos now for almost 9 years, believe it or not. And it feels like I joined yesterday. But when I first joined, I was responsible for the cloud security group. So the group of engineers that's responsible for the Sophos Central platform. And at the time that I joined, Sophos was going through this transition because we were one of the first endpoint security companies in the world, actually. And like many of the original endpoint security products that were out there, our original endpoint products were all kind of on-premise managed. And we were going through this transition to the cloud, right? And cloud-based management. And so there was a huge inflection point that the business was going through at the time. And I was able to help them through that and get Sophos Central to the point where today it supports over 600,000 customers, 28 million devices globally. So we're processing, petabytes of data every day. So it's, the platform itself has really grown. Our business has grown, and I've been fortunate enough to be in a position where, my role has grown with the company.
Love it.
Yeah.
It's an interesting thing, John. The wheel of karma goes round and round. So Sophos was one of the original endpoint, then went to the perimeter, then went to the cloud. And now with the advent of AI, AI on the edge, AI on your devices, you're an endpoint company again, right? All of a sudden, endpoints are sexy again, or endpoint security.
We think that endpoint has always been sexy.
Okay, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but that's a great story. And you know what? We touched on it a little. So there's still the cloud security aspect of Sophos. There is this big endpoint push. That is. What's the 3-letter acronym for endpoint security now?
EDR.
EDR. Yep. Do you still make ETMs and sort of perimeter boxes? Or?
We still have a large and growing firewall business.
Really?
It's less of a UTM business, but more just like a business enterprise edge, SMB mid-market focused firewall products.
Really?
So we see Fortinet all the time out there.
Yeah. They were here earlier actually.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, we still have a large firewall business, and people have been talking about the death of the firewall for a long time.
And 2001, when I started, they were talking about it.
And the reality is that business for us continues to grow. We continue to invest in it, but we of course also are, investing heavily in our MDR business, which is actually, we believe, the largest MDR operation in the world. We have 35,000 customers.
Really?
And actually, that's one of the things that's allowed us to do some pretty innovative things with AI agents for our MDR operation, because we have, I think, probably more data about customer behavior and the active threat landscape, and also how to deal with that threat landscape and those active threats than any other vendor. So as we're building agent-driven solutions for that SOC to help us with efficiencies and also with better customer outcomes, we're in a position that we think is just very, very competitive, because we have this corpus of runbooks and standard, protocols and procedures that our SOC uses every day to protect customers, that we can use as context to make the agents better and drive better outcomes for our customers.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's a great story. So, we're one day in. Well, we started yesterday, so maybe there's 2 days in.
Yeah.
To RSA, and there's, clearly no mistake. This is the year of agentic AI at RSA.
Yes.
I got a confession. I've been using AI for a while, but the last 3 weeks or so, month, I really dug in on agentics. It's a drug. I'm telling you, this is like crack, because it's not only me, the people in my office who are on it, it's very hard for them to disengage. They're coming in on weekends. I haven't had people in the office on weekends, and I don't know when. They're staying late. They're coming in with stuff they did at home. It's that, because people are just like, holy, I can't believe I could do this, right? It's that kind of effect. Are you seeing this similarly within Sophos and the people you're managing? And more importantly, we got to help secure these people, because they're running as fast as they can.
100%. Yeah. And I think the answer is absolutely to that question. It's been remarkable, even just in the last 6 months, to see how fast the technology has progressed. Opus 4.5 and 4.6 is
game changing,
such a leap forward. And then, one of the things that I spend a lot of my time thinking about is AI driven engineering, and how can I enable the development workforce at Sophos to build our products more efficiently. And, the AI coding tools are going to be a big part of that for us. And so, and like you said, it's sort of like a drug when you get going with it and you start seeing, something that used to take you days or weeks, being at your fingertips in a matter of moments. Yeah. And so we're definitely seeing that in the engineering side, but also, as I mentioned, in our security operations center for MDR, there's a huge amount of efficiency and just better outcomes that we've been able to drive with the agents that we're building. But also, I would say that the same tools that are great for us as defenders are, being exploited by attackers absolutely mercilessly. And so the amount of time that it takes to actually take a vulnerability, or even discover a vulnerability, that used to be a very specialized niche thing. And that still is, security researchers out there every day submitting issues to our bug bounty program and every bug bounty program out there.
But this is a problem now, the volume of bug submissions.
Right.
A lot of people are shutting down their bug bounty program.
The curl, for example, was one of the ones that I saw. Yeah. And so that's troubling in a sense, but, because we have this explosion of vulnerabilities, we also have the amount of time that it takes to exploit one of those vulnerabilities successfully and then scale it massively used to be contained to a very small set of specialized operators. Now it's available kind of en masse to any 18-year-old with an LLM. Yeah. And so setting ourselves up and our company up and our customers up to deal with that new reality is a big part of what I spend my time thinking about. And the solutions that we're building into our MDR operation will help. But we also need to be thinking about, as we build our products, how do we engineer, better code reviews into our release pipelines and our CI/CD infrastructure.
Just to do it that quickly. But to me, I don't know if you ever read the book The Goal by Goldratt. It's also Gene Kim's Phoenix project is sort of the IT version of The Goal.
Yeah.
The Goal is about manufacturing, but it's the theory of constraints and bottlenecks. And, and part and parcel of that is, as soon as you break through one bottleneck, you discover the next bottleneck and then the next bottleneck. So we're moving from a world where code was the bottleneck. There's only so much code we could turn out. How many developers do you have? How much lines of code did they do a day?
Right.
That's, sky's the limit, right? You can turn out as much code as you want with these things.
Yeah.
Well, the next bottleneck then is, oh my God, how the heck are we going to govern? Right? We need governance here. How are we going to put quality control in?
Yep.
How are we going to security test?
Yeah.
Well, we tackle those things, but then the next bottleneck will come out.
Yep.
Right? Which is, okay, I got to deploy this now.
Yeah, exactly.
And I got to run it. I got to make sure it stays, and I got to update it.
Right.
So there's always the next one and the next one. And it's just the theory of constraint. How do you at Sophos, where you're talking, scale?
Yep.
At scale, these problems become, $1 billion here, $1 billion there. Before you know it, you're talking real money, right?
Oh, for sure.
It's the same thing.
You mean in terms of the expense of the LLMs? And so I think
just keeping up.
Yeah. Well, I think the interesting thing is there's a whole series of cultural things that we're trying to do to enable our engineering staff to really lean in safely on these technologies. But one of the first things that we saw when we started introducing AI coding assistants was the amount of code being created was going like this. But when you look at some of the more traditional productivity metrics, like, do you have more PRs moving through the system? Are they moving through more quickly? Do you have more issues being resolved? Are your cycle times reducing? Like, those metrics didn't initially improve because you had this, top of the funnel being loaded, but the rest of the funnel wasn't set up to actually take that input and then process it more quickly. And so one of our large focuses now is getting beyond just this like AI driven coding to like true agent driven workflow across the whole development stack, right? So that when a PR comes in, it's being reviewed for defects by an agent. It's being scanned for vulnerabilities by an agent. And, then when a human actually reviews it, they're reviewing something that's got a much larger chance of just working its way quickly through the system. And so that all, we're on a journey. I think many companies are on that journey.
Absolutely.
Right now.
There are going to be a lot of business school case studies
absolutely
coming out of the next year and a half, 2 years here. No doubt about it. Let me wrap things up with a little bit about RSA.
Sure.
Any specific Sophos news around RSA or observations from you about this year?
Yeah, I think one of the big things that we're focusing on as a company right now is this idea of kind of making CISO level expertise available to the masses, right? And so we like to cite a statistic that there's only about 35,000 CISOs in the world, but there's over 359 million companies in the world. So if you look at what that actually means, it's like 0.009% of businesses have access to CISO level expertise, right? And so as the per a previous conversation, as agents get better and better at finding and exploiting vulnerabilities, having that access for small and medium businesses is absolutely critical. And so major focus for us right now is trying to build services that serve that market. And
let me ask you a question on that one, because I had this conversation with someone not on camera.
Okay.
We'd be clear. But I'm going to ask you on camera. If you don't want to answer, don't answer.
Okay.
But, we talk about AI making certain jobs obsolete or, not harder, but superfluous is a word.
Yeah.
What about the CISO?
Well, I think that, in many cases, I look at it less as automation or elimination of jobs, more as elimination of tasks, right?
Okay.
So if you think about like to the SOC, for example, which is another example that I'll keep referring back to, the typical SOC functionality is like you get a case and then you open the case, you triage it, and then if you determine it needs to be investigated, then you go through the process of investigating it. And that's often a relatively procedural thing that you go through in a SOC. So what we're focusing on there is trying to automate as many of those steps as possible, so that when the human actually gets involved to review the case, it's you're reviewing the output of that agent's analysis.
It's further along.
Yeah. And so I think with virtual CISO or the CISO role in general, I think that there's always going to be a need for a human level component, the human judgment element. But I think a lot of the tasks that are associated with being a CISO are going to ultimately get easier, and they're going to be, hopefully, you'll be able to conduct them more thoroughly. But at the same time that I'm saying that, the threat landscape is also changing so quickly.
It may free them up from doing that mundane reporting stuff.
Yep.
And focusing on strategy and
absolutely
keeping up to date with what the latest threat, vectors look like.
Yeah. And I do think that like, as we get more and more vulnerabilities being discovered by better and better LLMs, you're going to have to be positioned to respond to those as we as software manufacturers need to be ready for that. And CISOs need to be ready to put programs and processes in place to ensure that happens and manage it. And I think that role is not going away anytime soon. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
John, we're out of time, man.
Great.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming in. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yep.
John Peterson, CTO at Sophos here on TechStrong TV. We're going to take a break. I've got my friend Chensi coming in here, so don't go anywhere. Hey everyone, we're back here live at RSA. We're in Moscone on what they call Broadcast Alley. And I'm really happy to introduce you to my next guest. It's his first time on TechStrong TV. So it's a pleasure to welcome him, John Peterson of Sophos.
Nice to be with you, Alan.
Nice to be with you. Thanks for joining us. So John, what's your position with Sophos?
I'm Chief Technology Officer at Sophos. I'm
CTO.
Yes. So I'm responsible for all the folks that build our products and, support them out in the wild for our customers.
Excellent. Yep. So I always like to let people know who they're listening to. You don't just walk in one day and become CTO of a company like Sophos. John, tell us a little bit about your journey.
Absolutely. So I've been with Sophos now for almost 9 years, believe it or not. And it feels like I joined yesterday. But when I first joined, I was responsible for the cloud security group. So the group of engineers that's responsible for the Sophos Central platform. And at the time that I joined, Sophos was going through this transition because we were one of the first endpoint security companies in the world, actually. And like many of the original endpoint security products that were out there, our original endpoint products were all kind of on-premise managed. And we were going through this transition to the cloud, right? And cloud-based management. And so there was a huge inflection point that the business was going through at the time. And I was able to help them through that and get Sophos Central to the point where today it supports over 600,000 customers, 28 million devices globally. So we're processing, petabytes of data every day. So it's the platform itself has really grown. Our business has grown, and I've been fortunate enough to be in a position where, my role has grown with the company.
Love it.
Yeah.
It's an interesting thing, John. The wheel of karma goes round and round. Hey everyone, welcome back here to TechStrong TV. We're continuing our Wednesday afternoon coverage from RSAC here on Broadcast Alley. And I'm reaching way back to my Boulder people for this one. Let me introduce you to the founding team of Stackhawk, right? We have Joni Clifford, who I found out is still Joni Clifford. Even though,
but married.
But married. Just don't call her late, but Joni Clifford, who I've known as Joni Clifford for, 10 years, no more, probably closer to 15 years, I think.
Yeah.
Because I just stopped there.
Yeah.
There's no more time after that.
That was, right. Let's not even, you're right. And Scott Gorlock, also co-founder, who I've also known now probably 7, 8, 9 years.
At least.
When did you found Stackhawk? Was it about 8 years ago?
2019.
7 years ago. All right, I wasn't that far off. I remember the first time I met Scott, we were in the Foundry offices in Boulder, right off of Pearl Street.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, though, enough reminiscing. Well, we're not done reminiscing, actually. Joni, I'm going to ask you to kick off. I said I knew you. I think the first time I knew you was VictorOps.
That's right.
And that may or may not be a name you remember. A lot of my DevOps people out here, you remember VictorOps. They were actually acquired by PagerDuty. No. Splunk.
Competitor to PagerDuty, acquired by Splunk.
Yep. I don't know why I thought PagerDuty. You know why someone from VictorOps went to PagerDuty?
Yeah.
Was it Jason Hand? We could play this later. So, tell us your story.
Yeah, so Joni Clifford, CEO, co-founder of Stackhawk. My background is in DevOps, so what you were just saying, largely building software for software engineers. We just went over VictorOps. It was a competitor to PagerDuty, and that company was so important because it was really in this hyperactive, we're finally releasing, DevOps is a real thing, and we had to make sure that if there was downtime or latency or anything, we were shipping those alerts directly to the software engineers who wrote the code. And I think that kind of arc of digital transformation is really what led me here. And so with StackHawk, it felt like application security testing was just like the next mile of digital transformation. Like, why are we waiting until production to actually find vulnerabilities? How come we're not collaborating with our software engineers or automating the findings so they can actually fix these and treat them like bugs, not like even security vulnerabilities because they found them before they deployed to production. So that is what I wanted to work on. And in the process of really getting to know, I didn't know the cybersecurity market. Right. And it felt like a very obvious process to tackle, but I interviewed a lot of
I remember you interviewed me.
Yes, we wanted to know.
No, I do. I remember.
What was this domain?
Right.
And that's how I met Scott a long time ago. So. And
Scott, tell us a little bit of your path.
Yeah, definitely. So, security operations, security engineer by background. Worked at GoDaddy, leading security teams there for about 10 years. Mm-hmm. And from there, moved to Colorado and joined another great Colorado company, SendGrid.
Sure.
Was the CSO there for 3 years.
Techstars company.
Yeah, right before Twilio acquired them. And I've been working on application security at pretty much all those roles in some sort of fashion, like either deep in it or tangential to it, those kinds of things. And so I had a deep passion for how to fix, pretty broken process. How do we empower engineers? We did some of that on transition to cloud at SendGrid, like getting engineers involved early. And so when Joni and I got together and talked about application security, we're like, hey, the most important person in this whole equation is left out until the very end. Yeah. They're the one that start the code, and then way later, they get to know about the problems that they have to fix.
And they get to say, well, it worked on my machine.
It worked on my machine. And so we had a really good conversation about how can we help empower those teams, let them know about security vulnerabilities, and build safer software.
I think back to those early heady days of DevOps when VictorOps was founded. My friend Raj was a jump cloud. You guys are in the building next up on the second floor there, that brick building. And what a revelation it was. Hey, let's alert the developers, not just the help desk guy, but we're going to cut that handoff from level 1 to level 2 to level 3. We'll get back to you in 36 or 72 hours to one, boom.
That's right.
One time and it's done. Now, today we almost take that for granted that developers are part of this chain or part of this, my code's not working. I know pretty much right away what, if customers have it. It was the same thing as you said with AppSec. It was like, it's similar to observability, quite frankly. All the action was on the other side of the event horizon being deployment. Right, that's where the action was. That was part of this whole shift left, right? We're going to shift to this side of the event horizon. Now, shift left has had an interesting journey in the DevOps space, right? Because we just kept shifting further and further left, saying, the developer's going to do this. And we came to find out the developer wants to write quality software. He doesn't necessarily want to be a security pro either, though. And we need the security people in all these things. So it's been a journey which you guys have actually lived through.
That's right.
Over these last 7 years, right? Of, did we overshift? How do we keep the security, team involved? How do we empower the developer without expecting him to be or her to be a security pro? What about the rest of the software team, the CI/CD team, the testers, the QA folks, the SREs, everybody that's involved here along this SDLC? And then just when we thought we figured that out, AI drops from the sky. Boom. Because life could never be easy.
Never.
Talk to us about that had to have been hey, Scott, we got to rethink this a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting because how we were founded was about making this type of testing that used to happen in prod, took a really long time, making it portable, easy to run on a software engineer's machine, easy to run in CI/CD, and that's very unique. I don't know of another person doing runtime, or another company doing runtime testing that has the same approach, right? They're all using these cloud-hosted scanners that can't be portable, they can't be fast. So there was this really interesting architectural decision we made early on that set us up perfectly for this period. And we're now closing customers and having our existing customers come to us and say, I think CI/CD is too right. Like, we're living in Cursor, we're living in Claude code. Yeah. Why aren't we testing there?
Yeah.
And I think the AI DLC or AI supported DLC is the place where we're really focused, which is on agentic DAST.
Right.
So yeah, you want, with runtime, you want to kind of hit the whole gamut. You want to be able to test with AI and auto-remediate issues in Claude or in Cursor. But you may also want to test closer to prod as a secondary check from your AppSec team, and you can totally do that. So I feel like we really have a leg up. Like, it was just this early decision we made that now suits us perfectly for this moment.
I just, the interview before you guys came on, I was talking to the CEO of a company called Anvil Logic, not related to you at all.
Okay.
But more of like a big data lake security company.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing, founded maybe 2 years before you, 2017.
Okay.
He didn't think of AI when he founded the company. It was this problem, though, of how do you secure, at the time, Hadoop and stuff like that back in the day. But AI has made his life a lot easier because he didn't realize it back then, but he really needed that technology to really wrap your head around that kind of big data. It's the same thing here. We wanted to radically change how we look at testing code, testing applications. Well, AI and now, and this is only in the last 2 months, right? With Claude, Opus, and all these things, all of a sudden we have the ability to test.
Yeah.
Like, as we're making the code.
That's right.
As soon as we commit the code. Anytime along this CI/CD virtually, we could, and without manpower involved, right? We just report it back to the human in the loop, or as a lot of people are saying now, the human at the helm, because we don't have enough humans to be in the loop anymore.
Too many loops.
There's too many loops, there's too much code.
Yeah.
And so you guys, right place, right time. I always learned that from Brad Feld. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than smart. It's good to be both, right? But that's, I think, what we're dealing with here, right? And at the same time, though, Scott, as we just said, we have so much more code.
So much.
Right? And so I wrote this piece about a couple of weeks ago. We've moved from in AppSec anyway, we've moved from the question of how do I find bugs, or how many bugs do I find, to what's governance look like here, right? So it's no longer enough to do the scan.
Yeah, like for the last couple of years, we'd go out and do some talks with some people, and one of the very first questions I asked when I was in front of an audience is, what's harder, finding or fixing? And ultimately, you'd get half of the people say finding, half of the people say fixing. We had great tools to find problems. Prioritizing those fixes has always been hard. And we're just not fixing problems that are discovered in code. But the power that comes with the agent being able to understand what the problem is and be able to actually fix without wasting mental power from a dev or interrupting a cycle for delivering product, delivering value, it's just radically changed how application security is working.
I wrote, look, we moved the cheese in AppSec. That's what happened here.
Yeah.
We went from a focus of finding to a focus on fixing. Because we could find as much new code as we have, we could find vulnerabilities till the cows come home.
That's right.
But we got to decide what to do with them, and what to fix them, not fix them. Are they real? Are they not? Are they reachable? All the things that you guys know, right? I saw a study on this. What was it? Claude Code found, I think it was 122 potential vulnerabilities in Firefox in like an hour or 2 hours, whatever it was. 11 of them were actually real, call them real vulnerabilities. 2 of them were exploitable. Right?
That's
and
a
that's
huge problem
much
in
the
that
ratio.
Yeah, that's a huge problem in that, like, looking at code, going, is this a problem? Because the punchline to the story is always, and then we tested it in runtime to see what was actually exploitable,
right?
Which is what we've been doing for the last 7 years inherently.
Right.
So being able to like get into that loop, be the part and the function that's doing the testing of the behavior, not just does it look like it's vulnerable,
right?
And validate, yeah, this is vulnerable, and we should fix this one thing or these 2 things, and get rid of the other 120 other things that are irrelevant.
And this, I mean, it sounds like a nothing thing if you're not into security or you're not into development. But if you are, you realize just how radical this is, right? It's a totally different focus for what an AppSec solution needs to do.
Yeah.
And so all these people who developed the DAST and the SAST and the SCAs, they're all good. We've got great scanners. But if that's what your business is today, I don't know if you got a great business if you're not dealing with the how do I fix these things? Or what should I fix and how to fix it? And are you going to let me fix them automatically or not? And, so you're the first, I'm sorry, but you're the first AppSec people I've interviewed here in 2 days. So, yeah, so I'm dumping it on
Well, you're like on it.
Well, I've been right. I know a little bit about it. But, and I've been writing about it because to me, remember, I came from before the AppSec piece. Mitchell and I standing over there, we were still secure. We were vulnerability management. We were begging people to scan their systems once a year.
Oh, wow.
And that was considered radical. What do you mean once a year? I could do this every 2 years, 3 years.
Yeah.
But that's what it was back then. It was job security because you gave them a list of vulnerabilities like a telephone book. If you don't know what a telephone book is, Google it. But and they'd start on New Year's, they finish on Christmas.
Yeah. And we
and
start
then you
again.
do another scan and give them the book back, a new book. So this is what progress is in security. How does that affect, how now does you go to market with this and get that message across?
It's a total sea change. I mean, if we think about, this is the first, software engineering is the first job to be completely changed by AI.
Yeah, tip of the spear.
Our senior engineers haven't written a line of code since August. They're just using prompts. We've 8x software engineering in the last 6 months. So everything around that's surrounding code delivery has to change. And AppSec is the next most important thing. I mean, we just closed a customer who was handwriting 25,000 lines of code a month.
Could you imagine?
Yes. And they're in financial services, by the way. So, mid-market financial services company. They employed Cursor. The next month, it was 250,000 lines of code.
Wow.
Next month, even more.
10x.
And they called us, and they're like, we're sitting on 1 million lines of code that we can't deploy because we haven't been able to test it. And they're in a regulated industry, so they needed to. So we've been co-creating with them this new AI DLC. And to your point about static code analysis tools, we have to totally rethink it because at 10x, where we're just getting started, software engineering, it's called the vulnpocalypse, right? We're like, there's just no way we can fix these things. So, our perspective is you have to focus on what's reachable and exploitable. There's no time to focus on anything else.
You can't take a food chain. I don't know if you ever read, so Brad Feld used to give this book out to all of his founding teams, The Goal by Barat. I forgot his first name, but it was like standard MBA book in the 80s and 90s. But it introduced something called, you're probably familiar with this, the theory of constraints. where you, as soon as you undo one bottleneck, there's another bottleneck behind it. Actually, Gene Kim's Phoenix project is the IT version of the goal. The goal is about manufacturing. But similar, if you ever read the goal, you'll see where Gene got Phoenix project.
We're not familiar with the theory. We're living it.
Well, we all live it. We all live it. But that's exactly, you can't. So we removed the bottleneck of humans writing code, and I can only do 25,000 lines of code. And man, I could do 250,000. I just 10x my lines of code. Yeah, but now you just discovered the next bottleneck.
That's right.
I can't even test this. But what's going to happen is, okay, now I tested it. I found out, originally that, I don't know, 300 vulnerabilities are really only 7 vulnerabilities. Boom, I removed another bottleneck. I'm doing that automatically. Well, now here's the next bottleneck. I got to remediate them. What's it going to take? All right, maybe I'll be able to do it agentically. So we're going to do that, but there'll be another bottleneck. That's the theory of constraints. And but from your point of view, this is really a game-changing kind of new era, right? And I mean, you have marketing people, I'm sure, right? But I think that's what the marketing message has to be here. AppSec, we are.
I think teams are already looking for, like, what do I need? And they might be focused on it a little bit backwards. What product do I need? The thing that I found is a lot of engineering teams are in this same mode as the AppSec team, where they're tinkering with AI and messing around with OpenClaw and trying to figure out what works in their environment. And then once they kind of figure that out, they're starting to standardize. Here's the tools that we use. Here's the plugin agents that we use, so we can get the same performance out of most of the team. Now's a great time to go sit with, as an AppSec person, go sit with the engineering team and watch them go through this iteration. Watch how they're hooking different parts of the process so that they can actually work that into their process.
Into the SDLC.
Yeah, exactly. And so,
into the chain.
Knowing what's out there, what's capable, and then being able to understand the process at your business of what your engineering team is doing and how do I fit a new AppSec process into my new engineering process. P.S. There's budget attached with that because everyone's working together to get more value to the customer.
Yeah, but know how it is with budget. It's don't take my cheese, right? It's my budget. You go get your own budget.
That's right.
And there'll be some turf wars around that too.
Yeah, I think from a CEO perspective, from the C-suite perspective, we're spending a lot of money on tokens, right? And the whole point is, how do we improve efficiency?
Say that again for me. We're spending a lot of money on tokens.
But
you ain't kidding.
I think you're spending a lot of money.
Yeah.
But the whole C-suite is like, how do we accelerate productivity in the business? And they also want to do it securely. So being able to say, hey, I want to empower this process and enable this process, and I'm going to need some extra budget, it's not an easy conversation, but it's a way more acceptable conversation than I'm trying to slow everybody down.
Because when did that ever work? Right?
Never.
That never worked. And that's been a security problem too for years, right? No. You're saying that as you see the train, pulling out of the station. No. So let me ask you the ultimate question then, Joni. If I'm a reporter, I'm not a reporter, I'm just shimmy, but is StackHawk an AI-empowered AppSec solution?
Of course.
All right.
I mean, in 2 ways, right? We are empowered by the wave. I mean, runtime has never been more important, and it's pretty exciting to see it happen. We're 6, 7 months or 7 years. We'll pretend it's months.
Yeah.
Years in.
Well, the time, it seems like months. You've been having so much fun.
Yeah, of course. But also, we were talking about, by using AI, what you're then able to do with your product. We've been able to release capabilities that would have been whole companies before. We are using AI to really help bridge the gap. The knowledge gap between what an AppSec person knows about software delivery that's happening in their own organization
and how fast it's happening versus what they know today is enormous. So, beyond the testing piece, over time, we've added this lens, observability component into, based on what's happening in your source code repositories, you have, this many APIs, web applications, LLMs talking to APIs that need to be tested with something like StackHawk, able to show them what contains sensitive data. I mean, the amount that we can get out of the code base to help inform the AppSec team as to where to focus is incredible. And we've been totally empowered by AI to do that. So really exciting to use it so natively, but then also just be able to draft on the change that's
what's
happening.
Going on.
Yeah.
So I've got a CTO question for you then, Scott.
Hit me.
How long until you're doing remediations?
Not long. Like, it already happens today in this agentic loop, right?
I know.
Like, I don't have to make tickets, which is awesome.
Those days are done.
But, like, feeding output of what StackHawk does, the deterministic testing, which is important, back to the agent to go, hey, there's a SQL injection in this code.
Go fix it.
Fix it right there before we even get anywhere near CI/CD.
Yep.
It's happening, and it's crazy exciting.
Mitchell and I had this discussion this morning on it. The days of just reporting without doing are over.
That's right.
You got to do. It's an age of doing.
Yeah.
And look, I don't know how all this ends, but it's really an exciting time to be doing it. You know what we haven't mentioned, guys? People want to get more information about StackHawk. How do we do that?
Go to stackhawk.com. You can learn a little bit more there. We have a ton of blogs, content, ability to learn more about this AI transition and wave. And we're also pretty active on LinkedIn. So feel free to follow us, engage with us there. And
absolutely.
And if you're at RSA, you can play Where's Waldo with the giant guy in a purple jacket and or his companion.
Okay, so you're there on
that.
that.
Stop us.
I got to tell you, I haven't even had a chance to walk down to the floor.
It's pretty calm. It's really
I heard it was
not
a little
super
chill.
loud. Not very many lights. It's pretty nice.
So Monday, we put on our we used to call it DevSecOps. I don't even call it DevSecOps anymore because I don't know what to call it. I do know what to call it. We called it Defending AI Native Dev.
Right.
And because it is all about AI native dev. And so we were there Monday, and it was interesting, but I also snuck down to the Innovation Sandbox. And everything there was AI. I mean, it was all 10 finalists or quote unquote, AI companies. So it's an interesting time. They're watching this live, so they probably are not there. Where could we see you next after RSAC?
Oh,
Black Hat.
For
Like lots of
sure.
regional events.
Lots of regional events.
With some of our partners, GuidePoint and WWT, and some of our great partners. We're always doing regional events, some informational, come learn something, and maybe have a good steak dinner. But our next big one is probably
Black Hat early August.
Yeah.
I'll be there.
Awesome.
I'll be on so there I do go on the floor to do video. Here I'm on Broadcast Alley, so I get at least I'm stationary. People come to me. And Blackhawk,
nice.
I got to go to them. I'm not Blackhawk. I did StackHawk and Black Hat together. Blackhawk. That's a new conference you probably haven't heard of yet. But if you do it, that's a good name for your conference, Blackhawk. Joni, it's great seeing you.
Good to see you.
Scott, always a pleasure to see
Thank you for having us.
My pleasure. We're live. We're at RSAC. We're going to be back in a little bit. Stackhawk.com.
Yes.
Check it out. We'll be right back. Hey everyone, we're back here live at RSA. We're in Moscone on what they call Broadcast Alley. And I'm really happy to introduce you to my next guest. It's his first time on TechStrong TV. So it's a pleasure to welcome him, John Peterson of Sophos.
Nice to be with you, Alan.
Nice to be with you. Thanks for joining us. So John, what's your position with Sophos?
I'm a Chief Technology Officer at Sophos. I'm
CTO.
Yes. So I'm responsible for all the folks that build our products and support them out in the wild for our customers.
Excellent.
Yep.
So I always like to let people know who they're listening to. You don't just walk in one day and become CTO of a company like Sophos. John, tell us a little bit about your journey.
Absolutely. So I've been with Sophos now for almost 9 years, believe it or not. And it feels like I joined yesterday. But when I first joined, I was responsible for the cloud security group. So the group of engineers that's responsible for the Sophos Central platform. Mm-hmm. And at the time that I joined, Sophos was going through this transition because we were one of the first endpoint security companies in the world, actually. And like many of the original endpoint security products that were out there, our original endpoint products were all kind of on-premise managed. And we were going through this transition to the cloud, right? And cloud-based management. And so there was a huge inflection point that the business was going through at the time. And I was able to help them through that and get Sophos Central to the point where today it supports over 600,000 customers, 28 million devices globally. So we're processing, petabytes of data every day. So it's the platform itself has really grown. Our business has grown, and I've been fortunate enough to be in a position where, my role has grown with the company.
Love it.
Yeah.
It's an interesting thing, John. The wheel of karma goes round and round. So Sophos was one of the original endpoint, then went to the perimeter, then went to the cloud. And now with the advent of AI, AI on the edge, AI on your devices, you're an endpoint company again, right? All of a sudden, endpoints are sexy again, or endpoint security.
We think that endpoint has always been sexy.
Okay, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but that's a great story. And you know what? We touched on it a little. So there's still the cloud security aspect of Sophos. There is this big endpoint push. That is. What's the 3-letter acronym for endpoint security now?
EDR.
EDR. Yep. Do you still make ETMs and sort of perimeter boxes? Or?
We still have a large and growing firewall business.
Really?
It's less of a UTM business, but more just like a business enterprise edge, SMB mid-market focused firewall products.
Really?
So we see Fortinet all the time out there.
Yeah. They were here earlier actually.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, we still have a large firewall business, and people have been talking about the death of the firewall for a long time.
And 2001 when I started, they were talking about it.
And the reality is that business for us continues to grow. We continue to invest in it, but we of course also are, investing heavily in our MDR business, which is actually, we believe, the largest MDR operation in the world. We have 35,000 customers.
Really?
And actually, that's one of the things that's allowed us to do some pretty innovative things with AI agents for our MDR operation, because we have, I think, probably more data about customer behavior and the active threat landscape, and also how to deal with that threat landscape and those active threats than any other vendor. So as we're building agent-driven solutions for that SOC to help us with efficiencies and also with better customer outcomes, we're in a position that we think is just very, very competitive, because we have this corpus of runbooks and standard, protocols and procedures that our SOC uses every day to protect customers that we can use as context to make the agents better and drive better outcomes for our customers.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's a great story. So, we're one day in, we started yesterday, so maybe there's 2 days in.
Yeah.
To RSA, and there's, clearly no mistake. This is the year of agentic AI at RSA.
Yes.
I got a confession. I've been using AI for a while, but the last 3 weeks or so, month, I really dug in on agentics. It's a drug. I'm telling you, this is like crack. Because it's not only me, the people in my office who are on it, it's very hard for them to disengage. They're coming in on weekends. I haven't had people in the office on weekends, and I don't know when. They're staying late. They're coming in with stuff they did at home. It's that, because people are just like, holy, I can't believe I could do this, right? It's that kind of effect. Are you seeing this similarly within Sophos and the people you're managing? And more importantly, we got to help secure these people, because they're running as fast as they can.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. And I think the answer is absolutely to that question. It's been remarkable, even just in the last 6 months, to see how fast the technology has progressed. Opus 4.5 and 4.6 is
game changing,
such a leap forward. And then, one of the things that I spend a lot of my time thinking about is AI driven engineering, and how can I enable the development workforce at Sophos to build our products more efficiently. And, the AI coding tools are going to be a big part of that for us. And so,
there is.
And like you said, it's sort of like a drug when you get going with it and you start seeing, something that used to take you days or weeks, being at your fingertips in a matter of moments. Yeah. And so we're definitely seeing that in the engineering side, but also, as I mentioned, in our security operations center for MDR, there's a huge amount of efficiency and just better outcomes that we've been able to drive with the agents that we're building. But also, I would say that the same tools that are great for us as defenders are, being exploited by attackers absolutely mercilessly. And so the amount of time that it takes to actually take a vulnerability, or even discover a vulnerability, that used to be a very specialized niche thing. And that still is, security researchers out there every day submitting issues to our bug bounty program and every bug bounty program out there.
But this is a problem now, the volume of bug submissions.
Right.
A lot of people are shutting down their bug bounty program.
As the curl, for example, was one of the ones that I saw. Yeah. And so that's troubling in a sense, but because we have this explosion of vulnerabilities, we also have the amount of time that it takes to exploit one of those vulnerabilities successfully and then scale it massively used to be contained to a very small set of specialized operators. Now it's available kind of en masse to any 18-year-old with an LLM. Yeah. And so setting ourselves up and our company up and our customers up to deal with that new reality is a big part of what I spend my time thinking about. And the solutions that we're building into our MDR operation will help. But we also need to be thinking about, as we build our products, how do we engineer, better code reviews into our release pipelines and our CI/CD infrastructure.
Just to do it that quickly. But to me, I don't know if you ever read the book The Goal by Goldratt. It's also Gene Kim's Phoenix project is sort of the IT version of The Goal.
Yeah.
The Goal is about manufacturing, but it's the theory of constraints and bottlenecks. And, and part and parcel with that is, as soon as you break through one bottleneck, you discover the next bottleneck and then the next bottleneck. So we're moving from a world where code was the bottleneck. There's only so much code we could turn out. How many developers do you have? How much lines of code did they do a day? To that's, sky's the limit, right? You can turn out as much code as you want with these things.
Yeah.
Well, the next bottleneck then is, oh my God, how the hell are we going to govern? Right? We need governance here. How are we going to put quality control in? How are we going to security test?
Yeah.
Well, we tackle those things, but then the next bottleneck will come out. Right? Which is, okay, I got to deploy this now.
Yeah, exactly.
And I got to run it. I got to make sure it stays, and I got to update it.
Right.
So there's always the next one and the next one. And it's just the theory of constraint. How do you at Sophos, where you're talking, scale, at scale, these problems become, a billion here, a billion there. Before you know it, you're talking real money, right?
Oh, for sure.
It's the same thing.
You mean in terms of the expense of the LLMs? And so I think
just keeping up.
Yeah. Well, I think the interesting thing is there's a whole series of cultural things that we're trying to do to enable our engineering staff to really lean in safely on these technologies. But one of the first things that we saw when we started introducing AI coding assistants was the amount of code being created was going like this. But when you look at some of the more traditional productivity metrics, like, do you have more PRs moving through the system? Are they moving through more quickly? Do you have more issues being resolved? Are your cycle times reducing? Like, those metrics didn't initially improve because you had this, top of the funnel being loaded, but the rest of the funnel wasn't set up to actually take that input and then process it more quickly. And so one of our large focuses now is getting beyond just this like AI driven coding to like true agent driven workflow across the whole development stack, right? So that when a PR comes in, it's being reviewed for defects by an agent. It's being scanned for vulnerabilities by an agent. And, then when a human actually reviews it, they're reviewing something that's got a much larger chance of just working its way quickly through the system. And so that all, we're on a journey. I think many companies are on that journey.
Absolutely.
Right now.
There are going to be a lot of business school case studies coming out of the next year and a half, 2 years here. No doubt about it. Let me wrap things up with a little bit about RSA.
Sure.
Any specific Sophos news around RSA or observations from you about this year?
Yeah, I think one of the big things that we're focusing on as a company right now is this idea of kind of making CISO level expertise available to the masses, right? And so we like to cite a statistic that there's only about 35,000 CISOs in the world, but there's over 359 million companies in the world. So if you look at what that actually means, it's like 0.009% of businesses have access to CISO level expertise, right? And so as the per a previous conversation, as agents get better and better at finding and exploiting vulnerabilities, having that access for small and medium businesses is absolutely critical. And so major focus for us right now is trying to build services that serve that market. And
let me ask you a question on that one, because I had this conversation with someone not on camera.
Okay.
We'd be clear. But I'm going to ask you on camera. If you don't want to answer, don't answer.
Okay.
But, we talk about AI making certain jobs obsolete or, not harder, but superfluous is a word.
Yeah.
What about the CISO?
Well, I think that, in many cases, I look at it less as automation or elimination of jobs, more as elimination of tasks, right?
Okay.
So if you think about like to the SOC, for example, which is another example that I'll keep referring back to, the typical SOC functionality is like you get a case and then you open the case, you triage it, and then if you determine it needs to be investigated, then you go through the process of investigating it. And that's often a relatively procedural thing that you go through in a SOC. So what we're focusing on there is trying to automate as many of those steps as possible, so that when the human actually gets involved to review the case, it's you're reviewing the output of that agent's analysis.
It's further along. Yep.
Yeah. And so I think with virtual CISO or the CISO role in general, I think that there's always going to be a need for a human level component, the human judgment element. But I think a lot of the tasks that are associated with being a CISO are going to ultimately get easier, and they're going to be, hopefully, you'll be able to conduct them more thoroughly. But at the same time that I'm saying that, the threat landscape is also changing so quickly.
It may free them up from doing that mundane reporting stuff.
Yep.
And focusing on strategy and
absolutely
keeping up to date with what the latest threat, vectors look like.
Yeah. And I do think that as we get more and more vulnerabilities being discovered by better and better LLMs, you're going to have to be positioned to respond to those. As we as software manufacturers need to be ready for that, and CISOs need to be ready to put programs and processes in place to ensure that happens and manage it. And I think that role is not going away anytime soon. Yeah,
agreed.
Yeah,
John, we're out of time, man.
Great.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming in. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yep.
John Peterson, CTO at Sophos, here on TechStrong TV. We're going to take a break. I've got my friend Chensi coming in here, so don't go anywhere. Hey everyone, we're back here continuing our afternoon coverage on day 3 of RSA. We've got a few more coming at you today. Looking forward to it. But let me introduce you to our next guest. His name is Gil Friedman. Gil is with a company called Backslash. And if our friend Ronnie Osnett is watching this, a big hello to Ronnie, who's now with Backslash full time. I know for a number of months, and unfortunately couldn't be here with us in person. So hello to you, Ronnie, and I hope to see you soon. But Gil, welcome to TechStrong TV.
Thank you.
It's good to have you here. Before we talk about Backslash and before we talk about AI, because everybody wants to talk about AI,
of course,
and RSA, let's talk about you a little bit. Give people an idea of your journey, of how you came to be a Backslash, and a little bit of your background.
Definitely. So I have long history in our industry. Coming from background at SAP, I was VP of Engineering over there. I was VP of Engineering of this expense solution of Concur. After that, I moved to Meta.
Really?
I was a senior engineering manager over there in the worlds of ads and VR.
So an interesting place to be.
Interesting, super fast pace, right? And then moved to Zilliant. I was VP of Engineering over there.
Okay.
Yeah. And then after all this experience from the other side of the defense, right, the people that
you went to the dark side.
To the dark side, which is actually the bright side in some ways, the more interesting side.
Yes.
So from being in large companies, some of them move slow, some of them move extremely fast and pretty much lead our industry, right, Meta. It was interesting for me to join Cybersecurity because the domain is fascinating. This is the right time to be covering this space, this problem space, and it's interesting to see how people understand the whole domain, and slowly they realize that these new things that we have there, it's not just for engineers, it's not just about code anymore. We have now few AI components, and actually even by the time that we speak right now, probably there are more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Every day.
Every day, and each one of these components, it's a new attacking surface. And unfortunately, the AI security teams or security teams, they have zero visibility into this world. And we would like to help them with that, right? We don't want them to be the office of no, right? We would like them to be part of the discussions, and we would like to help them with their journey to have safe AI adoption.
Love it. I love it. When did you join Backslash?
I joined Backslash almost 6 months ago.
Okay.
So I know I know the co-founders.
Yeah.
I know some of the employees over there. We used to work before at SAP.
Okay.
Of course, we had great experience and we did amazing things back then. And for me, it was very easy decision to join them and be part of the journey. Yeah.
And that look, I've done 4 or 5 startups. It's always good. Even here at TechStrong, my executive team basically are people I've worked with 20 years. Right, and so we're very comfortable. It's like family, and it works. How would you describe Backslash to people, right, today?
So the easiest thing when we start describing about Backslash is even to ask some simple questions. Do you know which AI agents are being installed across all the machines? They know which MCPs, which skills, right? And this is where kind of CISOs pause. Okay, they don't know. They are currently in a perfect storm, and they are terrified. And they understand the risks slowly. And we're here to support them with the journey. And this journey consists of 3 important steps. The first step is about visibility. First of all, to turn the light on, to see what we have there. Okay, what we have there in the form of AI agents, and even who is logged in. Is it kind of they are logged in with their corporate account, with the private account? This is super important information, right? Which MCPs, which AI skills, which rules, and we don't just stop there. Even if you know which AI skills are there, we provide you the information about the security posture of these AI skills. So it's not just what you have, okay, you need to know what does it mean. After this step, okay, there's a second step about defining policies, and not just on some wiki page, okay, real policies about this environment, these AI agents, and so on. After you set up that, you can define guardrails to harden the environment. And then once you have a safe environment on all the workstations, we provide real-time protection, so you won't be exposed to any prompt injections, a data leakage from all these components.
I love it. That was great. That was a great way of describing it. So, before we go further, people who want to maybe get more information on /, what's the website?
It's /security. Just type it. And it's
/security.
Yep.
Okay. Now, to say we're living in an interesting time in security, to say we're living in an interesting time in general is an understatement.
Yep.
And certainly in security, right? I don't know if we've ever seen this kind of rapid change, not just change, I'll use the word disruption, right? Rapid disruption in how, what, who we did. Even 6 months ago when you joined /, you probably didn't foresee the impact and how quickly the impact of agentic and things like Claude Code security and these kinds of things are, right? Because fundamentally, we've moved from a world where the bottleneck was how much code how many engineers? Each engineer averages 400 lines a day.
Yeah.
A good engineer. 40 lines.
Which lines,
right? Which lines, exactly. But 400 lines a day, and I got 10 engineers, right? So I could do 4,000 lines of code. That's amazing. That's an expense. That was a big operation to do 4,000 lines of code a day. Yeah, well, with AI, we could do that in an hour or two, it seems, right?
True.
So the whole focus, it's like when you have an equation, x plus y equals z, and all of a sudden x becomes 10x, y and z have to change.
I agree.
And that's why is security here, right? You got 10x the code. What are you doing around governance, around testing it, securing it? And a lot of people say, look, the only way to really do this is you got to use AI. If they're using AI to generate that much more code, we just don't have enough people to ever keep up. We've got to use AI for the governance piece of it.
I agree. But part of the problem is that it's not just engineers.
No.
It's also financial advisors, PMs, right? The artifact, now it's not just code.
Right.
Okay? It can be spreadsheets, can be LinkedIn posts, can be even applications, can be skills, right? And the problem that you have these new attacking surfaces that, as mentioned, there's no visibility. And the problem that in some of the cases, if it's not about generating something, you can use your AI agent with MCP to pull some information. For example, I would like to integrate with an API. My prompt will be, okay, I need more information. How can I use this API for this specific purpose? The AI agent will come to MCP. The MCP will call some public repo. This public repo, okay, might contain some prompt injection, base64 encoded, means it's not meant for me or for you.
No.
We know who is the target, and that will be fed into the AI model. So it's not even about generating any code. Okay, the factory that now we have there that works in a non-deterministic way with all kind of interesting components that we know, actually we don't know how they interact between each other. Okay, and we start with the definitely very safe approach. Okay, but slowly we trust all these components, right? And this is where the problem starts. Okay, and our last line of defense, unfortunately right now, is the AI agent and the model.
Yeah.
We cannot trust these two to make the right decisions for securing our environment and to make sure that there won't be any prompt injections for one side, and to make also sure that there won't be any data leakage, and also to make sure that they won't run any script on our machine. So it's not even about the code that's being generated. And definitely, I agree with you, this problem just got amplified, right? For sure. But now we have new problem that the traditional security solutions out there, whether it's a gateway, whether it's EDRs, whether it's AppSec, they're focusing on different problems. And now we have a new attacking surface that is out of sight for all the CISOs out there.
Agreed. But if Muhammad doesn't come to the mountain has to come to Muhammad. Do you understand?
Sure.
So if we can't trust this AI to do this, we don't know, is that code really secure? But yet we're still just churning out code. What we can't hire enough people, right? That's we've proven that. What is the answer?
The answer, okay, let's start with part of the problem. Okay. A few years ago, the model was engineer writes code. You have the output. Means that in an explicit way, you know what was being produced, right? Slowly through the years, it started with Copilot, right? That we had auto-suggest over there. Still, from security perspective, the risk was low because you can still see in front of your eyes. Okay, you typed few commands, autocomplete. Okay, still fine. Slowly, we have more sophisticated AI agents that they don't just generate one line of code, they generate 50 files at once. And although we think that it generates just as an output of our prompt, this is part of the problem. There are a lot of things that can influence what eventually will be generated. And the AI agents and the models, they understand English, right? String, okay? And there are some AI rules that can be injected.
Yeah.
They provide some malicious kind of, commands, right? They can be, even, as I mentioned, the AI agent, they have also their own rules, okay? Whether we can trust them or not, I don't know. The AI agent, part of the way for them to satisfy our prompt, they get a context. Which context? Maybe by mistake we just add just for testing purposes, the API key. They will take that, okay? They will do something with that it's out of our sight because we already trust this whole thing, right? And it push it and will generate code with that, right? There are also now skills that will also impact this whole factory behind the scenes. You have rules. Later on, you'll have more things over there. And again, the problem is not just us with the AI agent, The problem is now there's a lot of components out there that impacts this prompt and will impact the generated code. And not just the generated code, because I would even argue that the generated code is its output that we can see. They all can do within this process some things that are not even impacting the generated code. It will impact the code, the machine, behind the scenes.
The whole, yeah.
So it's not just the generated code. And I can argue that generated code, okay, it's been amplified. The same tools that we had before, okay, they use some AI, it's going to scan it. But that's, in a way, the same problem that we had before, just amplified.
Right.
But now we have different set of problems that it's not being amplified. We didn't have them before. Right. So the traditional tools we already have won't cover us for protecting our environment from all these new attacking surfaces.
I love it. Gil, we're about out of time.
Awesome.
/security.
Yep.
That's where it's at. Hey, thanks for coming in. I
Thank you much.
appreciate it. Best of luck. Look, I think we all agree. Interesting times. And
exactly.
We'll see how this works out.
Awesome.
We're going to wrap up stuff here at RSA today. But hey, Ronnie, if you are watching, I hope to see you in person soon. We will continue our coverage in just a bit. But right now, we'll take a quick break. This is Alan Schimmel.